you could rise again after a nuclear war. It might take 10,000 years or 100,000 years, but it could rise again.
So what do you think about mutually assured destruction as a force to prevent people from firing nuclear weapons? That's a question that I knew to a terrifying degree has been raised now and what's going on.
Well, I mean, clearly it has had an effect. The question is just how strong an effect for how long. I mean, clearly we have not gone wild with nuclear war, and clearly the devastation that you would get if you initiated a nuclear war is part of the reasons people have been reluctant to start a war. The question is just how reliably will that ensure the absence of a war?
Yeah, the night is still young.
Exactly.
So it's been 70 years or whatever it's been. I mean, but what do you think? Do you think we'll see nuclear war in this century?
I don't know, in this century, but it's the sort of thing that's likely to happen eventually.
That's a very loose statement. Okay, I understand. Now this is where I pull you out of your mathematical model and ask a human question. Do you think this particular?
I think we've been lucky that it hasn't happened so far.
But what is the nature of nuclear war? Let's think about this. There is dictators. There's democracies. Miscommunication. How do wars start? World War I, World War II.
So the biggest datum here is that we've had an enormous decline in major war over the last century. So that has to be taken into account. Now, so the problem is war is a process that has a very long tail. That is, there are rare, very large wars. So the average war is much worse than the median war, yes, because of this long tail. And that makes it hard to identify trends over time. So the median war has clearly gone way down last century, at a median rate of war. But it could be that's because the tail has gotten thicker. And in fact, the average war is just as bad. But most wars are going to be big wars. So that's the thing I'm so sure about.
There's no strong data on wars.
I'm almost done. Just one moment.
Because of the destructive nature of the weapons, kill hundreds of millions of people. There's no data on this.
Right.
So, but we can start intuiting.
But we can see the power law. We can do a power law fit to the rate of wars, and it's a power law with a thick tail. So it's one of those things that you should expect most of the damage to be in the few biggest ones. So that's also true for pandemics and a few other things. For pandemics, most of the damage is in the few biggest ones. So the median pandemics of ours less than the average that you should expect in the future.
But that fitting of data is very questionable because everything you said is correct. The question is what can we infer about the future of civilization threatening pandemics or nuclear war from studying the history of the 20th century? So you can't just fit it to the data, the rate of wars and the destructive nature. That's not how nuclear war will happen. Nuclear war happens with two assholes or idiots that have access to a button.
Small wars happen that way too.
No, I understand that, but it's very important. Small wars aside, it's very important to understand the dynamics, the human dynamics, and the geopolitics of the way nuclear war happens, in order to predict how we can minimize the chance of.
But it is a common and useful intellectual strategy to take something that could be really big but is often very small, and fit the distribution of the data to small things, which you have a lot of them, and then ask, do I believe the big things are really that different? Right? So sometimes it's reasonable to say, say with tornadoes or even pandemics or something, the underlying process might not be that different.
But that's a hypothesis. It might not be. The fact that mutual assured destruction seems to work to some degree shows you that to some degree it's different than the small wars. So it's a really important question to understand. Are humans capable? One human, how many humans on Earth? If I give them a button now, say you pressing this button will kill everyone on Earth. Everyone, right? How many humans will press that button? I want to know those numbers, day to day, minute to minute. How many people have that much irresponsibility, evil, incompetence, ignorance, whatever word you want to assign? There's a lot of dynamics in the psychology that leads you to press that button, but how many? My intuition is the number the more destructive that press of a button, the fewer humans you find. That number gets very close to zero very quickly, especially people have access to such a button. But that's perhaps a hope than a reality. And unfortunately, we don't have good data on this, which is like, how destructive are humans willing to be?
So I think part of this just has to ask you what your time scales you're looking at, right? Right. So if you look at the history of war, we've had a lot of wars pretty consistently over many centuries. So if you ask, will we have a nuclear war in the next 50 years? I might say, well, probably not. If I say 500 or 5,000 years, like if the same sort of risks are underlying and they just continue, then you have to add that up over time and think the risk is getting a lot larger the longer a time scale we're looking at.
But okay, let's generalize nuclear war, because what I was more referring to is something that kills more than 20% of humans on Earth and injures
All
or
right.
makes
Zoot, thank you for your
makes-
patience.
the other 80%
Living the dream,
suffer.
pimp. Ready? Okay, doke. How was your day?
Okay, I'm ready to play.
All right.
Jason, Robo sent me an invite. Robo's put Bruce Joyce in your invite.
No, I haven't yet. I'm gonna send. I'm gonna message Riser. Just so-
Riser?
yeah.
Riser's sleeping.
Are you sure?
No.
It's only like 10 o'clock here. 10:42. So. All right. I'm gonna beat you 5 times straight. You may or may not get a win in, but I'm gonna just dominate you.
You're going to dominate?
Yep,
Why do you think that?
because I'm amazing.
Why do you think you're amazing?
Well, I just know I am. Did you get my invitation?
Yeah, hang on a minute.
Take all the time you need. You were very patient for me, and I appreciate it.
Alright, got it. I want to have a little bit different.
That's what I want to hear. Keep me on my toes.
That was not what I was trying to do, but it worked out.
I like that shot.
That was what I was. Rabbi, that was not what I was trying to do. However, there could be a hole here. Fuck.
Dude,
Did I just risk it for nothing? Or did I just do the most amazing shot ever?
no fucking way.
You have to get it in this round. If you get it in this round. Yes!
Water. No water. I gave you a fucking point there. Fuck.
Hey, why are you going first?
It's a great question. I'm not sure. Oh. Oh. What'd you think of that shot? Rank it for me, Zoot.
I'm going to give your shot literally a 9 out of 10. 9.5 out of 10.
It's pretty good. Now if I just don't need to fuck this up. You could make it. You actually, I think, have a chance. Oh, what an amazing shot. That was a 9 out of 10 of a second shot. Rabbi takes the lead again.
You got a 9. I actually gonna go. I would say you got a 9.9 pressure.
That's what I'm talking about. How about this shot? What are your thoughts on this shot? What are your thoughts on this shot? I've never seen this go in the hole. I've never seen it go in the hole. How about that shot?
Give that right by. That was a 9.9 again.
Thank you. Welcome, welcome. Glad that you're here. Hit my ball.
Not rather.
No. Hit my ball. Dude, you have a perfect shot. You're going to hit my ball. A hole in one. We've never seen that on this hole. Or I've never seen it.
Right by.
Yeah, big dog.
Your shot's now 10 out of 10, by the way.
Yes, sir. I'm in agreement with you. Get there. Oh, it's just short.
I wonder though, if your bowling was in the way we might have
I think it would have been exactly where my ball is. Look at this. You're helping me again. Big time help. Look at this.
Normal soccer.
Look at this help. Look at the advantage of going first.
Rabbi, I think you're playing a nearly perfect game, to be honest. I don't think your shots could be any more perfect.
I'm in
Except for
agreement.
this one's gonna be a little bit shit. Like,
Yeah.
we could have done that a lot better.
I could have, but that's okay. I'll take a 3 on this hole. Or a 2. A 3.
I just needed to know if it was there or not. I got no chance of that.
I don't think I've ever played a better round. Maybe. I mean, okay, this is not my hole, though. No way, the reverse. Not what you wanted to do, big dog.
That was close there.
I'm in agreement with you. It was close.
This is what you want to do, to be honest with you.
Boy, I was going to be tough to beat this set of holes. Perfect game.
I don't even know.
That's 1 in a row. No.
That's all right.
Oh, was that a good shot? Get there. No. Hit my ball, big dog. Yep. Oh, dude, did you fuck me? What a great shot on your part. Get in the hole.
I have a feeling they're going to go. You can get it in the show.
And I did.
Walk it out.
I like this hole, and you do not. Not when I do
But
that,
yeah,
though.
I've gotten, like, more,
Not when I do
I've
that,
got
though.
more hole in ones I've got more hole in ones on this hole than anyone here.
I think you're right. Oh, and here's your chance at it again. Get in the water. Oh, wow,
Nah,
is
he's
that
trying to get a
good?
hole in it. Dang. What are your plans for New Year's Eve right now?
Stream like it's going out of style. How about you?
Wait, what?
Stream.
Stream.
How about you?
Yeah, but you're always streaming. What are you going to do on streaming?
Treat it like any
It's
other day.
2025. We're halfway through the decade. You need to do something special.
No. Just keep doing what I'm doing. That is special.
It's the fucking 2020s. Okay.
I know. I've been streaming for most of it. That's
Only ever people in the 2020s. You know, it's historic moment in time.
I know. That's what I'm streaming for the decade.
Do you think you'll stream next decade if you don't give the opportunity?
Oh yeah, definitely. I want to do it the rest of my life. Short. I needed that. That gives
When
me.
will you?
Go ahead.
One day you'll become the most famous person in the world as well. Let's go.
I don't really care about fame. I care about what this much data can do for society. I think it can make us better people. We can learn about the human body, learn about behaviors, emotions, all of that kind of stuff I feel is very important. And we don't have like a huge data set currently. The best we have of somebody over a long period of time tracking their life is through like are you serious? Is like through journaling or diaries from like other decades or other centuries. And the best we have of one person being on camera this long, there are people who have been on camera perhaps this long, but their data isn't easily shareable. So what do I mean? There are people who have like closed circuit television devices or like security cameras that have been on for like decades. But that information is stored on hard drives that aren't available to the common person. The thing that makes my stream special is that you can be 80 years old or 18 years old, get on YouTube and watch me from last year, the year before that, the year before that. You just, the accessibility is unlike we've ever seen before. And that's what really makes it special. I don't like this hole. Where is it, Zoot?
And the quality of those film footage cameras are not good where you can barely hear what the person's saying.
Yeah, that's not too big of a deal because in the future there will be ways to enhance video so that you can hear all of the different tracks. So you have to think that technology is going to improve to be able to get that information. But
Really?
oh yeah, especially when it comes to zooming and removing layers of clothing and augmented reality and knowing different.
But what you're saying is like they can make a more realistic version of Star Wars using the old footage.
Yeah, you could. I mean, this is just what I know. You could zoom in extreme detail in the future, especially with AI, and AI will be able to perhaps reproduce any kind of quality issues to the point where they would be indiscernible to the human eye. And so, for instance, let's take a famous scene from Star Wars. Okay, do you know where they're like, um, they're flying over the Death Star?
Yeah.
Okay, so under normal conditions, that goes very, very quickly, and you can't see too much super good detail. But in the future, oh, great shot. What you'd be able to do, this is a long shot. I need this angle to be right.
I don't know what we were doing. I thought it was showing the whole time.
In the future, what you'd be able to do is, especially with AI, zoom in on all of that. You could perhaps change the location. Probably the easiest way, Zoot, is you just give that video to AI and it will build an entire AI world that is indiscernible from what it would have been when George Lucas made it. So you could change the angles. You could, like, normally when it's flying from behind or the camera's behind, you could make it look like it was coming from forward. You like in a video game when you pause it and you can move the camera around like an instant replay and like do 360s around the subject. You'll be able to do that. Now, in my case, people complain. One of the biggest complaints that I get, and I'm fine with this complaint, are people saying, what are your cameras at? 720p or 480p? That doesn't really matter to me because what's important to me is just that it's capturing the video. In the future, we will be able to enhance all of the video so that it's all 8K. And what is that going to do? Oh, that's a great shot. The human eye cannot discern between 8K and 16K. It's just at a certain point, it maxes out what a human eye can discern. And so it's not going to matter whether it's 32K or 64K. Human eyes still can only see about 8K. And that means, at least for me, that all of my footage will just need the enhancement of being 8K. So
What's the max resolution right now? 4K or 6K?
8K?
Wait, have we gotten to 8K yet?
Yeah, I mean on some things. Nice job, you take the lead. Uh-oh.
I have not seen, I've only seen maximum of 4K.
They don't make like movies in 8K yet, but they make, I've seen like I think photographs in 8K. So what do I mean? Like there's just like, I mean, I can look it up after this game or at another point, but basically we're very close to maxing out what an eye can discern. Now, in terms of sound, there's an argument to be made. Wow, that took out so much shit. There's an argument to be made. Well, I can't hear you. Oh, wow. Zoot, you're going to take a huge lead here. Because it's basically impossible.
Yeah,
Unless you hit the windmill.
Oh, you can get it in the next shot.
You hit the windmill. I don't know if I can.
But I did watch your shot there.
Yeah, you're up 2 games, 2 holes to 0. Oh wait, you went first though. Oh okay, no, you're not. It's 2-1. I'm used to going first.
Not that far away. I'm not that far off you. Okay, this is going to be the greatest shot you've ever seen.
I'm ready for it. So for instance, like I listen to the radio 24/7, so that
Oh my god, I made life so easy for you.
I listen to the radio like 24/7 because I want there always to be news in the background so that people can literally go to any day on this stream and know what was going on in world events. But that's not always clear on every single stream.
Are you ready to get Bob?
Yep. But in the future, we'll be able to change the tracks. Wow, that was a good shot. You basically gave me no. Oh no. In the future, we'll be able to change the tracks so that, or like, how would I say it? Like, separate the tracks so that absolutely everything is listenable. Get there, get there, get there. And so you'll be able to just listen to the radio or just listen to the voices of the people who are talking on the stream. Or you'll be able to change it so that you can just hear perhaps like the sound of my computers. Or you'll be able to just hear like music in the background. Or when I watch a television show, you'll be able to focus it just so that you'll be able to hear the television or the show that I'm watching. Basically, and I really mean this, given enough time, you'll be able to hear what my neighbors are doing. You'll be able to hear what my roommates are doing. You'll be able to hear like super sound. I don't know how else to describe it, but like not just like, oh, what's going on in this room, but what's going on across the street. Because you have to think with enough time, microphones are always picking things up. If given enough time, I really mean this, you'd be able to hear what's going on the other side of the world with just one microphone. Now, if you're like, well, that doesn't seem very realistic. Okay, it's the year 2024 right now. Great shot, dude. But in the year 924 or 9024, it's going to be a lot different. You have to think that we will have given humanity will have advanced to the point where if we just focus our attention on, hey, we want to be able to hear what's going on with any microphone ever on the other side of the world, we may be able to. Oh, that was a big miss and very important for my win. I needed that to tie. Oh, it all comes down to this.
This is the one you suck at, though. So.
That's terrible, dude.
That was the worst shot I've ever seen.
Well, not only that, but it hurts me for my second shot. All right, this is a big shot.
I will be dead when everything you said happens, though. So
not necessarily. Not with mind uploading technology, my G.
Oh, I don't want to upload my mind.
Why not?
Could it be possible that people could read my thoughts if I do that?
Yeah. People might be able to read your thoughts just by hearing your voice here.
Are you sure?
Yep.
Right now?
Yep. Oh, no, in the future. Just by reading your brain waves, basically how you speak, you're giving off waves. Oh, you just lost. 3 games in a row, dog. I called it.
that sounds like everything. Then there'll be like the crime rates will go down because that no one will commit crimes anymore.
Yeah, I mean, there are other ways of technology to get around that, or not get around that, but to utilize that type of stop.
If
Thinking.
everyone could read each other's thoughts, there'd be less crime, and people would buy suicide rates because people who committed the crime know they can get caught.
Well, there are statutes of limitations, so perhaps it'll be pretty far in the future. You need to make this shot. Too low. Too low.
Who said I was trying to aim for it? I wasn't trying to aim for the hole. Grab life.
Yo, dog.
If I murdered someone and freed myself for 500 years, do you think I'd get convicted of that murder?
What did you just say?
If I killed someone and froze myself for 500 years, do you think that I could still get convicted for that murder?
Yeah, there isn't statute of limitations, at least in the United States, on murder.
Well, now.
Hit my ball. Too much pink, dog.
Also, do you think, like, in the future, people will be able to study events that happen in history that weren't recorded?
Yeah, so there are ways to do that. Like currently, like people don't realize. Nice shot. People don't realize, but your Wi-Fi router is basically transmitting a live video feed to your ISP. It can tell where you are in your house. It can tell what words you're using. And so wherever there's been a Wi-Fi router turned on anywhere in the world, it's sending off waves. And those waves can perhaps be utilized by people in the future to know what events are happening currently. Additionally, there's technology there out there, or at least the possibility of technology that can perhaps allow us to be able to reconstruct events in quite a few different ways. So what do I mean? There's a type of technology perhaps known as faster than light communication, which means that people may be able to that's a good shot. Use a device. Oh, what a great shot, Zoot. So people might be able to use a device to quit with your bullshit typing, dude. Dude, I'm fucked on this hole. All right, so basically imagine a device that can capture information faster than the speed of light. Well, it could basically go out into space, just like a telescope or something, and faster than light is actually transmitted here on Earth, be able to re um, be able to review all of that information and give us a perfect understanding of what happened on a daily basis here on Earth, going back even before electronics were invented, to the point where like the very primordial ooze that started the world took place, which is almost like a type of time traveling. It's a device known as um, a looking glass, and while it's somewhat seen as science fiction, it could be science fact in the future. This is a big shot for you, big dog.
Not dangerous with that device be in the wrong hands.
Well, there are arguments to be made that they already exist here on Earth, that we were given them by alien civilizations.
We blocked it.
Yeah, well, it still keeps my winning streak at 4. Very good job, though.
Boy. Oh, right, well, I ordered McDonald's there and I got a Squid Day because I wanted the Squid Games toy, okay?
All right.
The Squid Games cookie. And I got the McDonald's shape in the cookie, okay?
Okay, was it good?
I died. If it was really Squid Games, I would die in that game.
Okay. Well, is this Squid Games?
It can be now.
No way. You fucked me.
The good news is that Squid Games are still here, but like the McDonald's shape is fucking hot, okay?
It's hard?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
You get the McDonald's cookie pack, and you got the cookie, the McDonald's shape out of the cookie, without damaging the McDonald's shape.
Is that a real thing, or you just made it up?
That's a real thing.
I don't like this one.
Why would it be something made up?
I don't know. You could have just like challenged yourself.
You don't dive. But if it was the Squid Games, I'd be dead if it was really Squid Games.
You love Squid Games. Oh, fuck, dude. I knew that was going to be too hard. Just like you.
I don't love Squid Games. I think it's a very average mediocre show, actually. But it is it's Netflix's second biggest world card.
What's number 1?
Stranger Things.
Oh, okay. Do you like Stranger Things?
Yeah.
It gets kind of weird in the later seasons.
I think Stranger Things is one of the series that gets better every season, in my opinion. Because I thought season 3 was the best season. Season 2 was kind of like a bit of a season 1. Season 1 was good. Okay, season 2 was better. Wasn't great. season 3 was, I thought that was the best season. Then season 4 came out and I was like, holy shit, season 4 is the best season. So now I'm ready for season 5,
All right.
which is next year,
That
which
is
is
not,
the last season.
that is not what you wanted.
Which is the last season.
Fuck. Oh yeah, baby. I played Uno with the girl last night, and she, come on,
Are you?
we played like there's a version of Uno in Discord, and we played that. It's pretty fun. I actually like this one more. I like Ocho more. Dude, you fucked me, man.
Yeah. Is there a draw card on Netflix that I forgot about besides Stranger Things and
Narcos?
Squid Games and
Narcos?
Narco? Yeah, that's not really big though.
Yeah, I think it was a great show, though.
I mean, Ozark was a big draw card, somewhat, and also it was the other one. Wasn't that big. House of Cards was a big draw card back in.
Yeah,
back in
that was really
early
big.
Netflix.
That was really big.
Until Kevin Spacey got accused of all those things, and then the series fell apart. But yeah.
All right, that's 5 wins. Now it's time for Ocho. I'm going to beat you 10 games. I'm first to 10.
Yeah. As of now, Squid Games and Stranger Things are the biggest draw cards for Netflix.
I'm in agreement with you.
Wednesday would also be up there, but it's not as big yet.
That's true.
You're going to play the non-yellow. Hey, Rabbi,
Yo, big dog.
do you know what card I have?
No.
I have a card. You also have.
Come on.
I fucked up. Rabbi, you want to say something cool?
Yep.
We have the same card. We don't play red. We don't play red.
What?
You're going to play the non-yellow. I'm going to play 7 yellow. You're going to play a green.
That's one win, 1-0.
Should I go and get an ask people know about Rothschild?
Yeah, but you'll get banned.
Really?
Yeah, because they will. My name is persona non grata there, 1-1. I'm not mean. I'm not. Yeah, go ahead. I think it'd be great if you did that.
So if I talk about Rothschild again, I get it like instant ban.
No, it's not instant. They have to manually do it, but they'll just ban you very quickly.
Just to saying it once, or like I should do it multiple times.
The best thing to do would perhaps be to create an alternate and then ask it.
Are you still spamming on Kick?
Oh yeah, definitely.
What are you saying now?
That I stream my life for world peace and to join my Discord and to follow me, and I put my Discord name in there.
Do you think there is a single streamer that doesn't know who you are?
Yeah, there are, but they'd be small. All the big ones know who I am. I
Have you
went,
spammed back Tuesday?
oh, like a million times.
You know, so you
Yep.
has he ever reacted to your post?
I don't pay attention.
But I didn't rush those.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I mean, I think that would be an interesting stream if you are right.
Well, he hasn't streamed in over a month there, so he needs to start streaming.
Why not?
His contract was up.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, I saw him stream with Drake the other day.
If you look on his, you sure it was the other day?
Yeah.
Okay, if you look on his, maybe he deleted it. I'm not sure. If you look on his profile, it doesn't give a date on the last time he streamed because it's been so long. But he was supposed to have done that with Drake, so that could be.
It could have been on Drake's stream.
Oh yeah. That's probably what it was.
I don't know like anyone that just actively is like I'm gonna watch Aiden Ross's stream because like people just go to Aiden Ross's stream because you know like it's just there trending.
I think you're right. 3-1. Is it 3-1?
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know anyone that be like, oh, I'm actively going to go to Aiden Ross's stream and watch this unless like he has something on like Trump on.
Right. That's the only time I've ever done it. Wow, you really fucked me, dude. Three two.
And that was Baron Trump that told him. Baron Trump told him to go on the Mayor's screen.
Right. I don't know what that blue card, that blue does.
But I also think Baron Trump would be a dreamer, but his mom doesn't want to allow him to have too much access to social media
I'm in agreement.
because they don't want publicity for the Republican Party.
I'm in agreement. I don't know if it's so much the Republican Party, but she just doesn't want him. He's only 18. They don't want him. She doesn't want him to get involved with all that stuff. She's seen what it's done to her husband, and she doesn't want that for her son. Wow, 3-3.
And it's also the Republican Party also, or the Republican Party doesn't want that image out there, having came under special presidents at such a young age.
That could be.
From what I've heard from people, might be saying too much, but that people around not just Barrett Trump, but that Trump's PR team. Because he is very active on social media and alternative accounts, and there might have been an occasion where I may have interacted with him under an old account. I would never know if it was truly him or not.
Damn, 4-3. That's right. You wouldn't. I have shit cards. You don't know if that means I have really good cards or if I really do just have shit cards. Oh, fuck.
Is that Rocket?
It seems like it. I didn't get a chance to see what you had.
Okay. Skip. I know you have a green card. Now, this isn't hard to see. Fuck. I have every color. But yellow. This is bad. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's me. Yes. Yeah. No.
No.
No. Okay. Reverse. This is the greatest comeback of all time.
Perhaps.
Okay.
Wow, you're smacking me. The other Uno that I played had the ability, it had one card in it that just switches your deck with my deck, and you could be really strategic in how you use it. So basically, I could just keep taking cards, a bunch of cards, keep taking cards, keep taking cards. There he is.
Is that right?
Yep. And then it would
I
switch
didn't know it was wrong.
because I can see him.
Oh, you got 2 devices?
Dog, I've got like 30 devices.
Dude just realizes that probably has more than one device.
Right. How are you?
This game is taking forever.
I know. How are you, Riser?
Not bad with getting
Uno? Oh, fuck. Not for long, though. He just fucked me.
Fuck. Oh, shit. What? I could have won.
You still have a very good chance to win.
You're in a better position than me.
No, I'm not. You have 2 cards. I have 9 cards.
Here's the thing. I don't have many colors. Okay, now I have every color.
How'd you go from I don't have many colors to every color in 1 card?
Now I have every color.
You have yellow. I can't believe I chose yellow. I don't have yellow. I just made a mistake. Wow, this game is taking forever.
That's good. Oh, yes. No.
What the fuck just happened?
You just reshuffle it. You just reshuffle the deck.
That's crazy. I've never seen that.
It goes to the end of the deck and reshuffle. No.
Dude, this game has been so long. This is our longest game. We've never had it where they reshuffled the deck. Oh, you fuck. Okay,
Those are what I'm playing.
Riser, you ready? Hey, by the way, Zoot said that you were asleep. I'm like, it was only like 10:45 when I said that to you. I'm like, no, I think he's still going.
Okay, Rabbi.
Yo, big dog.
You're probably in agreement here, but that was the longest fucking game of Uno we've ever fucking played.
Easily. We've never seen him have to reshuffle the deck.
That was like a game that just never fucking ended.
That's correct.
Whatever.
I know what the percentage is. Alright, dude, bum me up.
Zoot, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Just hit it a little bit on the arrows around his ball, and you'll have a good shot. I don't know what you're doing. There you go. No.
You can put it onto the arrow.
Oh, that turned out to be really good.
What's the best part I could have done?
I'm in agreement with you. That's what I thought he should have done, is put it on the arrows. Rabbi's about to take a major, major lead here. Right off the
Rise up.
riser.
Oh, you're no, you can make it too if you literally go down the ice.
Riser, I had a hole in one on a hole. I'll show you the hole. I don't know how to describe it, but
The ice, dude. I swear to God. The ice. What was your hole?
it was. We'll just when we get to the hole, I'll tell you which one it is. It's too hard to describe.
Hey,
It's,
Rob, you're not going to be able to do shit. Dude.
Riser,
Rise up.
Riser got a difficult little shot there.
I did this Squid Game McDonald's challenge today and I fucking died, okay?
Zoot is obsessed with Squid Games. Squid Games must be really big in Australia.
That was like the most disgusting sentence.
What?
There's like the most Gen Z sentence, humor sentence.
Exactly. Oh, what a good shot.
What was the Squid Games McDonald's challenge? You have to like go into McDonald's and
Order out. You have to go into McDonald's and order it and then you get the Squid Games adult toy.
You ordered. They have an adult toy.
Yeah, they have an adult Happy Meal. But
Wait, so they give you like a butt plug or something? They give you an adult toy?
they give you a
You have
cookie.
McDonald's dildo?
They give you a cookie. They give you a cookie which is to do with Squid Games and you're gonna get the McDonald's shape out of the cookie.
That
Yeah.
you said it incorrectly. You mean get the cookie out of the McDonald's shape.
Get the McDonald's shape out of the cookie.
Did you do the cookie thing?
Yeah,
The entire premise of the show is just the cookie.
I failed, so I ate the cookie and it was the most disgusting tasting cookie I ever ate.
Really? What did the cookie taste like?
Like 30-year-old ginger ale.
Oh no. I was not getting through that.
No way. I thought I would.
Dude's gonna make us.
Rabbi's gonna make it. Rabbi's gonna make it.
No!
You fucked up Rabbi's shot though.
Fuck.
Oh, it is.
0 points.
Now,
I love it all
now I'm tight. I hate this one. Rabbi fucked up.
No, it's just impossible. It's like, it's not even worth trying to go through that shit. It's not worth it.
hit Rabbi's ball.
Oh no. Wait.
Dude is fuck my next shot over.
Amazing shot.
Now, even if you get through, you're going straight into the blind.
Oh fuck, you're right. I didn't realize that with whom I was playing.
I'm surprised that you were able to shoot that through because it never goes through.
Fuck you, man.
Don't worry, Rabbi. Don't worry, Rabbi. Next shot is fucked. Next shot is trouble. Ready for the greatest shot you've ever seen?
You're in a perfect spot. You can 2-putt to win.
I can put him in the top.
Go for the win, Zoo.
I
Actually,
can
you're
still,
you might put in. You might pick one.
Oh fuck.
Oh, you got
I can put him in the top.
Do it.
put me in the car. Dude.
Dude.
Put me in the car. Last shot, guys.
Get it.
Oh, get in there. Go. Oh, what a shot.
Are you fucking serious?
Oh, my God. That was amazing.
Riser takes the lead.
By 1 point.
That's all you need.
It's anyone's game.
Oh, this is the last hole.
He's good at this hole.
You can do this in 2 shots.
Hard now. Of course.
You can do it in 2 shots.
I don't think it's
And you don't
possible.
fuck up. You don't fuck up.
Yes.
Rabbi. Shush.
What's pulling you off? Or...
Do what you want to do, big dog.
It doesn't help you at all. If you fling him off, he's just going to respawn there anyway.
Respawn.
In the water.
Stop.
You said respawn.
Oh wow, I fucked up. Zoo, get in here. Oh, Zoo fucked Riser. Maybe not. No.
Yeah, I don't even need the points. I'm not even stuck. I just have to not stuck on it. Forget logged off here by a country shot like that.
That would have been great. Come on, Zoot. Zoot's way too hard. Zoot's going for the win.
Literally sink it. He's trying to sink it.
Now what are you gonna do, Riser?
I literally was close.
No!
What the fuck was
You guys
that?
are fucked up.
No.
You guys are fucked up.
Zoot, come on.
He was just trying to make it impossible shot.
It's not impossible. I've gotten in there from there twice before.
Ooh.
Also with the win. By 1 point. a second. Ow, 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 my, ow, ow.
What are you saying?
You will know in the future.
Okay. Oh, are you fucking serious?
It's like a thought, like,
I am having an itchy.
One win for it.
I think we would have more wins than
We play it.
Because I'm
We play 5 games a night, and I beat him usually 5-0 or 5-1. And
Rising, I have two devices, and I just sit there on an off count, and I keep on residing, over and over, so I get more wins.
that's actually
it is not good to go first on this floor.
Yeah, but you can't
Stop.
do rank. If you do that, you can't do ranking.
Dude, I'm fucked.
Private games aren't rank games.
Zoot's fucked as well.
Oh fuck!
Oh, no, he's not.
No, mate. Get the chicken. Get the chicken. Suck dick.
Oh, what a great shot.
That was the most perfect shot in the world. Rabbi has the most difficult shot. He just fucked your shot up. I love how a Rabbi's shot literally just puts him back in the same position.
Not even close. Easy win for
I
Ryza.
love how I like that. I love how I like that. I go, I told you. I was predicting the future.
At least you got past the
Rabbi has a difficult shot. Good luck. Alright, Rabbi,
Yo, big dog.
go straight up to the right.
I'm not going. Yeah.
100% max. Fucked up. You made my shot more difficult than it needed to be, and Rabbi, you want to know? I forgot to tell my dog on the
the
rook.
pink slip is at the front. Can't go very far.
I have to take my dog on the rook in my top now, though.
All right. Wow, Zoot. Nice shot. Tied for the lead. Wow, this is interesting.
The chickens are really guarding this goal.
Oh, shoot.
So that's makeable next shot. Wow.
Yeah. And I have the chickens as a backboard.
That's more, yeah.
That sucks. Come on, Zoot.
I really fucked up this offense.
Yes, you did.
Oh, get in. Get in. Get in. Get in.
Wow, Zoot has a difficult shot. What do you think of that shot, dude? Thank you. Zoot does not have what it takes. That was my best shot of this round. But it doesn't. Oh wow! Look at this. I've never seen the hole right there. Stop.
Wherever.
Yo, big dog.
Otherwise, it just still smoking.
Start smoking, Riser.
Well,
I'm smoking or start.
I'm smoking.
I'm smoking on fucking heavy dog.
Well, how many people told you in your life to start smoking?
Oh my word! He just made it.
So you're saying start smoking?
Oh, that fucks me. That fucks me. I'm gonna be. Riser's gonna get a point. I'm gonna get no points.
Because my whole life, people told me not to smoke.
Doctors used to tell people to smoke.
Last one was this.
But doctors used to tell people to smoke.
I got lucky that this is the last one.
I did.
Did you say that doctors used to tell people to smoke?
Yeah.
But
Get in the hole.
there's witch doctors that tell you to smoke now.
No
Don't
way.
give him a fucking name. Okay.
Why is it your only person who hasn't got a hole in one this
Zoot,
now?
you take the worst angle at it. Come on and work, Zoot. All right, Zoot's got a chance to fuck over Riser. If Zoot makes this, he fucks over Riser. Make it. Make it. He just fucked him.
2 holes in one. 2 holes in one. 2 holes in one.
I win all by myself. You went from being
2 holes in one.
up to losing.
Can we just say something? Like, I got 2 holes in one in that game. That is the first time that has happened where someone has got more than 1 hole in one in a game.
I don't know if that's true.
With us playing.
With all of us, perhaps. Zoot, where's the hole? Use your spidey sensors.
Yeah.
Zoot's turn. Zoot. Zoot. He's looking for that cookie in his shake. Go. Zook, can you hear us?
Yeah.
She hit the ball.
Dude, why is your Wi-Fi like McDonald's Wi-Fi?
Why are you going the wrong way?
I asked you where the hole is.
I'm treating you good.
Thanks for contributing.
You're welcome.
Helping us out. It knows like a 1 in 20 chance.
I know.
I know where it is.
Okay, well then tell us.
Behind that green tree.
Which one?
Top right.
There you go, I helped. Good job, Zook.
What the fuck? This is. I think there is no hole here.
It's where that green tree is. Oh, you fucked me.
Oh, you're gonna do that.
Get in the water. Wow, did you fuck me?
You brought that on before.
Zoom takes a huge lead right now. Zoom, what flavor is the Squid Game shake? Does it taste like squid?
Oh, yeah.
Zoot, I asked you a question. What does the Squid Game shake taste like? Squid?
No, it's like ginger.
No.
Riser.
I had a feeling that happened.
Oh no, no.
Oh no, I did it too. Zoot's got a difficult shot.
Oh, no, that's the point here.
Not necessarily.
They'll be extremely
Zoot's getting 2 points, or Riser's getting 2 points. Oh, yeah. My favorite hole, but it's not good to go last. Zoot. Zoot. Great shot. Dude, you copied my strategy. I'm the one who told you how to do it.
I know.
Oh, you fuck.
Oh, thank you, Lou. Thank you. Great shot, dude.
Okay, so
Oh, good one.
Make it.
why is it that was one of the best shots I've ever seen in my life.
Thank you.
But I don't know what I still feel.
I think it's a pretty good shot.
I'll show you why.
I love getting through your ball.
Yeah, it is.
I'm a kind individual. Look at this shot.
Oh, no.
Wow. I can't believe I tied you. It's such an advantage going first on this hole.
You see that green tree there on the front?
On the right, there's sometimes a hole in there.
Okay.
Worst shot ever. That's 51%.
Are you fucking serious? That's bullshit. There might be a, if you take out that tree, there's sometimes is a shortcut there. The tree on the right. I'm not kidding. That one, yeah. I'm serious. We've seen it before. I can't guarantee it, but sometimes there is.
You should come for me. Carollo.
You're welcome, please.
I got welcome.
Hey, dude, if you wait for me, then I can get home. No. We're actually a shortcut or not?
Yes. We've seen it before. We just can't guarantee that it's there every time. Which technically means that the holes are different. But oh, what a shot. Well, it's pretty assured that Riser's getting 0 points here. Which means
You'd be surprised that I can
not here.
do. I know it's makeable, my
It all comes down to this hole.
last hole. And you're still in the lead. I feel like it hasn't. It's like hole that never brings up.
Right.
And have them.
Zoo, help me out, big dog. Zoo, do you know it's your turn? Zoo.
Yeah, it was glitching out for me for some reason.
Dude, that's even worse for me.
Chess.
Hit my ball. Not like that.
I'm off of this one. I'm gonna go.
Okay.
I gotta walk my dog, but I'll be back now.
Well, I'm almost sure Riser will not be still be here.
Why is there a little bit of gay? I heard.
Short. Oh,
I heard that you're.
a bit of gay.
Yeah.
How is someone a bit of gay?
You heard it from where?
His boyfriend?
Yeah, for my boyfriend.
No way. Hit my ball, Zoot. Give me a bump. Championship shot. Get there. Easy win for Riser. You don't have the balls. You don't have the balls. You don't have the balls. Why would you do that? You went from winning to tying.
I went from winning to losing.
No.
Wait, no, I was a shot ahead.
Exactly. All you had to do was make it.
Did you not want to win?
I did want to win, and I tied for the win. There we go, kids. That was fun. Excellent.
Alright, Discord. I'm going out of Discord.
Okay, nice plan, man. All right, I'm gonna go into Caspi and see. He's watching this guy. He's a big fan of this guy named Music Biz Marty. He sent me a link. You want me to send you the link?
Sure. Is that where he's at right now?
Yeah. Let me see if the guy's live. If he's not, I won't send it to you. He ended 7 minutes ago. Shit happens. Let me see if he's live on his if this guy. What is that?
Horribly. Survive but suffer. That's what I was referring to. So when you look at 500 years from now, that might not be nuclear war. There might be something else,
Right?
that's that kind of has that destructive effect. And I don't know. These feel like novel questions. in the history of humanity. I just don't know. I think since nuclear weapons, this has been, engineering pandemics, for example, robotics, so nanobots.
Take care, Boo. Pleasure to play with you.
Here's how I
It
phrase
just
the
seems
question.
like a real new possibility that we have to contend with, and we don't have good models, or from my perspective.
So if you look on, say, the last 1,000 years or 10,000 years, we could say we've seen a certain rate at which people are willing to make big destruction in terms of war.
Yes.
Okay. And if you're willing to project that data forward, then I think that if you want to ask over periods of thousands or tens of thousands of years, you would have a reasonable data set. So the key question is what's changed lately?
Yes.
Okay. And so a big question, of which I've given a lot of thought to, what are the major changes that seem to have happened in culture
Welcome.
and
How are
human
you?
attitudes over the last few centuries,
Glad
and
you're
what's our
here.
best explanation for those so that we can project them forward into the future? And I have a story about that, which is the story that we have been drifting back toward forager attitudes in the last few centuries as we get rich. So the idea is we spent 1 million years being a forager, and that was a very sort of standard lifestyle that we know a lot about. Foragers sort of live in small bands. They make decisions cooperatively. They share food. They, they don't have much property, etc. And humans liked that. And then 10,000 years ago, farming became possible, but it was only possible because we were plastic enough to really change our culture. Farming styles and cultures are very different. They have slavery, they have war, they have property, they have inequality, they have kings. They stay in one place instead of wandering. They don't have as much diversity of experience or food. They have more disease. This farming life is just very different. But humans were able to sort of introduce conformity and religion and all sorts of things to become just a very different kind of creature as farmers. Farmers are just really different than foragers in terms of their values and their lives. But the pressures that made foragers into farmers were in part mediated by poverty. Farmers were poor. And if they deviated from the farming norms that people around them supported, they were quite at risk of starving to death. And then in the last few centuries, we've gotten rich. And as we've gotten rich, the social pressures that turned foragers into farmers have become less persuasive to us. So, for example, a farming young woman who was told, if you have a child out of wedlock, you and your child may starve, that was a credible threat. She would see actual examples around her to make that a believable threat. Today, if you say to a young woman you shouldn't have a child out of wedlock, she will see other young women around her doing okay that way. We're all rich enough to be able to afford that sort of thing. And therefore, she's more inclined often to go with her inclinations, her sort of more natural inclinations about such things, rather than to be pressured to follow the official farming norms that you shouldn't do that sort of thing. And all through our lives, we have been drifting back toward forager attitudes because we've been getting rich. And so, aside from at work, which is an exception, but elsewhere, I think this explains trends toward less slavery, more democracy, less religion, less fertility, more promiscuity, more travel, more art, more leisure, fewer work hours. All these trends are basically explained by becoming more forager-like. And much science fiction celebrates this. Star Trek or the culture novels, people like this image that we are moving toward this world where basically like foragers, we're peaceful, we share, we make decisions collectively, we have a lot of free time, we are into art.
So forager is a word, and it's a loaded word because it's connected to what life was actually like at that time. As you mentioned, we sometimes don't do a good job of telling accurately what life was like back then. But you're saying if it's not exactly like foragers, it rhymes in some fundamental way.
Right.
You also said peaceful. Is it obvious that a forager with a nuclear weapon would be peaceful? I don't know if that's 100% obvious.
So we know a fair bit about what foragers' lives were like. The main sort of violence they had would be sexual jealousy. They were relatively promiscuous, and so there'd be a lot of jealousy. But they did not have organized wars with each other. That is, they were at peace with their neighboring forager bands. They didn't have property in land or even in people. They didn't have marriage. And so they were, in fact, peaceful.
When you think about large-scale wars, they don't start large-scale wars.
They didn't have coordinated large-scale wars in the way chimpanzees do. Right? Chimpanzees do have wars between one tribe of chimpanzees and others, but human foragers did not. Farmers returned to that, of course, the more chimpanzee-like styles.
Well, that's a hopeful message. If we could return real quick to to the Hello Aliens Twitter thread, one of them is really interesting about language. What percent of Hello Aliens would be able to talk to us in our language? This is the question of communication. It actually gets to the nature of language.
It also gets to the nature of how advanced you expect them to be. So I think some people see that like we have advanced over the last thousands of years and we aren't reaching any sort of limit, and so they tend to assume it could go on forever. And I actually tend to think that within, say, 10 million years, we will sort of
What's up, Biggest Loser on the internet? How you living, baby? Hey, how are you? What's going on, Ant6? You guys are amazing. I want to tell you why I think you're amazing. You guys are huge fans. You even made your profile pictures my picture. I told everybody about it. I think that's amazing. How are you guys today?
Oh God, I hear great stories about you. I'm watching your YouTube channel endlessly with my 400 iPhones that I have.
That's wonderful, man. I hope that they're all as exciting as the original one.
You sleep in different angles. Can you explain that?
Yeah, absolutely. I stream my life 24/7 for world peace. I don't want war anymore. And essentially, I've created the world's largest data archive on any single individual. It goes back 3 years. And if you didn't know, data is Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data than any person ever. Shout out to Ant6 with Rabbi eating peanut butter.
It took them a minute to find out that data. I think it was 2022. 26. So you said 3 years, right?
Yeah, going back to the pandemic, it's more than 3 years. It's like 3.5 years now.
So what made you decide to, beat the world record of holding the most largest stream to one given individual?
Great question. Great question. So I didn't start out that way. I'm in tech as a background. That's my craft, essentially. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I'm a certified project management professional, and I know the value of data. Well, I started it, actually, I would hit golf balls after work at Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California. And I wanted to see what my drive looked like on camera. I'd never had the opportunity to see that. So I started recording myself just to see what my drive looked like. And I would sometimes make jokes to myself about which way the ball would go. And I thought, you know what, this might be something that my future family might think is funny. And so I started archiving that data, and I'd upload it every night after playing golf. But the thing that I ran into is it just takes too long to upload everything every single night. So I thought, you know what, I'm going to just start streaming it. And I did. So for like summer 2021, I would just stream that. And then from there, I recognized, you know what, why stop streaming if I get a lot of joy out of this? And I think that data is as important as I've heard it is in the tech world. Then why not just buy some devices and start streaming my life 24/7? Have you guys ever seen the movie The Truman Show?
Yes.
Excellent. Excellent.
I don't think AI was born yet, or a thing. So you don't know what you're talking about. Can you explain the Truman Show?
Absolutely. The Truman Show is a story of a man named Truman Burbank whose entire life is on camera from birth till his adulthood, and the entire world becomes enthralled or fascinated by him. The one difference between Truman and myself is that Truman was done to that person without their consent. And in this case, we have my consent to do this. And I really don't want war anymore. I talk about some things that really will help the world, I think, because this gives me a platform. Truthfully, I want to end world hunger through the use of technology like agricultural drones, saltwater greenhouses, floating greenhouses, hydroponics, things like vertical farming and cloud seeding. Utilizing those types.
You're endorsing technology.
Oh,
That's what you're trying to say.
100%. Yeah, absolutely.
You're trying to replace human beings for robots. That way, we don't have to do more.
Exactly. And we can hopefully focus on ourselves, focus on the betterment of society, and utilize AI and robots to our advantage.
So, man, and like a lazy ass 15-year-old who's like overprivileged as shit, sits on his computer 24/7, comments on you, you know, screenshots you, looks at you like an idol. Can you tell why you wear that Sonic the Hedgehog OTA?
Oh,
Whatever it's called.
word, absolutely. So I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth $300 million. It's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. And I met these guys about 2 years ago in a Twitter space, and I was talking about future technology, and they thought what I was saying was really interesting, and they asked me to become a member of their community, and they sent me a bunch of merch, and basically I've become a spokesperson for them, and I'm live. You can see over here in their Telegram, and let me give you guys a room tour so that you can see, because you guys basically only see me from one angle. So, hey, man, we might have to.
Rotates 360-degree wherever you
I have one of those. Yeah, they're really nice. Okay, so I back here. I've got a camera. I make this so that you can watch me in 360 degrees. Over here, I'm live on, I mean, these are all live on YouTube. So I don't know if you guys have seen, but I'm live on 10 different YouTube channels simultaneously. Exactly. You're the man. Shout out to Biggest Loser on the Internet. So then over here, I'm live in a bunch of other people's Discords, like the biggest Discords that I can find. And then let me show you. I've created a robot that automatically, if you guys know what Kick is, which you probably do if you know who Aiden is, it automatically spams for me. So, yeah, exactly. So everybody on Kick basically knows who I am because of this robot. Here we've got like I'm live in Wall Street Bets Discord. This is on YouTube. Right now my robot is working. And then over here I've got more devices. Let me show you the device on which you usually see me. Just one moment. And again, thank you guys for being so nice to me. You guys are really sweet. You are. Well, I have recorded it. Just one moment. Over here, this is the device you usually see me on. And then as you see, I have like a wall of computers here. And yeah, exactly. So what they do is they record basically my every movement, every moment of the day, and they have been for more than 3.5 years. The robot itself, what it does is it creates an account. It then on Kick. It then will end up following a person, and then it creates a clip of them and types in the description my Discord, and then it spams them like 8 times, and then it moves on to the next person, and it just runs like continuously. I'll show you right now. So what's it going to do? It's going to open up Kick. It's going to go to the just chatting, and as you can tell, like my hands are here. This is all automated, and what it will do is basically create the accounts for me, and it's how people have gotten to know me, and I've gotten some really good interviews with people there. I mean, you ask anybody on Kick who's a top 300 streamer on Kick, they all know who I am because of my robot, and that's been a really nice way to get more influence on the world. But really what it's about is world peace. I am an advocate for world peace. I don't think it's right for you to put your hands on me, nor me put my hands on you without consent. And we're at a point in society where I feel we don't need war. We can advocate to defense contractors to start building robots and using AI for the good of humanity and move away from hurting each other. I feel that, especially with the current conflicts, the best way to avoid any further war is to first everybody lay down their arms, release all the hostages, come to terms at a table, eye to eye, person to person, and live stream it. That way the whole world will be aware of if anybody is not playing fairly, essentially. And those are some of the things that I think are important. But we talk about some other things that are much bigger than just even world peace. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter. I don't know if you guys know who Bob Lazar is, but I'm a huge advocate of Bob Lazar. Bob Lazar was a nuclear physicist at Area 51, specifically S4. It talks about the utilization of anti-gravity for propulsion and for perhaps the creation of force fields. We also talk about things like de-extinction. I don't know if you guys are aware, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003. It was with a Pyrenean ibex, which is like a goat that was located in northern Spain, southern France. The scientists were able to de-extinct it, and fast forward to the year 2021, a company called Colossal Bioscientific has started, and they have made it their goal by the year 2028. So within the next 3 years or so, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth using African elephants. So perhaps within the next half decade or so, you might be able to see a woolly mammoth, at least on video. And they want to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, which might be very exciting. Additionally, once they're done with the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger and then the dodo bird, which I think is just incredibly exciting opportunity to be on Earth, to be able to see these things. Other things that we talk about are things like life extension technology, the utilization. Like when you guys were born, the average life expectancy was probably about age 80. But I want to help you. I want to extend that. So the use of life extension technology, things like human growth hormone and stem cells, nootropics, things like cryogenics, cryonics, other things like ambrosia therapy, using the platelets of younger people for the benefit of older people. All of these things are excellent opportunities for people to extend their life to age 100, 120. But then what happens? Your body's going to break down. You guys are going to say, okay, Rabbi, now what? Well, that's when the next type of technology comes into a place. And I really mean this to Ant and Fing and you, of course, biggest loser on the internet. I want to, once I go viral, I have more data than any person on Earth. And data is Earth's number one resource. Bill Gates coined the phrase in the 1990s, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I have in 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum, palladium, silver, everything. And I have more data than any person ever archived. You guys know, I mean, I'm everywhere. And I want to be able to make you, your friends, and your families rich. And so that you can afford these types of technologies. So, all right, we get to age 80, age 100, age 120, our bodies start to break down. What do we do then, Rabbi? Well, that's when the next type of technology comes into effect, which is known as mind uploading technology, where we scan your brain if you want. This is all with your consent, but we scan your brain into a computer. We have access to your central nervous system, your peripheral nervous system, and take that data and download it into an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, whatever you want to be. You can be perhaps a robot or an ethereal being. These are all certainly opportunities that you may have in the future. And I just want you to know that I'm a leader in all of these facets of futurology, is what it's known as. And with as much data as I have, it may make me a very influential person. And if that happens, I want to help all of you. I want to help your friends, and I want to help your families. I'll have more money than I know what to do with. I'm going to give it away. I want to give it to you and have you be able to start charities for people who you want to help, for you to be able to help your friends and family, and really just help the world. I think these are excellent opportunities.
Alright, so in my interview, and just turn on his phone, it's probably mind blowing.
That's okay.
Are you ready?
39.
39. Okay. So, did you ever watch the movie Space Odyssey 2001?
Yeah, with Stanley Kubrick, yeah.
Yes, that basically is all symbolic message to like inferior people that don't know how to use their brain. Just like how you're saying you want to like increase and advance humanity, or we're basically like robots. That's going on, but is it possible in this time? Fuck. And I think the biggest thing is That's just an example.
Absolutely, you're exactly right. I will have detractors. What people don't recognize is that there's a breakaway civilization of humanity. There are Homo sapiens, which we all are, and then we are evolving into a species that perhaps some of us don't die. And for those of us who are in this breakaway civilization, it's an extremely exciting opportunity for people. Now, I personally recognize what you're saying, and yes, it's been said for thousands of years. Hey, we want world peace. We don't think that other people should hurt other people. Yes, but we need leaders in society to be able to discuss these things. I
Yeah, that type of information we have for like thousands of years. Tell him how long can a human brain live on? He'd be like, I don't know, 50 years. I mean, the answer would be wrong. Maybe 200 years. That's just because we just put a brain in like, I don't know, glycerin and like water. We just sat there for like 200 years. Like, oh yeah, it's still there. So if we already know the brain can live for 200 years, why are we abusing it? Oh yeah, we're smoking, we're doing drugs, we're drinking alcohol. So we don't even have good data to even start with. Like you're saying, you're trying to be an empire of data. So you got your job is you got to inform all these retards to like actually understand the shit. Because they don't even understand what's going on in their hands. Could it be a far sound or it could just be the bad memory? They don't know.
legitimate points. So let's talk about that, where we've already done damage to our brains, for perhaps through, I don't know, just aging, through cell degradation, through alcohol, through whatever. Okay, fine. Well, there's a type of technology and a type of device known as a replicator machine. Now, they're currently not available to people, but in the future they may be. So, replicator machine essentially will allow you to scan an object and be able to replicate it or clone it in its every facet. So to know where every atom is on it. And using AI, we could essentially take, let's just say, my brain that has had some cell degradation, replicate it, and then enhance it and be able to, I would say, perhaps heal wherever it has any damage, and perhaps even increase its capacity. So, using a replicator machine, these are also known as Santa Claus machines. Basically, you think it up and it can create it for you. It could create another clone of you, it could create a car. It's essentially like a 3D printer, but it just can create anything. With this type of technology, the sky is the limit. We'll be able to create clones of ourselves. We'll be able to perhaps revivify people who have previously died. We don't know. I mean, really, the opportunities are endless, but I'm somebody who is a forward thinker, and I would like to see humanity develop itself. And now, I don't know if absolutely every single person on earth would be able to take advantage of this. I would like that, but I think we all know that there are powers that be that don't necessarily want all of the goodness that the world has to offer for everyone, but perhaps some people may be able to take advantage of this. And if they do, these are some of the technologies that they may be able to utilize. You're good. Shout out to you. I'm a huge advocate for decriminalization of all drugs. I don't feel that we should put people in cages due to plants.
I have my thoughts and political thoughts about people and humans in general. I think civilization in 2024, we have reached rock bottom, beyond rock bottom. It's like rock bottom was like SpongeBob episode rock bottom.
Sure.
We're not in the dark. These dumbasses are smarter than like these 40 of us. So, may God bless our hearts. We gotta suffer 40 more years. Because if we were that life expectancy, whatever.
Life expectancy. Sure.
Yeah, my brain just rotted from like.
You're good. You just even said you just took a toke. I understand.
I understand that. That shit just.
That's good. That means it's working.
It's me on the fucking phone. I don't know. My brain just.
You're good, my G.
Demons coming out of me. Oh god. But seriously. Yeah, we reached rock bottom, man. Like rock bottom.
Well, hopefully we have, and we can move out of it. Hopefully the
No, I don't want them to be recharged. Like they actually really gotta be like something like outside and like getting some like something useful.
Well, certainly.
shopping cart assisting.
Yeah.
Shop, like these things.
Well, what is happening is AI is replacing all of those positions.
Oh God, you're telling me.
And
So,
so,
look, Ravi, I had
sure.
a fantasy when I was like a little kid.
Okay.
I'm not shit you. Maybe you're the right subject. If you was paid whatever amount of money, right, to transplant your body into whatever type of robot, would you be the first person to try it out and show it live?
I don't want to be the first person to do it. No. I don't really want to be the first person for any of this. I want to make sure that it works. But once I know it works, absolutely.
How the fuck are we gonna know it? Who's gonna be the first?
Great question. So just like the people who are the first test subjects of Neuralink, there are people who are in desperate situations. The first person to ever have Neuralink implanted in them is a man named his name is his Nolan Aspro, and he's based in Texas. And basically, he's a quadriplegic person, so he doesn't have use of his arms or his legs, and so he volunteered for this. So there are some people out there who may want to volunteer because they're in a certain situation where their life is essentially not as enjoyable as possible, and they want to increase the amount of joy that other people may be able to experience. So you may have someone who is like, let's say, just in current terms, 100 years old, and they've got cancer and they're going to die. And they may say, you know what, if mind uploading technology is a thing, please scan my brain and let's try it. I'm going to die anyway. So why not give myself the opportunity to be able to do it?
The tippy toes on that shit. He already created a machine where you could implant the device to monkeys because the FDA kind of, did approve it to a human subject.
They have now, though.
Okay, you get my point now. So your technology is going to be in these advanced age, at least in 40s, maybe 30s. Who knows how far we advance? But it's going to be there. That's my point. My question now is, we as Homo sapiens, what time do you think that we actually created our first thought?
Our first off?
Right?
Oh.
The first original thought, as humans, Homo sapiens, monkeys.
Yeah, well, that's not technically true. So we as Homo sapiens have a common ancestor with other primates, but that common ancestor was more like a rodent than it was like a monkey. So we didn't evolve from monkeys. Monkeys are on a separate evolutionary branch than we currently are. But what you're saying is basically, when's the first time that a human-like subject or even a primate had its first probably conscious thought? And I would say that probably even predates our idea of being primates. It was probably, if we would have to say, what organism had a conscious thought? And that probably gets into an argument of maybe perhaps at a jellyfish type of level, meaning very primitive types of life forms. I don't know if like cell structure necessarily, like eukaryotic or prokaryotic bacteria necessarily has conscious thoughts, but the argument is to be made that whatever type of being had neurons to be able to communicate to some type of uh, central nervous system. That would be the argument could be made that that was the first thought that would be made. Now I get what you're saying. What about more developed thoughts? Okay, well, we get through evolution. Perhaps there were fish with thoughts that
I get what you're pointing out. So you need actual data in detail to the actual constructive conversation to finish anything like an AI. So if I told you I was the monkey and my first original thought was everybody's walking around, right? On their four legs, whatever. So I'm just gonna grab a piece of, whatever, stone, bone, whatever, off the floor, and just whack somebody.
okay.
Snap, die. So explain all that what just happened.
Okay.
You see my evolution?
Yeah. Are you
Evolving so fast? That's what you need to do. And this journey that you're doing even as setting up on record, setting all the bars, you should take control of everything that you have of data and use it. Even if you had 100,000 users, even if your Bitcoin sponsor had to give you a shit ton of money, they should provide you at least like $10 phones that have at least a CPU that can like process all this information and not burn out. Like Ant's phone. Ant's right now on a Nokia 300.
Okay. Yeah, no, I understand that. Biggest loser on the internet. I want you to know I appreciate what you're saying, but if Ant is going to keep his camera on like that, we can't be doing this. Okay, good job, Ant. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so I mean, I would love to tell you that I have hundreds of thousands of followers. There are a lot of people who know who I am, and I do have a core base of fans. I have people who stay in my Discord 24/7 along with me to the best of their ability. I have people who come in on a daily basis. We play games together. So I do have a tight-knit group around me. But eventually what's going to happen is the right people are going to see what I'm doing, and they're going to spread it, and it's going to continue to spread. And then perhaps I may be that one person who has who's known to always be on the internet, and you can always follow me. That's a really exciting premise to people. The internet can be very boring, and when people are bored, they're going to be interested to see, hey, I wonder what Rabbi's doing.
So you just change it up and try to say you're going to be a
I'm essentially going to be a big brother to the world. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Word, dog. Okay, so yeah, but the fun uncle. Sure. A fun uncle is somebody who you can go to. Perhaps you don't always want to go to your parents and be able to ask them questions and get realistic answers from them. And perhaps they're going to teach you how to enhance your life in ways that your parents wouldn't normally tell you. So what are some examples of this? Well, we could, like, perhaps your parents wouldn't take you to a casino and you could go gambling, but your fun uncle might, and your fun uncle might give you a few bucks to be able to play tables and teach you all the games and how to do that. A fun uncle might teach you how to pick up women when your parents wouldn't normally do that. A fun uncle might be able to take the time, because they don't necessarily have children of their own, to be able to still care about you, but not, but go for it. I don't. Word, dog. I'm in. Absolutely. What? 100%. 100%. So this right here is a Pocket Talk, which I imagine people will have. I mean, we have this kind of technology in our phones, but it's not as quick. Basically, with this, I can have it translate immediately for me. It's essentially a universal translator.
Básicamente, con esto puedo traducirlo inmediatamente. Es básicamente un traductor universal.
So in the future, it would just be AI, and you could ask Rabbi whatever you wanted, and I could be able to give you an AI advice, essentially. What? I'm in agreement with you. Absolutely. And, you know, especially we are in the infancy of AI. We don't know its opportunities, especially currently we're working towards artificial general intelligence. But where AI gets really interesting is the next level, which is artificial super intelligence, where it's many times smarter than what an average person is. And once we get to that level, the opportunities are essentially endless. That's amazing. Hey guys. Go. Absolutely. I want you to know how much I appreciate you guys. I know that you guys are always razzing me, and that's cool. I mean, I appreciate the attention, and I want you to know if you guys ever need any support or you ever need anything, I'm here for you. I hope the best for all of you, and I'm going to continue streaming just like I always do. And if you ever need me, feel free to DM me or get my attention, and I'm here to help you, okay?
Hey, Grammy, you're welcome, man.
Absolutely. You take care, my friend. Much love to you all. If you're watching this either in 2024 or 5785, just know that I really appreciate those guys being so nice to me. Shout out to Aiden Ross for just allowing me to stream in his Discord. Not everybody would allow somebody to do that, and that's really nice of him. Shout out to those guys. They're really nice. Shout out to Biggest Loser on the internet. It takes a lot of courage to just randomly talk to people, and he's very comfortable, very nice, very smart. All right. Shout out to those guys.
max out on technology. We'll sort of learn everything that's feasible to know for the most part. And then, obstacles to understanding would more be about like sort of cultural differences, like ways in which different places have just chosen to do things differently. And so then the question is it even possible to communicate across some cultural distances? And I might think, I could imagine some maybe advanced aliens who just become so weird and different from each other, they can't communicate with each other, but we're probably pretty simple compared to them. So I would think, sure, if they wanted to, they could communicate with us.
So it's the simplicity of the recipient. I tend to just to push back. Let's explore the possibility where it's not the case. Can we communicate with ants? I find that like this idea that
We're not very good at communicating in general.
you're saying, all right, I see. You're saying once you get orders of magnitude better at communicating,
Once they have maxed out on all, communication technology in general, and they just understood in general how to communicate with lots of things and had done that for millions of years.
but you have to be able to. It's so interesting. As somebody who cares a lot about empathy and imagining how other people feel, communication requires empathy, meaning you have to truly understand how the other person, the other organism sees the world. It's like a four-dimensional species talking to a two-dimensional species. It's not as trivial as, to me at least, as it might have first seemed.
So let me reverse my position a little, because I'll say, well, the hello aliens question really combines two different scenarios that we're slipping over. So one scenario would be that the hello aliens would be like grabby aliens. They would be just fully advanced. They would have been expanding for millions of years. They would have a very advanced civilization. And then they would finally be arriving here, after a billion years perhaps of expanding, in which case they're going to be crazy advanced at some maximal level. But the hello aliens, about aliens we might meet soon, which might be sort of UFO aliens, and UFO aliens probably are not grabby aliens.
How do you get here if you're not a grabby alien?
Well, they would have to be able to travel,
Oh,
but
so
they would not be expansive.
So if it's a road trip, it
Colonizing.
doesn't count as grabby. So we're talking about expanding the colony, the comfortable colony.
So the question is, if UFOs, some of them are aliens, what kind of aliens would they be? This is sort of the key question you have to ask in order to try to interpret that scenario. The key fact we would know is that they are here right now, but the universe around us is not full of an alien civilization. So that says right off the bat that they chose not to allow massive expansion of a grabby civilization.
Is it possible that they chose it, but we just don't see them yet? Because these are the stragglers, the journeymen.
So the timing coincidence is, it's almost surely, if they are here now, they are much older than us. They are many millions of years older than us. And so they could have filled the galaxy in that last millions of years if they had wanted to. That is, they couldn't just be right at the edge. They're very unlikely. Most likely they would have been around waiting for us for a long time. They could have come here any time in the last millions of years, and they've been waiting around for this, they just chose to come recently. But the timing coincidence, it would be crazy unlikely that they just happened to be able to get here, say, in the last 100 years. They would no doubt have been able to get here far earlier than that.
Again, we don't know. So this is referring to like UFO sightings on Earth. We don't know if this kind of increase in sightings have anything to do with actual visitations.
I'm just talking about like the timing, like they arose at some point in space-time. Yes, right. And it's very unlikely that was just to the point that they could just barely get here recently. Almost surely they would have. They could have gotten here much earlier.
And well, throughout the stretch of several billion years that Earth existed, they could have been here often.
Exactly. So they could have therefore filled the galaxy a long time ago if they had wanted to.
Let's push back on that. That's what the question to me is: isn't it possible that the expansion of a civilization is much harder than the travel? The sphere of the reachable is different than the sphere of the colonized. So isn't it possible that the sphere of places
Yeah.
where like the stragglers go, the different people that journey out, the explorers, is much, much larger and grows much faster than the civilization? So in which case, like, they would visit us. There's a lot of visitors, the grad students of the civilization. They're like exploring, they're collecting the data, but we're not yet going to see them. And by yet, I mean across millions of years.
The time delay between when the first thing might arrive and then when colonists could arrive in mass and do a mass amount of work is cosmologically short. In human history, of course, sure, there might be a century between that, but a century is just a tiny amount of time on the scales we're talking about.
So this is in computer science, there's ant colony optimization. It's true for ants. So it's like when the first ant shows up, it's likely, and if there's anything of value, it's likely the other ants will follow quickly. Yeah.
Relatively short. It's also true that traveling over very long distances, probably one of the main ways to make that feasible is that you land somewhere, you colonize a bit, you create new resources that then allow you to go farther.
Many short hops as opposed to a
Right.
giant long
Exactly. But
journey.
those hops require that you are able to start a colonization of sorts along those hops, right? You have to be able to stop somewhere, make it into a way station such that you can then support you moving farther.
So what do you think of, there's been a lot of UFO sightings. What do you think about those UFO sightings? And what do you think if any of them are of extraterrestrial origin and we don't see giant civilizations out in the sky? How do you make sense of that then?
I want to do some clearing of throats, which is people like to do on this topic,
Yes.
right? They want to make sure you understand they're saying this and not that, right? So I would say the analysis needs both a prior and a likelihood. So the prior is, what are the scenarios that are at all plausible in terms of what we know about the universe? And then the likelihood is the particular actual sightings, like how hard are those to explain through various means. I will establish myself as somewhat of an expert on the prior. I would say my studies and things I've studied make me an expert, and I should stand up and have an opinion on that and be able to explain it. The likelihood, however, is not my area of expertise. That is, I'm not a pilot. I don't do atmospheric studies of things. I haven't studied in detail the various kinds of atmospheric phenomena or whatever that might be used to explain the particular sightings. I can just say from my amateur stance, the sightings look damn puzzling. They do not look easy to dismiss. The attempts I've seen to easily dismiss them seem to me to fail. It seems like these are pretty puzzling, weird stuff that deserve an expert's attention. So in terms of considering asking what the likelihood is. So an analogy I would make is a murder trial. Okay. On average, if we say, what's the chance any one person murdered another person as a prior probability, maybe 1 in 1,000 people get murdered. Maybe each person has 1,000 people around them who could plausibly have done it. So the prior probability of a murder is 1 in a million. But we allow murder trials because often evidence is sufficient to overcome a 1 in a million prior, because the evidence is often strong enough, right? My guess, rough guess, for the UFOs as aliens scenario, at least some of them, is the prior is roughly 1 in 1,000. Much higher than the usual murder trial. Plenty high enough that strong physical evidence could put you over the top to think it's more likely than not. But I'm not an expert on that physical evidence. I'm going to leave that part to someone else. I'm going to say the prior is pretty high. This isn't a crazy scenario. So then I can elaborate on where my prior comes from. What scenario could make most sense of this data? My scenario, to make sense, has 2 main parts. First is panspermia sibilans. So panspermia is the hypothesized process by which life might have arrived on Earth from elsewhere. And a plausible time for that, it would have had to happen very early in Earth's history, because we see life early in history. And a plausible time could have been during the stellar nursery, where the sun was born with many other stars in the same close proximity, with lots of rocks flying around, able to move things from one place to another. If a rock with life on it from some rock planet with life came into that stellar nursery, it plausibly could have seeded many planets in that stellar nursery. all at the same time. They're all born at the same time in the same place, pretty close to each other.
Nursery.
Lots of rocks
Love it.
flying around. Okay, so a panspermia scenario would then create siblings, i.e., there would be, say, a few thousand other planets out there. So after the nursery forms, it drifts, it separates, they drift apart. And so out there in the galaxy, there would now be a bunch of other stars all formed at the same time, and we can actually spot them in terms of their spectrum. And they would have then started on the same path of life as we did, with that life being seeded, but they would move at different rates. And most likely, most of them would never, reach an advanced level before the deadline, but maybe one other did, and maybe it did before us. So if they did, they could know all this, and they could go searching for their siblings. That is, they could look in the sky for the other stars that match the spectrum that matches the spectrum that came from this nursery. They could identify their sibling stars in the galaxy, the 1,000 of them, and those would be of special interest to them because they would think, well, life might be on those. And they could go looking for them.
You're just such a brilliant mathematical, philosophical, physical, biological idea of panspermia siblings, because we all kind of started at a similar time in this local pocket,
right,
of the universe. And so that changes a lot of the math. And
so that would create this correlation between when advanced life might appear. No longer just random independent spaces in space-time. Thered be this cluster, perhaps.
And that allows interaction between
elements of the cluster. Yes.
Non-grabby alien civilizations, like kind of primitive alien civilizations, like us with others, and they might be a little bit ahead. That's so fascinating.
They would probably be a lot ahead. So the puzzle is,
Sure.
If they if they happened before us, they probably happened hundreds of millions of years before us.
Okay. Less than a billion.
Less than a billion, but still plenty of time that they could have become grabby and filled the galaxy and gone beyond.
Right.
So there'd be plenty. So the fact is they chose not to become grabby. That would have to be the interpretation. If we have panspermia
plenty
siblings,
of time to become grabby, you said. So
yes, they
should
had
be
plenty of
following-
time and they chose not to.
Are we sure about this? So
Again,
100 million years is enough.
100 million. So I told you before that I said within 10 million years, our descendants will become grabby or not.
And they'll have that choice. Okay.
Right. And so they clearly more than 10 million years earlier than us. So they chose not to.
But still go on vacation, look around.
So
just not grabby.
If they chose not to expand, that's going to have to be a rule they set to not allow any part of themselves to do it. Like if they let any little ship fly away with the ability to create a colony, the game's over. Then they have prevented. Then the universe becomes grabby from their origin with this one colony, right? So in order to prevent their civilization being grabby, they have to have a rule they enforce pretty strongly that no part of them can ever try to do that
through a global authoritarian regime or through something that's internal to them, meaning it's part of the nature of life that it doesn't want as like become advanced.
Political officer in the brain or whatever.
Yes, there's something in human nature that prevents you from what, or like alien nature,
right?
That as you get more advanced, you become lazier and lazier in terms of exploration and expansion.
So I would say they would have to have enforced a rule against expanding, and that rule would probably make them reluctant to let people leave very far. Any one vacation trip far away could risk an expansion from this vacation trip. So they would probably have a pretty tight lid on just allowing any travel out from their origin in order to enforce this rule. But then we also know, well, they would have chosen to come here. So clearly they made an exception from their general rule to say, okay, but an expedition to Earth, that should be allowed.
It could be intentional exception or incompetent exception.
But if incompetent, then they couldn't maintain this over 100 million years, this policy of not allowing any expansion. So we have to see they have successfully, they not just had a policy to try, they succeeded over 100 million years in preventing the expansion. That's a substantial competence.
Let me think about this. So you don't think there could be a barrier in 100 million years? You don't think there could be a barrier to, like, technological barrier to becoming expansionary?
imagine the Europeans have tried to prevent anybody from leaving Europe to go to the New World. And imagine what it would have taken to make that happen over 100 million years.
Yeah, it's impossible.
They would have had to have very strict, guards at the borders
I
that
just
are out
don't
on the
know.
water saying, no, you can't go.
But just to clarify, you're not suggesting that's actually possible.
I am suggesting it's possible.
I don't know how you keep, in my silly human brain, maybe it's the brain that values freedom, but I don't know how you can keep, no matter how much force, no matter how much censorship or control or so on, I just don't know how you can keep people from exploring into the mysterious, into the unknown.
You're thinking of people, we're talking aliens. So remember, there's a vast space of different possible social creatures they could have evolved from, different kinds of cultures they could be in, different kinds of threats. I mean, there are many things, as you talked about, that most of us would feel very reluctant to do.
Yes.
This isn't one of those, but
Okay, so how, if the UFO sightings represent alien visitors, how the heck are they getting here under the panspermia siblings?
So panspermia siblings is one part of the scenario, which is that's where they came from. And from that, we can conclude they had this rule against expansion, and they've successfully enforced that. That also creates a plausible agenda for why they would be here. That is, to enforce that rule on us. That is, if we go out and expanding, then we have defeated the purpose of this rule they set up. Right? So they would be here to convince us to not expand.
Convincing quotes.
Right? Through various mechanisms. So obviously, one thing we conclude is they didn't just destroy us. That would have been completely possible, right? So the fact that they're here and we are not destroyed means that they chose not to destroy us. They have some degree of empathy or, whatever their morals are that would make them reluctant to just destroy us. They would rather persuade us.
Destroy their brethren. And so they may have been, there's a difference between arrival and observation. They may have been observing for a very long time.
Exactly.
And they arrive to try to, not to try, I don't think
To
ensure that we don't become grabby.
Which is because we can see that they did not. They must have enforced a rule against that, and they are therefore here to do. That's a plausible interpretation why they would risk this expedition when they clearly don't risk very many expeditions over this long period, to allow this one exception, because otherwise, if they don't, we may become grabby. And they could have just destroyed us, but they didn't.
And they're closely monitoring the technological advancing of civilization. Like what nuclear weapons is one thing. That all right, cool. That might have less to do with nuclear weapons and more with nuclear energy. Maybe they're monitoring fusion closely. Like, how clever are these apes?
So no doubt they have a button that if we get too uppity or risky, they can push the button and ensure that we don't expand. But they'd rather do it some other way. So now that explains why they're here and why they aren't out there. But there's another thing that we need to explain. There's another key data we need to explain about UFOs if we're going to have a hypothesis that explains them. And this is something many people have noticed, which is they had two extreme options they could have chosen and didn't choose. They could have either just remained completely invisible. Clearly, an advanced civilization could have been completely invisible. There's no reason they need to fly around and be noticed. They could just be in orbit and in dark satellites that are completely invisible to us, watching whatever they want to watch. That would be well within their abilities. That's one thing they could have done. The other thing they could do is just show up and land on the White House lawn, as they say, and shake hands, like make themselves really obvious. Mm-hmm. They could have done either of those, and they didn't do either of those. That's the next thing you need to explain about UFOs as aliens. Why would they take this intermediate approach, hanging out near the edge of visibility with somewhat impressive mechanisms, but not walking up and introducing themselves, nor just being completely invisible?
So, okay, a lot of questions there. So one, do you think it's obvious where the White House is, or the White House lawn?
Well, it's obvious where there are concentrations of humans that you could go up and introduce.
But is humans the most interesting thing?
Yeah.
About Earth?
Yeah.
Are you sure about this? Because
if they're worried about an expansion, then they worried about a civilization that could be capable of expansion. Obviously, humans are the civilization on Earth that's by far the closest to being able to expand.
I just don't know if aliens obviously see humans, like the individual humans, like the organ, the meat vehicles, as the center of focus for observing a life on a planet.
They're supposed to be really smart and advanced. Like, this shouldn't be that hard for that.
But I think we're actually the dumb ones because we think humans are the important things, but it could be our ideas. It could be something about our technologies.
That's mediated with us. It's correlated with
No,
us.
we make it seem like it's mediated by us humans, but the focus for alien civilizations might be the AI systems or the technologies themselves. That might be the organism. Like what humans are like.
Okay.
Human is the food, the source of the organism that's under observation, versus like
The what they wanted to have close contact with was something that was closely near humans, then they would be contacting those, and we would just incidentally see, but we would still see.
But don't you think that isn't it possible, taking their perspective, isn't it possible that they would want to interact with some fundamental aspect that they're interested in without interfering with it? And that's actually a very, no matter how
Right, but
advanced you are, it's very difficult to do. I
But that's puzzling. So, I mean, the prototypical UFO observation is a shiny, big object in the sky that has very rapid acceleration and no apparent, surfaces for using air to manipulate its speed. And the question is why that, right? Again, if they just, for example, if they just wanted to talk to our computer systems, they could like move some sort of like a little probe that like connects to a wire and like reads and sends bits there. They don't need a shiny thing flying in the sky.
But don't you think they would be there? They are or would be looking for the right way to communicate, the right language to communicate. Everything you just said, looking at the computer systems. I mean, that's not a trivial thing. Coming up with a signal that us humans would not freak out too much
Right.
about, but also understand, might not be that trivial.
Well, so
How
the
would you
not
talk
freak
to
out
aliens?
apart is another interesting constraint. So again, I said like the two obvious strategies are just to remain completely invisible and watch, which would be quite feasible, or to just directly interact. Let's come out and be really very direct, right? I mean, there's big things that you can see around. There's big cities. There's aircraft carriers. There's lots of. If you want to just find a big thing and come right up to it and like tap it on the shoulder or whatever, that would be quite feasible. Then they're not doing that. So my hypothesis is that one of the other questions there was, do they have a status hierarchy? And I think most animals on Earth who are social animals have status hierarchy. And they would reasonably presume that we have a status hierarchy. And
Take me to your leader.
well, I would say their strategy is to be impressive and sort of get us to see them at the top of our status hierarchy. Just to that's how, for example, we domesticate dogs, right? We convince dogs we're the leader of their pack, right? And we domesticate many animals that way, but as we just swap into the top of their status hierarchy and we say, we're your top status animal, so you should do what we say, you should follow our lead. So the idea that would be they are going to get us to do what they want by being top status. All through history, kings and emperors, etc., have tried to impress their citizens and other people by having the bigger palace, the bigger parade, the bigger crown and diamonds, right? Whatever, maybe building a bigger pyramid, etc. Just it's a very well established trend to just be high status by being more impressive than the rest.
Push back when there's an order of several orders of magnitude of power differential, asymmetry of power. I feel like that status hierarchy no longer applies. It's like mimetic theory. It's like
Most emperors are several orders of magnitude more powerful than any one member of their empire.
let's increase that by even more. So like if I'm interacting with ants,
Right.
I no longer feel like I need to establish my power with ants. I actually want to lessen. I want to lower myself to the ants. I want to become the lowest possible ant so that they would welcome me. So I'm less concerned about them worshiping me. I'm more concerned about them welcoming me.
Well,
Integrating
it is
me
important
into
that you
their
be non-threatening and that you be local. So I think, for example, if the aliens had done something really big in the sky, 100 light years away, that would be there, not here.
Yes.
And that could seem threatening. So I think their strategy to be the high status would have to be visible, but to be here and non-threatening.
I just don't know if it's obvious how to do that. Like, take your own perspective.
Yeah.
You see a planet with relatively intelligent, like complex structures being formed, like life forms. You could see this
Right.
in Titan. or something like that. The moon, right? Europa. You start to see not just primitive bacterial life, but multicellular life, and it seems to form some very complicated cellular colonies, structures that they're dynamic. There's a lot of stuff going on. Some gigantic cellular automata type of construct. How do you make yourself known to them in an impressive fashion without destroying it? Like, we know how to destroy potentially.
Right. So,
Like, it's not,
so if you go touch stuff, you're likely to hurt it, right? There's a good risk of hurting something by getting too close and touching it and interacting, right?
yeah, like landing on a White House lawn.
Right. So the claim is that their current strategy of hanging out at the periphery of our vision and just being very clearly physically impressive with very clear physically impressive abilities is at least a plausible strategy they might use to impress us and convince us sort of we're at the top of their status hierarchy. And I would say if they came closer, not only would they risk hurting us in ways that they couldn't really understand, but more plausibly, they would reveal things about themselves we would hate. So if you look at how we treat other civilizations on Earth and other people, we are generally, interested in foreigners and people from other lands, and we were generally interested in their varying customs, etc., until we find out that they do something that violates our moral norms, and then we hate them. And these are aliens, for God's sakes, right? There's just going to be something about them that we hate. They eat babies, who knows what it is, but something they don't think is offensive, but that they think we might find. And so they would be risking a lot by revealing a lot about themselves. We would find something we hated.
Interesting. But do you resonate at all with mimetic theory, where like we only feel this way about things that are very close to us? So aliens are sufficiently different to where we'll be like fascinated, terrified, or fascinated, but not like
right. But if they want to be at the top of our status hierarchy to get us to follow them, they can't be too distant. They have to be close enough that we would see them that way, but
pretend to be close enough, right? And not reveal much. That mystery, that old Clint Eastwood cowboy.
I mean, the point is, we're clever enough that we can figure out their agenda. That is just from the fact that we're here. If we see that they're here, we can figure out, they want us not to expand. And look, they are this huge power and they're very impressive. So, and a lot of us don't want to expand. So that could easily tip us over the edge towards, we already wanted to not expand. We already wanted to be able to regulate and have a central community. And here are these very advanced, smart aliens who have survived for 100 million years. And they're telling us not to expand either.
This is brilliant. I love this so much. This returning to panspermia siblings. Just to clarify one thing, in that framework, who originated, who planted it? Would it be a grabby alien civilization that planted the siblings, or no?
The simple scenario is that life started on some other planet billions of years ago, and it went through part of the stages of evolution to advanced life, not all the way to advanced life. And then some rock hit it, grabbed a piece of it on the rock, and that rock drifted for maybe 1 million years until it happened upon the stellar nursery, where it then seeded many stars.
And something about that life, without being super advanced, it was nevertheless resilient to the harsh conditions of space.
There's some graphs that I've been impressed by that show sort of the level of genetic information in various kinds of life on the history of Earth. And basically, we are now more complex than the earlier life, but the earlier life was still pretty damn complex. And so if you actually, project this log graph in history, it looks like it was many billions of years ago when you get down to zero. So that plausibly you could say there was just a lot of evolution that had to happen before you could get to the simplest life we've ever seen in history of life on Earth. It's still pretty damn complicated. Okay. And so that's always been this puzzle. How could life get to this enormously complicated level in the short period it seems to at the beginning of Earth history? So where, it's only 300 million years at most it appeared, and then it was really complicated at that point. So panspermia allows you to explain that complexity by saying, well, it spent another 5 billion years on another planet, going through lots of earlier stages where it was working its way up to the level of complexity you see at the beginning of Earth.
We'll try to talk about other ideas of the origin of life, but let me return to UFO sightings. Is there other explanations that are possible outside of panspermia siblings that can explain no gravity aliens in the sky, and yet alien arrival on Earth.
Well, the other categories of explanations that most people will use is, well, first of all, just mistakes, like, you know, you're confusing something ordinary for something mysterious, right? Or some sort of secret organization, like our government is secretly messing with us and trying to do a false flag ops or whatever, right? You know, they're trying to convince the Russians or the Chinese that there might be aliens and scare them into not attacking or something, right? Because if you know the history of World War II, say the U.S. government did all of these big fake operations where they were faking a lot of big things in order to mess with people. So that's a possibility. The government's been lying and faking things and paying people to lie about what they saw, etc. That's a plausible set of explanations for the range of sightings seen. And another explanation people offer is some other hidden organization on Earth or some secret organization somewhere that has much more advanced capabilities than anybody's given it credit for some reason it's been keeping secret. I mean, they all sound somewhat implausible, but again, we're looking for maybe 1 in 1,000 sort of priors. The question is, could they be in that level of plausibility?
Can we just linger on this? So you, first of all, you've written, talked about, thought about so many different topics. You're an incredible mind, and I just thank you for sitting down today. I'm almost like at a loss of which place we explore. But let me, on this topic, ask about conspiracy theories, because you've written about institutions, authorities. What? This is a bit of a therapy session, but what do we make of conspiracy theories?
The phrase itself is pushing you in a direction, right? So clearly, in history, we've had many large coordinated keepings of secrets, right? Say the Manhattan Project, right? There was hundreds of thousands of people working on that over many years. They kept it a secret, right? Clearly, many large military operations have kept things secrets over, even decades, with many thousands of people involved. So clearly, it's possible to keep some things secret over time periods. But the more people you involve and the more time you're assuming and the less centralized an organization or the less discipline they have, the harder it gets to believe. But we're just trying to calibrate basically in our minds which kind of secrets can be kept by which groups over what time periods for what purposes, right?
But let me, I don't have enough data. So I'm somebody, I hang out with people and I love people. I love all things really. And I think that most people, even the assholes, have the capacity to be good and they're beautiful and I enjoy them. So the kind of data in my brain, whatever the chemistry in my brain is that sees the beautiful in things, is maybe collecting a subset of data that doesn't allow me to intuit the competence that humans are able to achieve in constructing a conspiracy theory. So, for example, one thing that people often talk about is like intelligence agencies. This like broad thing they say: the CIA, the FSB, the British intelligence. I've fortunate or unfortunate enough never gotten a chance that I know of to talk to any member of those intelligence agencies, nor like take a peek behind the curtain or the first curtain. I don't know how many levels of curtains there are, and so I can't intuit. My interactions with government, I was funded with DoD and DARPA, and I've interacted, been to the Pentagon. Like, with all due respect to my friends, lovely friends in government, and there are a lot of incredible people, but there is a very giant bureaucracy that sometimes suffocates the ingenuity of the human spirit, is one way I can put it. Meaning, it's difficult for me to imagine extreme competence at a scale of hundreds or thousands of human beings. Now, that doesn't mean that's my very anecdotal data for the situation. And so I try to build up my intuition about centralized system of government, how much conspiracy is possible, how much the intelligence agencies or some other source can generate sufficiently robust propaganda that controls the populace. If you look at World War II, as you mentioned, there have been extremely powerful propaganda machines on the side of Nazi Germany, on the side of the Soviet Union, on the side of the United States, and all these different mechanisms. Sometimes they control the free press through social pressures. Sometimes they control the press through the threat of violence, as you do in authoritarian regimes. Sometimes it's like deliberately the dictator, like writing the news, the headlines, and literally announcing it. And something about human psychology forces you to embrace the narrative and believe the narrative, and at scale that becomes reality when the initial spark was just a propaganda thought in a single individual's mind. So I can't necessarily intuit of what's possible, but I'm skeptical of the power of human institutions to construct conspiracy theories that cause suffering at scale, especially in this modern age when information is becoming more and more accessible by the populace. Anyway, I don't know if you can elucidate
cause suffering at scale, but of course, say during wartime, the people who are managing the various conspiracies like D-Day or the Manhattan Project, they thought that their conspiracy was avoiding harm rather than causing harm. So if you can get a lot of people to think that supporting the conspiracy is helpful, then a lot more might do that. And there's just a lot of things that people just don't want to see. So if you can make your conspiracy the sort of thing that people wouldn't want to talk about anyway, even if they knew about it, you're, most of the way there. So I have learned over the years, many things that most ordinary people should be interested in, but somehow don't know, even though the data has been very widespread. So, I have this book, The Elephant in the Brain, and one of the chapters is there on medicine. And basically, most people seem ignorant of the very basic fact that when we do randomized trials where we give some people more medicine than others, the people who get more medicine are not healthier. And just overall, in general, just like induce somebody to get more medicine because you just give them more budget to buy medicine, say. Not a specific medicine, just the whole category. And you would think that would be something most people should know about medicine. You might even think that would be a conspiracy theory to think that would be hidden. But in fact, most people never learn that fact.
So just to clarify, just a general high-level statement, the more medicine you take, the less healthy you are.
Randomized experiments don't find that fact. Do not find that more medicine makes you more healthy. There's just no connection. In randomized experiments, there's no relationship between more medicine.
So it's not a negative relationship, but it's just no relationship.
Right.
So the conspiracy theories would say that the businesses that sell you medicine don't want you to know that fact. And then you're saying that there's also part of this is that people just don't want to know.
They just don't want to know. And so they don't learn this. So, I've lived in the Washington area for several decades now, reading the Washington Post regularly. Every week there was a special, section on health and medicine. It never was mentioned in that section of the paper in all the 20 years I read that.
So do you think there is some truth to this caricatured blue pill, red pill, where most people don't want to know the truth? There are many
things about which people don't want to know certain kinds of truth. Yeah, that is bad-looking truths that discouraging, truths that sort of take away the justification for things they feel passionate about.
Do you think that's a bad aspect of human nature? Is that something we should try to overcome?
Well, as we discussed, my first priority is to just tell people about it, to do the analysis and the cold facts of what's actually happening, and then to try to be careful about how we can improve. So our book, The Elephant in the Brain, co-authored with Kevin Simler, is about hidden motives in everyday life. And our first priority there is just to explain to you what are the things that you are not looking at, that you are reluctant to look at. And many people try to take that book as a self-help book where they're trying to improve themselves and make sure they look at more things. And that often goes badly because it's harder to actually do that than you think.
Yeah.
And so, but we at least want you to know that this truth is available if you want to learn about it.
It's the Nietzsche, if you gaze long into the abyss gazes into you. Let's talk about this elephant in the brain. Amazing book. The Elephant in the Room is, quote, an important issue that people are reluctant to acknowledge or address, a social taboo. The elephant in the brain is an important but unacknowledged feature of how our mind works, an introspective taboo. you describe selfishness and self-deception as the core, some of the core elephant offspring in the brain. Selfishness and self-deception. All right. Can you explain why these are the taboos in our brain that we don't want to acknowledge to ourselves?
Your conscious mind, the one that's listening to me that I'm talking to at the moment, allegedly, you like to think of yourself as the president or king of your mind, ruling over all that you see, issuing commands that immediately obeyed.
Yes.
You are instead better understood as the press secretary of your brain. You don't make decisions, you justify them to an audience. That's what your conscious mind is for.
Yeah.
You watch what you're doing,
really
and you try to come up with stories that explain what you're doing so that you can avoid accusations of violating norms. So humans, compared to most other animals, have norms, and this allows us to manage larger groups with our morals and norms about what we should or shouldn't be doing. This is so important to us that we needed to be constantly watching what we were doing in order to make sure we had a good story to avoid norm violations. So many norms are about motives. So if I hit you on purpose, that's a big violation. If I hit you accidentally, that's okay. I need to be able to explain why it was an accident and not on purpose.
So where does that need come from for your own self-preservation?
Right. So humans have norms, and we have the norm that if we see anybody violating a norm, we need to tell other people and then coordinate to just make them stop and punish them for violating it. So such punishments are strong enough and severe enough that we each want to avoid being successfully accused of violating norms. Mm-hmm. So, for example, hitting someone on purpose is a big, clear norm violation. If we do it consistently, we may be thrown out of the group, and that would mean we would die.
Right.
Okay, so we need to be able to convince people we are not going around hitting people on purpose. If somebody happens to be at the other end of our fist and their face connects, that was an accident, and we need to be able to explain that. And similarly, for many other norms humans have, we are serious about these norms, and we don't want people to violate. When we find them violating, we're going to accuse them. But many norms have a motive component, and so we are trying to explain ourselves and make sure we have a good motive story about everything we do, which is why we're constantly trying to explain what we're doing, and that's what your conscious mind is doing. It is trying to make sure you've got a good motive story for everything you're doing, and that's why you don't know why you really do things. What you know is what the good story is.
Fucking hose and popping toes.
And that's the self-deception.
Why?
And you're saying that there's a machine, the actual dictator is selfish, and then you're just the press secretary who's desperately doesn't want to get fired and is justifying all of the decisions of the dictator, and that's the self-deception.
Right. Now, most people actually are willing to believe that this is true in the abstract. So our book has been classified as psychology, and it was reviewed by psychologists. And the basic way that psychology referees and reviewers responded to say this is well known. Most people accept that there's a fair bit of self-deception.
But they don't want to accept it about themselves. Direct.
Well, they don't want to accept it about the particular topics that we talk about. So people accept the idea in the abstract that they might be self-deceived or that they might not be honest about various things. But that hasn't penetrated into the literatures where people are explaining particular things like why we go to school, why we go to the doctor, why we vote, etc. So our book is mainly about 10 areas of life and explaining about in each area what our actual motives there are. And people who study those things have not admitted that hidden motives are explaining those particular areas.
So they haven't taken the leap from theoretical psychology to actual public policy.
Exactly.
And economics and all that kind of stuff. Well, let me just linger on this and bring up my old friends, Sigmund Freud and Carl Jung. So how vast is this landscape of the unconscious mind, the power and the scope of the dictator? Is it only dark there? Is it some light? Is there some love?
The vast majority of what's happening in your head, you're unaware of. So in a literal sense, the unconscious, the aspects of your mind that you're not conscious of is the overwhelming majority. But that's just true in a literal engineering sense. Your mind is doing lots of low-level things, and you just can't be consciously aware of all that low-level stuff. But there's plenty of room there for lots of things you're not aware of.
But can we try to shine a light at the things we're unaware of? Specifically, now again, staying with the philosophical psychology side for a moment. Can you shine the light in the Jungian shadow? Can you what's going on there? What is this machine like? Like what level of thoughts are happening there? Is it something that we can even interpret? If we somehow could visualize it, is it something that's human interpretable, or is it just a kind of chaos of like monitoring different systems in the body, making sure you're happy, making sure you're fed, all those kind of basic forces that form abstractions on top of each other, and they're not introspective at all.
We humans are social creatures. Plausibly, being social is the main reason we have these unusually large brains. Therefore, most of our brain is devoted to being social. And so the things we're very obsessed with and constantly paying attention to are, how do I look to others? What would others think of me if they knew these various things they might learn about me?
So that's close to being fundamental to what it means to be human, is caring what others think.
Right. To be trying to present a story that would be okay for what others think, but we're very constantly thinking, what do other people think?
So let me ask you this question then about you, Robin Hanson, who in many places, sometimes for fun, sometimes as a basic statement of principle, likes to disagree with the majority of people think. So how do you explain, how are you self-deceiving yourself in this task? And how are you being why is the dictator manipulating you inside your head to be so critical? Like, there's norms. Why do you want to stand out in this way? Why do you want to challenge the norms in this way?
Almost by definition, I can't tell you what I'm deceiving myself about. But the more practical strategy that's quite feasible is that ask about what are typical things that most people deceive themselves about, and then to own up to those particular things.
Sure. What's a good one?
So, for example, I can very much acknowledge that I would like to be well thought of.
Yes.
That I would be seeking attention and glory and praise, yes, from my intellectual work, and that would be a major agenda driving my intellectual attempts. So, if there were topics that other people would find less interesting, I might be less interested in those for that reason. For example, I might want to find topics where other people are interested, and I might want to go for the glory of finding a big insight rather than a small one, and maybe one that was especially surprising. That's also, of course, consistent with some more ideal concept of what an intellectual should be. But most intellectuals are relatively risk averse. They are in some local intellectual tradition, and they are adding to that, and they are conforming to the sort of usual assumptions and usual accepted beliefs and practices of a particular area, so that they can be accepted in that area and, treated as part of the community. But you might think, for the purpose of the larger intellectual project of understanding the world better, people should be less eager to just add a little bit to some tradition, and they should be looking for what's neglected between the major traditions and major questions. They should be looking for assumptions maybe we're making that are wrong. They should be looking at things that are very surprising, like things that would be you would have thought a priori unlikely, that once you are convinced of it, you find that to be very important and a big update, right? So you could say that one motivation I might have is less motivated to be sort of comfortably accepted into some particular intellectual community, and more willing to just go for these more fundamental long shots that should be very important if you could find them.
Which would, if you can find them, would get you appreciated,
respect
across a larger number of people across the longer time span of history.
Right.
So, like, maybe the small local community will say you suck,
right?
You must conform, but the larger community will see the brilliance of you breaking out of the cage of the small conformity into a larger cage. There's always a bigger cage, and then you'll be remembered by more. Yeah. Also, that explains your choice of colorful shirt. That looks great in a black background, so you definitely stand out.
Right.
Now,
of course, you could say Well, you could get all this attention by making false claims of
Sure.
dramatic improvement,
Sure.
and then wouldn't that be much easier than actually working through all the details
Why not?
to make true claims?
Let me
right?
ask the press secretary, why not? Why? So, of course, you spoke several times about how much you value truth and the pursuit of truth. That's a very nice narrative.
Right.
Hitler and Stalin also talked about the value of truth. Do you worry when you introspect, as broadly as all humans might, that it becomes a drug? This being a martyr, being the person who points out that the emperor wears no clothes, even when the emperor is obviously dressed, just to be the person who points
Yeah.
out that the emperor is wearing no clothes. Do you think about that?
So I think the standards you hold yourself to are dependent on the audience you have in mind. So if you think of your audience as relatively easily fooled or relatively gullible, then you won't bother to generate more complicated, deep, arguments and structures and evidence to
Right.
persuade somebody who has higher standards, because why bother? You can get away with something much easier. And of course, if you are, say, a salesperson, or you make money on sales, then you don't need to convince the top few percent of the most sharp customers. You can just go for the bottom 60% of the most gullible customers and make plenty of sales, right? So I think intellectuals have to vary. One of the main ways intellectuals vary is in who is their audience in their mind. Who are they trying to impress? Is it the people down the hall? Is it the people who are reading their Twitter feed? Is it their parents? Is it their high school teacher? Right? Or is it Einstein and Freud and Socrates, right? So I think those of us who are especially arrogant, especially think that we're really big shot or have a chance at being a really big shot, we were naturally going to pick the big shot audience that we can. We're going to be trying to impress Socrates and Einstein.
Is that why you hang out with Tyler Cohen a lot and try
Sure. I mean,
to convince him?
right.
And stuff?
And you might think, from the point of view of just making money or having sex or other sorts of things, this is misdirected energy, right?
Right.
Trying to impress the very most highest quality minds, that's such a small sample, and they can't do that much for you anyway.
Yeah.
So I might well have had more, ordinary success in life, be more popular, invited to more parties, make more money if I had targeted a lower tier set of intellectuals with the standards they have. But for some reason, I decided early on that Einstein was my audience, or people like him, and I was going to impress them.
Yeah, I mean, you pick your set of motivations. Convincing, impressing Tyler Cohen is not going to help you get laid. Trust me, I tried. All right. What are some notable sort of effects of the elephant in the brain in everyday life? So you mentioned when we try to apply that to economics, to public policy, so when we think about medicine, education, all those kinds of things.
So
what are some things that
the key thing is medicine is much less useful health-wise than you think. So, if you were focused on your health, you would care a lot less about it. And if you were focused on other people's health, you would also care a lot less about it. But if medicine is, as we suggest, more about showing that you care and let other people show that they care about you, then
Fuck yeah, it is.
a lot of clarity of medicine can make sense. So that was our very earliest discussion in the podcast. We were talking about should you give people a lot of medicine when it's not very effective? And then the answer then is, well, if that's the way that you show that you care about them and you really want them to know you care, maybe that's what you need to do if you can't find a cheaper, more effective substitute.
So if we actually just pause on that for a little bit,
Stupid slut.
how do we start
Come on, you
to
fucking
untangle
cunt.
the full set of self-deception happening in the space of medicine?
So we have a method that we use in our book that is what I recommend
Like a
for people to use in all these sorts of topics. The straightforward method is, first, don't look at yourself. Look at other people. Look at broad patterns of behavior in other people, and then ask, what are the various theories we could have to explain these patterns of behavior? And then just do the simple matching. Which theory better matches the behavior they have? And the last step is to assume that's true of you too.
Here for the boys.
Don't assume you're an exception. If you happen to be an exception, that won't go so well. But nevertheless, on average, you aren't very well positioned to judge if you're an exception. So look at what other people do, explain what other people do, and assume that's you too.
But also, in the case of medicine, there's several parties to
For
consider.
real,
So there's the
look at
individual
this,
person
move.
that's receiving the
I've never
medicine.
seen anything.
There's the doctors that are prescribing the medicine. There's drug companies that are selling drugs. There are governments that have regulations. There are lobbyists. So you can build up a network of categories of humans in this, and they each play their role. So how do you introspect the sort of analyze the system at a system scale versus at the individual scale?
So it turns out that in general, it's usually much easier to explain producer behavior than consumer behavior. That is, the drug companies or the doctors have relatively clear incentives to give the customers whatever they want.
Yeah.
And similarly, say governments in democratic countries have the incentive to give the voters what they want. So that focuses your attention on the patient and the voter in this equation and saying, what do they want? They would be driving the rest of the system. Whatever they want, the other parties are willing to give them in order to get paid. So now we're looking for puzzles in patient and voter behavior. What are they choosing and why do they choose that?
And how much exactly? And then we can explain that potentially, again, returning to the producer, the producer being incentivized to manipulate the decision-making processes of the voter and the consumer.
Well, now, in almost every industry, producers are, in general, happy to lie and exaggerate in order to get more customers.
Yeah.
This is true of auto repair as much as human body repair and medicine. So the differences between these industries can't be explained by the willingness of the producers to give customers what they want or to do various things. That we have to, again, go to the customers. Why are customers treating body repair different than auto repair?
Yeah, and that potentially requires a lot of thinking, a lot of data collection, and potentially looking at historical data too, because things don't just happen overnight. Over time, there's
In
trends.
principle, it does, but actually, it's a lot easier than you might think. I think the biggest limitation is just the willingness to consider alternative hypotheses. So many of the patterns that you need to rely on are actually pretty obvious, simple patterns. You just have to notice them and ask yourself, how can I explain those? Often you don't need to look at the most subtle, most difficult statistical evidence that might be out there. The simplest patterns are often enough.
All right, so there's a fundamental statement about self-deception in the book. There's the application of that, like we just did in medicine. Can you steel man the argument that many of the foundational ideas in the book are wrong? Meaning, there's two that you just made, which is it can be a lot simpler than it looks. Can you steel man the case as case by case? It's always super complicated. Like, it's a complex system. It's very difficult to have a simple model about. It's very difficult to introspect. And the other one is that the human brain isn't not just about self-deception. That there's a lot of motivations at play. We are able to really introspect our own mind, and like what's on the surface of the conscious is actually quite a good representation of what's going on in the brain, and you're not deceiving yourself. You're able to actually arrive to deeply think about where your mind stands and what you think about the world. And it's less about impressing people and more about being a free thinking individual.
So when a child tries to explain why they don't have their homework assignment, they are sometimes inclined to say, the dog ate my homework. They almost never say, the dragon ate my homework. The reason is, the dragon is a completely implausible explanation. Almost always when we make excuses for things, we choose things that are, at least in some degree, plausible. It could perhaps have happened. That's an obstacle for any explanation of a hidden motive or a hidden feature of human behavior. If people are pretending one thing while really doing another, they're usually going to pick as a pretense something that's somewhat plausible. That's going to be an obstacle to proving that hypothesis if you are focused on sort of the local data that a person would typically have if they were challenged. So if you're just looking at one kid and his lack of homework, maybe you can't tell whether his dog ate his homework or not. If you happen to know he doesn't have a dog, you might have more confidence, right? You will need to have a wider range of evidence than a typical person would when they're encountering that actual excuse in order to see past the excuse. That will just be a general feature of it. So in order, if I say, there's this usual story about why we go to the doctor, and then there's this other explanation, it'll be true that you'll have to look at wider data in order to see that, because people don't usually offer excuses unless in the local context of their excuse, they can get away with it. That is, it's hard to tell, right? So in the case of medicine, I have to point you to sort of larger sets of data. But in many areas of academia, including health economics, the researchers there also want to support the usual points of view. And so they will have selection effects in their publications and their analysis, whereby if they're getting a result too much contrary to the usual point of view everybody wants to have, they will file drawer that paper or redo the analysis until they get an answer that's more to people's liking. So that means in the health economics literature, there are plenty of people who will claim that, in fact, we have evidence that medicine is effective. And when I respond, I will have to point you to our most reliable evidence and ask you to consider the possibility that the literature is biased, in that when the evidence isn't as reliable, when they have more degrees of freedom in order to get the answer they want, they do tend to get the answer they want. But when we get to the kind of evidence that's much harder to mess with, that's where we will see the truth be more revealed. So with respect to medicine, we have millions of papers published in medicine over the years, most of which give the impression that medicine is useful. There's a small literature on randomized experiments of the aggregate effects of medicine, where there's maybe a few half dozen or so papers, where it would be the hardest to hide it, because it's such a straightforward experiment done in a straightforward way that it's hard to manipulate. And that's where I will point you to show you that there's relatively little correlation between health and medicine. But even then, people could try to save the phenomenon and say, well, it's not hidden motives, it's just ignorance. They could say, for example, medicine's complicated, most people don't know the literature, therefore they can be excused for ignorance. They are just ignorantly assuming that medicine is effective. It's not that they have some other motive that they're trying to achieve. And then I will have to do, as with a conspiracy theory analysis, and I'm saying, well, how long has this misperception been going on? How consistently has it happened around the world and across time? And I would have to say, look, if we're talking about, say, a recent new product like Segway scooters or something, I could say not so many people have seen them or used them. Maybe they could be confused about their value. If we're talking about a product that's been around for thousands of years, used in roughly the same way all across the world, and we see the same pattern over and over again, this sort of ignorance mistake just doesn't work so well.
It also is a question of how much of the self-deception is prevalent versus foundational. Because there's a kind of implied thing where it's foundational to human nature versus just a common pitfall. This is a question I have. So maybe human progress is made by people who don't fall into the self-deception. It's a baser aspect of human nature, but then you escape it easily if you're motivated.
The motivational hypotheses about these self-deceptions are in terms of how it makes you look to the people around you. Again, the press secretary.
Yes.
So the story would be, most people want to look good to the people around them. Therefore, most people present themselves in ways that help them look good to the people around them. That's sufficient to say there would be a lot of it. It doesn't need to be 100%, right? There's enough variety in people and in circumstances that sometimes taking a contrarian strategy can be in the interest of some minority of the people. So I might, for example, say that that's a strategy I've taken. I've decided that being contrarian on these things could be winning for me, and that there's a room for a small number of people like me who have these sort of messages, who can then get more attention, even if there's not room for most people to do that. And that can be explaining sort of the variety, right? So similarly, you might say, look, just look at the most obvious things. Most people would like to look good, right? In the sense of physically, just you look good right now. You're wearing a nice suit, you have a haircut, you shaved, right? So, and we
Cut my own hair, by the way.
okay, well, that's
So
all the
that-
more impressive.
That's a counter. That's a counter argument for your claim.
Right.
that
Now,
most
clearly,
people look good.
so clearly, if you look at most people and their physical appearance, clearly most people are trying to look somewhat nice, right? They shower, they shave, they comb their hair. But we certainly see some people around who are not trying to look so nice, right? Is that a big challenge, the hypothesis that people want to look nice? Not that much, right? We can see in those particular people's context more particular reasons why they've chosen to be an exception to the more general rule.
So the general rule does reveal something foundational, generally.
Right.
That's the way things work. Let me ask you. You wrote a blog post about the accuracy of authorities. Since we're talking about this, especially in medicine, just looking around us, especially during this time of the pandemic, there's been a growing distrust of authorities, institutions, even the institution of science itself. What are the pros and cons of authorities, would you say? So, what's nice about authorities? What's nice about institutions? And what are their pitfalls?
One standard function of authority is as something you can defer to respectively without needing to seem too submissive or ignorant or gullible. That is, when you're asking what should I act on, or what belief should I act on, you might be worried if I chose something too contrarian, too weird, too speculative, that that would make me look bad, so I would just choose something very conservative.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe an authority lets you choose something a little less conservative because the authority is your authorization. The authority will let you do it, and you can say, and somebody says, why did you do that thing? And they say, the authority authorized it. The authority tells me I should do this. Why aren't you doing it, right?
So the authority is often pushing for the conservative.
Well, no, the authority can do more. I mean, so for example, we just think about, I don't know, in a pandemic even, right? You could just think, I'll just stay home and close all the doors, or I'll just ignore it, right? You could just think of just some very simple strategy that might be defensible if there were no authorities, right? But authorities might be able to know more than that. They might be able to look at some evidence, draw a more context-dependent conclusion, declare it as the authority's opinion, and then other people might follow that, and that could be better than doing nothing.
So what you mentioned, WHO, the world's most beloved organization. So, this is me speaking in general. WHO and CDC has been kind of, depending on degrees,
Right.
Details, just not behaving as I would have imagined in the best possible evolution of human civilization authorities should act. They seem to have failed in some fundamental way in terms of leadership in a difficult time for our society. Can you say what are the pros and cons of this particular authority?
So again, if there were no authorities whatsoever, no accepted authorities, then people would have to randomly pick different local authorities who would conflict with each other, and then they'd be fighting each other about that, or just not believe anybody and just do some initial default action that you would always do without responding to context. So the potential gain of an authority is that they could know more than just basic ignorance, and if people followed them, they could both be more informed than ignorance and all doing the same thing, so they're each protected from being accused or complained about. That's the idea of an authority. That would be the good.
What's the con?
Okay.
What's the negative? How does that go wrong?
The con is that if you think of yourself as the authority and asking what's my best strategy as an authority, it's unfortunately not to be maximally informative. So you might think the ideal authority would not just tell you more than ignorance, it would tell you as much as possible. Okay, it would give you as much detail as you could possibly listen to and manage to assimilate, and it would update that as frequently as possible, or as frequently as you were able to listen and assimilate, and that would be the maximally informative authority. The problem is there's a conflict between being an authority or being seen as an authority and being maximally informative. That was the point of my blog post that you're pointing out to here. That is, if you look at it from their point of view, they won't long remain the perceived authority if they are too incautious about how they use that authority. And one of the ways to be incautious would be to be too informative.
Okay, that's still in the pro column for me, because you're talking about the tensions that are very data driven and very honest, and I would hope that authorities struggle with that, how much information to provide to people to maximize maximize outcomes. Now, I'm generally somebody that believes more information is better because I trust in the intelligence of people, but I'd like to mention a bigger con on authorities, which is the human question. This comes back to global government and so on, is that, there's humans that sit in chairs during meetings, and those authorities, they have different titles. Humans form hierarchies, and sometimes those titles get to your head a little bit, and you start to want to think, how do I preserve my control over this authority, as opposed to thinking through, like, what is the mission of the authority, what is the mission of WHO and any other such organization, and how do I maximize the implementation of that mission? You start to think, well, I kind of like sitting in this big chair at the head of the table. I'd like to sit there for another few years, or better yet, I want to be remembered as the person who, in a time of crisis, was at the head of this authority and did a lot of good things. So you stop trying to do good under what good means, given the mission of the authority, and you start to try to carve a narrative, to manipulate the narrative. First, in the meeting room, everybody around you, just a small little story you tell yourself. Then you interns, the managers, throughout the whole hierarchy of the company. Okay, once everybody in the company or in the organization believes this narrative, now you start to control the release of information, not because you're trying to maximize outcomes, but because you're trying to maximize the effectiveness of the narrative that you are truly a great representative of this authority in human history. And I just feel like those human forces, whenever you have an authority, it starts getting to people's heads. One of the most, me as a scientist, one of the most disappointing things to see during the pandemic is the use of authority from colleagues of mine to roll their eyes, to dismiss other human beings just because they got a PhD, just because they're an assistant, associate, full faculty, just because they are deputy head of X organization, NIH, whatever the heck the organization is, just because they got an award of some kind, and at a conference they won a best paper award 7 years ago, and then somebody shook their hand and gave them a medal. Maybe it was a president, and it's been 20, 30 years that people have been patting them on the back, saying how special they are, especially when they're controlling money and getting sucked up from other scientists who really want the money in a self-deception kind of way. They don't actually really care about your performance. And all of that gets to your head, and no longer are you the authority that's trying to do good and lessen the suffering in the world. You become an authority that just wants to maximize, self-preserve yourself in a sitting on a throne of power.
So this is core to sort of what it is to be an economist. I'm a professor of economics.
There you go with the authority again.
No, so it's about saying,
Just joking.
we often have a situation where we see a world of behavior, and then we see ways in which particular behaviors are not sort of maximally socially useful.
Yes.
And we have a variety of reactions to that. So one kind of reaction is to sort of morally blame each individual for not doing the maximally socially useful thing, under perhaps the idea that people could be identified and shamed for that and maybe induced into doing the better thing if only enough people were calling them out on it, right? But another way to think about it is to think that people sit in institutions with certain, stable institutional structures, and that institutions create particular incentives for individuals, and that individuals are typically doing whatever is in their local interest in the context of that institution. and then, perhaps to less blame individuals for winning their local institutional game and more blaming the world for having the wrong institutions. So economists are often like wondering what are institutions we could have instead of the ones we have, and which of them might promote better behavior. And this is a common thing we do all across human behavior, is to think of what are the institutions we're in and what are the alternative variations we can imagine, and then to say which institutions would be most productive. I would agree with you that our information institutions, that is the institutions by which we collect information and aggregate it and share it with people, are especially broken in the sense of far from the ideal of what would be the most cost-effective way to collect and share information. But then the challenge is to try to produce better institutions. And as an academic, I'm aware that academia is particularly broken in the sense that we give people incentives to, do research that's not very interesting or important, because basically they're being impressive. And we actually care more about whether academics are impressive than whether they're interesting or useful. And I can happy to go into detail with lots of different known institutions and their known institutional failings, ways in which those institutions produce, incentives that are mistaken. And that was the point of the post we started with, talking about the authorities. If I need to be seen as an authority, that's at odds with my being informative, and I might choose to be the authority instead of being informative, because that's my institutional incentives.
And if I may, I'd like to, given that beautiful picture of incentives and individuals that you just painted, let me just apologize for a couple of things. One, I often put too much blame on leaders of institutions versus the incentives that govern those institutions. And as a result of that, I believe, too critical of Anthony Fauci, too emotional about my criticism of Anthony Fauci. And I'd like to apologize for that, because I think there's deeper truths to think about. There's deeper incentives to think about. That said, I'm a romantic creature by nature. I romanticize Winston Churchill. And when I think about Nazi Germany, I think about Hitler more than I do about the individual people of Nazi Germany. You think about leaders, you think about individuals, not necessarily the parameters, the incentives that govern the system, that because it's harder. It's harder to think through deeply about the models from which those individuals arise, but that's the right thing to do. So, but also I don't apologize for being emotional sometimes, and being.
I'm happy to blame the individual leaders, in the sense that I might say, well, you should be trying to reform these institutions. If you're just there to get promoted and look good at being at the top, well, maybe I can blame you for your motives and your priorities in there. But I can understand why the people at the top would be the people who are selected for having the priority of primarily trying to get to the top. I get that.
Can I maybe ask you about particular universities? They've received, science has received an increase in distrust overall as an institution, which breaks my heart, because I think science is beautiful as not as an institution, but as one of the journeys that humans have taken on. The other one is university. I think university is actually a place, for me at least, the way I see it, is a place of freedom of exploring ideas, scientific ideas, engineering ideas, more than a corporate, more than a company, more than a lot of domains in life. It's not just in its ideal, but it's in its implementation, a place where you can be a kid for your whole life and play with ideas. And I think with all the criticism that universities still not currently receive, I don't think that criticism is representative of universities. They focus on very anecdotal evidence of particular departments, particular people. But I still feel like there's a lot of place for freedom of thought. At least, MIT, at least in the fields I care about, in particular kind of science, particular kind of technical fields, mathematics, computer science, physics, engineering, so robotics, artificial intelligence. This is a place where you get to be a kid. Yet there is bureaucracy. that's rising up. There's like more rules, there's more meetings, and there's more administration having like PowerPoint presentations, which to me you should like be more of a renegade explorer of ideas, and meetings they suffocate that radical thought that happens when you're an undergraduate student, and you can do all kinds of wild things when you're a graduate student. Anyway, all that to say, you've thought about this aspect too. Is there something positive, insightful you could say about how we can make for better universities in the decades to come? This particular institution, how can we improve them?
I hear that centuries ago, many scientists and intellectuals were aristocrats. They had time and could, if they choose to be intellectuals. That's a feature of the combination that they had some source of resources that allowed them leisure, and that the kind of competition they were faced in among aristocrats allowed that sort of a self-indulgence or self-pursuit, at least at some point in their lives. So the analogous observation is that university professors often have sort of freedom and space to do a wide range of things, and I am certainly enjoying that as a tenured professor.
You're really, sorry to interrupt, a really good representative of that. Just the exploration you're doing, the depth of thought, that like most people are afraid to do the kind of broad thinking that you're doing, which is
the fact that can happen is the combination of these two things analogously. One is that we have fierce competition to become a tenured professor, but then once you become tenured, we give you the freedom to do what you like. And that's a happenstance. It didn't have to be that way. And in many other walks of life, even though people have a lot of, resources, et cetera, they don't have that kind of freedom set up. So I think I'm kind of lucky that tenure exists and that I'm enjoying it. But I can't be too enthusiastic about this unless I can approve of sort of the source of the resources that's paying for all this, right? So for the aristocrat, if you thought they stole it in war or something, you wouldn't be so pleased. Whereas if you thought they had earned it or their ancestors had earned this money that they were spending as an aristocrat, then you could be more okay with that, right? So for universities, I have to ask, where are the main sources of resources that are going to the universities, and are they getting their money's worth? Are they getting a good value for that payment, right? So first of all, there's students, and the question is, are students getting good value for their education? And each person is getting value in the sense that they are identified and shown to be a more capable person, which is then worth more salary as an employee later. But there is a case for saying there's a big waste to the system because we aren't actually changing the students or educating them. We're more sorting them or labeling them. And that's a very expensive process to produce that outcome. And part of the expense is the freedom from tenure I get. So I feel like I can't be too proud of that because it's basically a tax on all these young students to pay this enormous amount of money in order to be labeled as better, whereas I feel like we should be able to find cheaper ways of doing that. The other main customer is researcher patrons like the government or other foundations. And then the question is, are they getting their money worth out of the money they're paying for research to happen? And my analysis is they don't actually care about the research progress. They are mainly buying an affiliation with credentialed impressiveness on the part of the researchers. They mainly pay money to researchers who are impressive and have high, impressive affiliations, and they don't really much care what research project happens as a result.
Is that a cynical? So that there's a deep truth to that cynical perspective. Is there a less cynical perspective that they do care about the long-term investment into the progress of science and humanity?
Well, they might personally care, but they're stuck in an equilibrium.
Sure.
Wherein basically most foundations like governments or research or, like the Ford Foundation, the individuals there are rated based on the prestige they bring to that organization.
Yeah.
And even if they might personally want to produce more intellectual progress, they are in a competitive game where they don't have tenure and they need to produce this prestige. And so once they give grant money to prestigious people, that is the thing that shows that they have achieved prestige for the organization. And that's what they need to do in order to retain their
Man,
position.
all the time, bitches.
And you
I
do
gotta
hope
scratch
that there's
my
a
back.
correlation between prestige
Like a
and
bear.
actual competence.
Of course, there is a correlation. The question is just, could we do this better some other way?
Yes.
And I think it's pretty clear we could. What is harder to do is move the world to a new equilibrium where we do that instead.
What are the components of the better ways to do it? Is it money? So how the sources of money and how the money is allocated to give the individual researchers freedom?
Right. What's the
Years
move?
ago, I started studying
Look at
this
this.
topic exactly
With lettuce
because
in
this
its
was my
finest,
issue, and
motherfuckers.
this was many decades ago now, and I spent a long time, and my best guess still is prediction markets, betting markets. So if you as a research patron want to know the answer to a particular question, like what's the mass of the electron neutrino, then what you can do is just subsidize a betting market in that question, and that will induce more research into answering that question, because the people who then answer that question can then make money in that betting market with the new information they gain. So that's a robust way to induce more information on a topic. If you want to induce an accomplishment, you can create prizes, and there's of course a long history of prizes to induce accomplishments. And we moved away from prizes, even though we once had used them far more often than we did today. And there's a history to that. And for the customers who want to be affiliated with impressive academics, which is what most of the customers want, students, journalists, and patrons, I think there's a better way of doing it, which I just wrote about in my second most recent blog post.
Can you explain?
Sure. What we do today is we take sort of acceptance by other academics recently as our best indication of their deserved prestige. That is, recent publications, recent job affiliation, institutional affiliations, recent invitations to speak, recent grants. We are today taking other impressive academics' recent choices to affiliate with them as our best guesstimate of their prestige. I would say we could do better by creating betting markets in what the distant future will judge to have been their deserved prestige, looking back on them. I think most intellectuals, for example, think that if we looked back 2 centuries, say, to intellectuals from 2 centuries ago, and tried to look in detail at their research and how it influenced future research and which path it was on, we could much more accurately judge their actual deserved prestige. That is, who was actually on the right track, who actually helped, which will be different than what people at the time judged using the immediate indications at the time of which position they had or which publications they had or things like that. So
in this way, if you think from the perspective of multiple centuries, you would higher prioritize true novelty. You would disregard the temporal proximity, like how recent the thing is. And you would think, like, what is the brave, the bold, the big, novel idea that this
fucking rabbi says Havdalah like a
be able to
motherfucker.
rate that, because you could see the path with which ideas took, which things had dead ends, which led to what other followings. You could, looking back centuries later, have a much better estimate of who actually had what long-term effects on intellectual progress. So my proposal is we actually pay people in several centuries to do this historical analysis, and we have prediction markets today where we buy and sell assets, which will later pay off in terms of those final evaluations. And so now we'll be inducing people today to make their best estimate of those things by actually, looking at the details of people and setting the prices accordingly. So my proposal would be we rate people today on those prices today. So instead of looking at their list of publications or affiliations, you look at the actual price of assets that represent people's best guess of what the future will say about them.
It's brilliant. So this concept of idea futures, you elaborate what this would entail.
I've been elaborating 2 versions of it here. So one is, if there's a particular question, say the mass of the electron neutrino, and what you as a patron want to do is get an answer to that question, then what you would do is subsidize a betting market in that question under the assumption that eventually we'll just know the answer and we can pay off the bets that way, right? And that is a plausible assumption for many kinds of concrete intellectual questions, like what's the mass of the electron neutrino?
In this hypothetical world that you're constructing, that may be a real world, do you mean literally financial.
Yes, literal,
Literal
very
market.
literal, very cash, very direct and literal. Yes. So,
Or crypto.
well, crypto is
Whatever.
money.
Yeah, that's true.
So the idea would be research labs would be for profit. They would have as their expense paying researchers to study things, and then their profit would come from using the insights the researchers gains to trade in these financial markets. Just like hedge funds today make money by paying researchers to study firms and then making their profits by trading on that insight in the ordinary financial market.
And the market would, if it's efficient, would be able to become better and better at predicting the powerful ideas that the individual is able to generate.
The variance around the mass of the electron neutrino would decrease with time as we learn that value of that parameter better, and any other parameters that we wanted to estimate.
You don't think those markets would also respond to recency of prestige and all those kinds of
Well,
things?
they would respond, but the question is if they might respond incorrectly, but if you think they're doing it incorrectly, you have a profit
There's going to be
opportunity
a
where
correction mechanism.
you can go fix it. So we'd be inviting everybody to ask whether they can find any biases or errors in the current ways in which people are estimating these things from whatever clues they have.
Right, there's a big incentive for the correction mechanism. In academia currently, there's not, it's the safe choice to go with the prestige.
Exactly.
And there's no,
Even if you privately think that the prestige is overrated,
even if
in
you
the
probably
case-
think strongly that
right?
it's
But
overrated.
still, you don't have an incentive to defy that publicly.
You're going to lose a lot unless you're a contrarian that writes brilliant blogs and then
Well,
you could talk about it on a
perhaps.
podcast.
Right. I mean, initially, this was my initial concept of having these betting markets on these key parameters. What I then realized over time was that that's more what people pretend to care about. What they really mostly care about is just who's how good.
Yeah.
And that's what most of the system is built on, is trying to rate people and rank them. And so I designed this other alternative based on historical evaluation centuries later, just about who's how good, because that's what I think most of the customers really care about.
Customers, I like the word customers here. Humans.
Right? And well, every major area of life, which has specialists who get paid to do that thing, must have some customers from elsewhere who are paying for it.
Well, who are the customers for the mass of the neutrino? But yes, I understand that, a sense people who are willing to pay
Right.
for a thing.
And that's an important thing to understand about anything. Who are the customers? So when I think, and what's the product? Like medicine, education, academia, military, etc. That's part of the hidden motives analysis. Often people have a thing they say about what the product is and who the customer is, and maybe you need to dig a little deeper to find out what's really going on.
Or a lot deeper. You've written that you seek out, quote, viewquakes. You're able, as an intelligent black box word generating machine, you're able to generate a lot of sexy words. I like it. I love it. Viewquakes, which are insights which dramatically change my worldview, your worldview. You write, I loved science fiction as a child, studied physics and artificial intelligence for a long time each, and now study economics and political science, all fields full of such insights. So, let me ask, what are some viewquakes or a beautiful, surprising idea to you from each of those fields? Physics, AI, economics, political science. I know it's a tough question. Something that springs to mind about physics, for example, that just is beautiful.
I mean, right from the beginning, say special relativity was a big surprise. Most of us have a simple concept of time, and it seems perfectly adequate for everything we've ever seen. And to have it explained to you that you need to sort of have a mixture concept of time and space, where you put it into this space-time construct, how it looks different from different perspectives, that was quite a shock. And that was, such a shock that it makes you think, what else do I know that, isn't the way it seems? Certainly, quantum mechanics is certainly another enormous shock in terms of, from your point, you have this idea that there's a space and there's, particles at points, and maybe fields in between. And quantum mechanics is just a whole different representation. It looks nothing like what you would have thought as sort of the basic representation of the physical world. And that was quite a surprise.
What would you say is the catalyst for the viewquake in theoretical physics in the 20th century? Where does that come from? So the interesting thing about Einstein, it seems like a lot of that came from like almost thought experiments. It wasn't almost experimentally driven. And I don't know the full story of quantum mechanics, how much of it is experiment, like where if you look at the full trace of idea generation there, of all the weird stuff that falls out of quantum mechanics, how much of that was the experimentalists, how much was it the theoreticians? But usually in theoretical physics, the theories lead the way. So maybe can you elucidate like what is the catalyst for these?
The remarkable thing about physics
This is like-
and
look
about
at
many
this.
other
This is
areas
like
of
a-
academic intellectual life
A very
is that it
agile gazelle
just seems way overdetermined.
on
That is,
Serengeti.
if it hadn't been for Einstein or if it hadn't been for Heisenberg, certainly within a half a century, somebody else would have come up with essentially the same things.
Is that something you believe? Or
Yeah.
Is that something?
Yes. So I think when you look at sort of just the history of physics and the history of other areas, you know, some areas like that, there's just this enormous convergence that the different kind of evidence that was being collected was so redundant in the sense that so many different things revealed the same things that eventually you just kind of have to accept it because it just gets obvious. So if you look at the details, of course, you know, Einstein did it for somebody else, and it's well worth celebrating Einstein for that. And, you know, we, by celebrating the particular people who did something first or came across something first, we are encouraging all the rest to move a little faster, to try to push us all a little faster, which is great. But I still think we would have gotten roughly to the same place within half century. So sometimes people are special because of how much longer it would have taken. So some people say general relativity would have taken longer without Einstein than other things. I mean, Heisenberg quantum mechanics, I mean, there were several different formulations of quantum mechanics all around the same few years. Means no one of them made that much of a difference. We would have had pretty much the same thing, regardless of which of them did it exactly when. Nevertheless, I'm happy to celebrate them all. But this is a choice I make in my research. That is, when there's an area where there's lots of people working together, you know, who are sort of scoping each other and getting a result just before somebody else does, you ask, well, how much of a difference would I make there? At most, I could make something happen a few months before somebody else. And so I'm less worried about them missing things. So when I'm trying to help the world, like doing research, I'm looking for neglected things. I'm looking for things that nobody's doing. If I didn't do it, nobody would do it.
Nobody would do it,
Or at least
in
for
the
a long
next 10,
time.
20 years.
Right,
kind of thing.
exactly.
Same with general relativity, as you know, who
Right.
would do it. It might take another 10, 20, 30, 50 years.
So that's the place where you can have the biggest impact, is finding the things that nobody would do unless you did them.
And then that's when you get the big view quake, the insight. So what about artificial intelligence? Would it be the EMs, the emulated minds? What idea was whether that struck you in the shower one day, or that you just
Clearly, the
observed?
biggest view quake in artificial intelligence is the realization of just how complicated our human minds are. So most people who come to artificial intelligence from other fields or from relative ignorance, a very common phenomenon, which you must be familiar with, is that they come up with some concept and then they think that must be it. Once we implement this new concept, we will have it. We will have full human level or higher artificial intelligence, right? And they're just not appreciating just how big the problem is, how long the road is, just how much is involved. Because that's actually hard to appreciate. When we just think, it seems really simple. And studying artificial intelligence, going through many particular problems, looking at each problem, all the different things you need to be able to do to solve a problem like that, makes you realize all the things your minds are doing that you are not aware of. That's that vast subconscious that you're not aware of. That's the biggest view case from artificial intelligence by far for most people who study artificial intelligence, is to see just how hard it is.
I think that's a good point, but I think it's a very early view quake. It's when the Dunning-Kruger crashes hard. It's the first realization that humans are actually quite incredible. The human mind and human body is quite
There's
incredible.
a lot of
Put that
different
in
parts.
chat, dude.
But then, see, it's already been so long for me that I've experienced that view quake that for me, I now experience the view quakes of, holy shit, this little thing is actually quite powerful. Like neural networks.
Yeah.
I'm amazed because you've become almost cynical after that first view quake of like, this is so hard. Like evolution did some incredible work to create the human mind. But then you realize, just because you've talked about a bunch of simple models, that simple things can actually be extremely powerful. That maybe emulating the human mind is extremely difficult. You can go a long way with a large neural network. You can go a long way with a dumb solution. It's that Stuart Russell thing with reinforcement learning, right? Holy crap! You can go quite a long way with a simple.
But we still have a very long road to go. But nonetheless,
I can't. I refuse to sort of know the road. The road is full of surprises. So long is an interesting, like you said, with the 6 hard steps that humans have to take to arrive at where we are from the origin of life on Earth. So it's long, maybe in the statistical improbability of the steps that have to be taken, but in terms of how quickly those steps could be taken, I don't know if my intuition says if it's hundreds of years away or if it's a couple of years away. I prefer to measure.
Pretty confident it's at least a decade, and
we could
mildly confident it's at least 3 decades.
I can steel man either direction. I prefer to measure that journey in Elon Musk's. That's the new.
We don't get Elon Musk very often, so that's a long time scale.
For now, I don't know. Maybe you can clone, or maybe multiply, or I don't even know what Elon Musk, what that is. What is that?
That's a good question. Exactly. Well, that's an excellent question.
How does that fit into the model of the 3 parameters that are required for becoming a grabby alien civilization?
So that's the question of how much any individual makes in the long path of civilization over time.
Yes.
And it's a favorite topic of historians and people to try to focus on individuals and how much of a difference they make. And certainly some individuals make a substantial difference in the modest term, right? Certainly without Hitler being Hitler in the role he took, European history would have taken a different path for a while there. But if we're looking over many centuries longer term things, most individuals do fade in their individual influence.
So maybe
even Einstein.
No matter how sexy your hair is, you will also be forgotten in the long arc of history. So you said at least 10 years. So let's talk a little bit about this AI point of how hard is the problem of solving intelligence by engineering artificial intelligence that achieves human-like qualities that we associate with intelligence. How hard is this? What are the different trajectories that take us there?
One way to think about it is in terms of the scope of the technology space you're talking about. So let's take the biggest possible scope, all of human technology, right? The entire human economy. So the entire economy is composed of many industries, each of which have many products with many different technologies supporting each one. At that scale, I think we can accept that most innovations are a small fraction of the total. That is, usually have relatively gradual overall progress, and that individual innovations that have a substantial effect on the total are rare, and their total effect is still a small percentage of the total economy, right? There's very few individual innovations that made a substantial difference to the whole economy, right? What are we talking? Steam engine, shipping containers, a few things. Shipping containers deserves to be up there with steam engines, honestly.
Can you say exactly why shipping containers?
Shipping containers revolutionized shipping. Shipping is very important.
But placing that at shipping containers. So you're saying you wouldn't have some of the magic of the supply chain and all that without shipping containers?
It made a big difference. Absolutely.
Interesting. That's something to look into. We shouldn't take that tangent, although I'm tempted to. But anyway, so there's just a few innovations.
Right. So at the scale of the whole economy, right? Now, as you move down to a much smaller scale, you will see individual innovations having a bigger effect, right? So if you look at, lawnmowers or something, I don't know about the innovations lawnmower, but there are probably steps where you just had a new kind of lawnmower and that made a big difference to mowing lawns because you're focusing on a smaller part of the whole technology space, right? So, sometimes military technology, there's a lot of military technologies, a lot of small ones, but every once in a while, a particular military weapon makes a big difference. But still, even so, mostly overall, they're making modest differences to a something that's increasing relatively steady. Like U.S. military is the strongest in the world consistently for a while. No one weapon in the last 70 years has like made a big difference in terms of the overall prominence of the U.S. military, right? Because that's just saying, even though every once in a while, even the recent Soviet hyper missiles or whatever they aren't changing the overall balance dramatically, right? So when we get to AI, now I can frame the question: how big is AI? Basically, so one way of thinking about AI is it's just all mental tasks. And then you ask, what fraction of tasks are mental tasks? And then I go, a lot. And then if I think of AI as like half of everything, then I think, well, it's got to be composed of lots of parts where any one innovation is only a small impact, right? Now, if you think, no, AI is like AGI, and then you think AGI is a small thing, like there's only a small number of key innovations that will enable it. Now you're thinking there could be a bigger chunk that you might find that would have a bigger impact. So the way I would ask you to frame these things in terms of the chunkiness of different areas of technology, in part in terms of how big they are. Like if you take 10 chunky areas and you add them together, the total is less chunky.
Yeah, but are you able, until you solve the fundamental core parts of the problem, to estimate the chunkiness of that problem?
Well, if you have a history of prior chunkiness, that could be your best estimate for future chunkiness. So, for example, I mean, even at the level of the world economy, right? We've had this, 10,000 years of civilization. Well, that's only a short time. You might say, oh, that doesn't predict future chunkiness. But, it looks relatively steady and consistent. We can say, even in computer science, we've had, 70 years of computer science. We have enough data to look at chunkiness of computer science. Like, when were there algorithms or approaches that made a big chunky difference, and and how large a fraction of those that was that? And I'd say mostly in computer science, most innovation has been relatively small chunks. The bigger chunks have been rare.
Well, this is the interesting thing. This is about AI and just algorithms in general. Is PageRank, so Google's, right? So sometimes it's a simple algorithm that by itself is not that useful, but the scale
Context.
in a context that's scalable, like
Right.
depending on the context, it all of a sudden the power is revealed, and there's something. I guess that's the nature of chunkiness, is that you could things that can reach a lot of people simply can be quite chunky.
So one standard story about algorithms is to say algorithms have a fixed cost plus a marginal cost. And so in history, when you had computers that were very small, you tried all the algorithms that had low fixed costs, and you looked for the best of those. But over time, as computers got bigger, you could afford to do larger fixed costs and try those. And some of those had more effective algorithms in terms of their marginal cost. And that, in fact, that it roughly explains the long-term history where, in fact, the rate of algorithmic improvement is about the same as the rate of hardware improvement, which is a remarkable coincidence. But it would be explained by saying, well, there's all these better algorithms you can't try until you have a big enough computer to pay the fixed cost of doing some trials to find out if that algorithm actually saves you on the marginal cost. And so that's an explanation for this relatively continuous history so we have a good story about why hardware is so continuous, right? And you might think, why would software be so continuous with the hardware? But if there's a distribution of algorithms in terms of their fixed costs, and it's, say, spread out in a wide log normal distribution, then we could be sort of marching through that log normal distribution, trying out algorithms with larger fixed costs and finding the ones that have lower marginal costs.
So would you say AGI, human level AI, even EM, emulated minds, is chunky? Like a few breakthroughs can take us.
An M is by its nature chunky, in the sense that if you have an emulated brain and you're 25% effective at emulating it, that's crap. That's nothing. Okay. You pretty much need to emulate a full human brain.
Is that obvious?
It's pretty obvious. I'm talking about, like, so the key thing is you're emulating various brain cells, and so you have to emulate the input-output pattern of those cells. So if you get that pattern somewhat close, but not close enough, then the whole system just doesn't have the overall behavior you're looking for, right?
But it could have functionally some of the power of the overall
So
system.
there'll be some threshold. The point is, when you get close enough, then it goes over the threshold. Right? It's like taking a computer chip and deleting every 1% of the gates, right?
No, that's very chunky. But the
Right.
hope
I mean-
is that the emulating the human brain. I mean, the human brain itself is not
Right. So it has a certain level of redundancy and a certain level of robustness. And so there's some threshold when you get close to that level of redundancy or robustness, then it starts to work. But until you get to that level, it's just going to be crap, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be just a big thing that isn't working well. So we can be pretty sure that emulations is a big chunk in an economic sense, right? At some point, you'll be able to make one that's actually effective in enable substituting for humans, and then that will be this huge economic product that people will try to buy like crazy. Now,
you bring a lot of value to people's lives, they'll be willing to pay
right.
for it.
Well, but it could be that the first emulation costs $1 billion each, right? And then we have them, but we can't really use them; they're too expensive. And then the cost slowly comes down, and now we have less of a chunky adoption, right? That as the cost comes down, then we use more and more of them in more and more contexts, and that's a more continuous curve. So it's only if the first emulations are relatively cheap that you get a more sudden disruption to society. And that could happen if sort of the algorithm is the last thing you figure out how to do or something.
What about robots that capture some magic in terms of social connection? The robots, like we have a robot dog on the carpet right there. Robots that are able to capture some magic of human connection as they interact with humans, but are not emulating the brain. What about those? How far away?
So we're thinking about chunkiness or distance now. So if you ask how chunky is the task of making a emulatable robot or something,
which chunkiness and time are correlated.
right, but it's about how far away it is or how suddenly it would happen. Chunkiness is how suddenly, and difficulty is just how far away it is. But it could be a continuous difficulty. It would just be far away, but we'll slowly, steadily get there. Or there could be these thresholds where we reach a threshold and suddenly we can do a lot better.
Yeah, that's a good. Question for both. I tend to believe that all of it, not just the M, but AGI too, is chunky, and human level intelligence.
So my best guess
embodied in robots is also chunky.
is that the history of computer science and chunkiness so far seems to be my rough best guess for the chunkiness of AGI.
Yeah,
That is,
it is chunky.
modestly chunky, not that chunky, right? Our
Like
ability to
chunky
use
peanut
computers
butter,
to do
I'm
many
hungry.
things in the economy has been moving relatively steadily. Overall, in terms of our use of computers in society, they have been relatively steadily improving for 70 years.
No, I would say that's hard. Yeah, okay. I would have to really think about that because neural networks are quite surprising.
Sure, but every once in a while we have a new thing that's surprising. But if you stand back, we see something like that every 10 years or so, something to do with
Process
innovation
is gradual.
that has a big effect.
So moderately chunky. Yeah.
The history of the level of disruption we've seen in the past would be a rough estimate of the level of disruption in the future, unless the future is we're going to hit a chunky territory, much chunkier than we've seen in the past.
Well, I do think there's it's like Kuhnian, like revolution type. It seems like the data, especially on AI, is difficult to reason with because it's so recent. It's such a recent field. In this
I've been around for 50 years.
Well, I mean 50, 60, 70, 80 years being recent.
Okay.
That's how I'm.
It's enough time to see a lot of trends.
A few trends. I think the internet, computing, there's really a lot of interesting stuff that's happened over the past 30 years that I think the possibility of revolutions is likelier than it was in the.
I think for the last 70 years, there have always been a lot of things that look like they had a potential for revolution.
So we can't reason well about this.
I mean,
Fair
we
enough.
can reason well by looking at the past trends. I would say the past trend is roughly your best guess for the future.
No, but if I look back at the things that might have looked like revolutions in the 70s and 80s and 90s, they are less like the revolutions that appear to be happening now, or the capacity of revolution that appear to be there now. First of all, there's a lot of more money to be made. So there's a lot more incentive for markets to do a lot of kind of innovation, it seems like, in the AI space. But then again, there's a history of winters and summers and so on. So maybe we're just like riding a nice wave right now.
One of the biggest issues is the difference between impressive demos and commercial value.
Yes.
So we often through the history of AI, we saw very impressive demos that never really translated much into commercial value.
So there's somebody who works on and cares about autonomous and semi-autonomous vehicles. Tell me about it. And there again, we return to the number of Elon Musks per Earth per year generated. That's the M. Coincidentally, same initials as the M. Very suspicious. Very suspicious. We're gonna have to look into that. All right, 2 more fields that I would like to force and twist your arm to. All right, to look for viewquakes and for beautiful ideas. Economics. What is a beautiful idea to you about economics? You mentioned a lot of them.
Sure. So, as you said before, there's going to be the first viewquake most people encounter that makes the biggest difference on average in the world, because that's the only thing most people ever see is the first one. And so, with AI, the first one is just how big the problem is. But once you get past that, you'll find others. Certainly for economics, the first one is just the power of markets. You might have thought it's just really hard to figure out how to optimize in a big complicated space, and markets just do a good first pass for an awful lot of stuff, and they are really quite robust and powerful. And that's just quite the viewquake, where you just say, just let it. If you want to get in the ballpark, just let a market handle it and step back. And that's true for a wide range of things. Not true for everything, but it's a very good first approximation. Most people's intuitions for how they should limit markets are actually messing them up. They're that good in sense, right? Most people, when you go, I don't know if we want to trust that. Well, you should be trusting that.
What about what are markets? Just a couple of words.
So the idea is, if people want something, then let other companies form to try to supply that thing. Let those people pay for their cost of whatever they're making and try to offer that product to those people. Let many such firms enter that industry, and let the customers decide which ones they want. And if the firm goes out of business, let it go bankrupt, and let other people invest in whichever ventures they want to try to attract customers to their version of the product. And that just works for a wide range of products and services.
And through all of this, there's a free exchange of information too. There's a hope that there's no manipulation of information and so on. That you're making
even when those things happen, still just the simple market solution is usually better than the things you'll try to do to fix it.
In the alternative.
That's a viewquake. It's surprising. It's not what you would have initially thought.
That's one of the great, I guess, inventions of human civilization,
right?
That trust the markets.
Now, another viewquake that I learned in my research that's not all of economics, but something more specialized, is the rationality of disagreement. That is, basically, people who are trying to believe what's true in a complicated situation would not actually disagree. And of course, humans disagree all the time. So it was quite a striking fact for me to learn in grad school that actually rational agents would not knowingly disagree. And so that makes disagreement more puzzling, and it makes you less willing to disagree.
Humans are, to some degree, rational and are able to...
Their priorities are different than just figuring out the truth. Which might not be the same as being irrational.
That's another tangent that could take an hour. In the space of human affairs, political science, what is a beautiful, foundational, interesting idea to you, a viewquake in the space of political science?
The main thing that goes wrong in politics is people not agreeing on what the best thing to do is.
That's a wrong thing.
So that's what goes wrong. That is, when you say what's fundamentally behind most political failures, it's that people are ignorant of what the consequences of policy is. And that's surprising because it's actually feasible to solve that problem, which we aren't solving.
So it's a bug, not a feature, that there's a inability to arrive at a consensus.
So most political systems, if everybody looked to some authority, say, on a question, and that authority told them the answer, then most political systems are capable of just doing that thing. that is. And so it's the failure to have trustworthy authorities
Yeah.
that is sort of the underlying failure behind most political failure. We failed. We have bad. We invade Iraq, say, when we don't have an authority to tell us that's a really stupid thing to do. And it is possible to create more informative, trustworthy authorities. That's a remarkable fact about the world of institutions, that we could do that, but we aren't.
Yeah, so that's surprising. We could, and we aren't.
Right. And another big view correct about politics is from the elephant in the brain, that most people, when they're interacting with politics, they say they want to like make the world better, make their city better, their country better. And that's not their priority.
What is it? So
They want to show loyalty to their allies. They want to show their
Tribe.
people they're on their side. Yes. Their various tribes they're in. That's their primary priority, and they do accomplish that.
yeah, and the tribes are usually color coded, conveniently enough. What would you say? It's the Churchill question. Democracy is the crappiest form of government, but it's the best one we got. What's the best form of government for this, our 7 billion human civilization, and the maybe as we get farther and farther? You mentioned a lot of stuff that's fascinating about human history as we become more Voyager-like, and looking out beyond what's the best form of government in the next 50, 100 years as we become a multiplicitary species.
So the key failing is that we have existing political institutions and related institutions, like in media institutions and other authority institutions, and these institutions sit in a vast space of possible institutions.
Yeah.
And the key failing, we're just not exploring that space. So I have made my proposals in that space, and I think I can identify many promising solutions. And many other people have made many other promising proposals in that space. But the key thing is we're just not pursuing those proposals. We're not trying them out on small scales. We're not doing tests. We're not exploring the space of these options. That is the key thing we're failing to do. And if we did that, I am confident we would find much better institutions than what we're using now. But we would have to actually try.
So there, a lot of those topics, I do hope we get a chance to talk again. You're a fascinating human being. So I'm skipping a lot of tangents on purpose that I would love to take. You're such a brilliant person on so many different topics. Let me take a stroll into the deep human psyche of Robin Hanson himself.
Incredible athleticism.
So first,
May not be that deep.
Some people might consider impressive.
I might just be all on the surface. What you see is what you get. There might not be
Yeah.
much hiding behind it.
some of the fun is on the surface, and
I actually think this is true of many of the most successful, most interesting people you see in the world. That is, they put so much effort into the surface that they've constructed,
You're
Yeah.
gonna be
and that's where they put all their
popular.
energy. Like, so somebody might be a statesman or an actor or something else, and people want to interview them, and they want to say, like, what do you behind the scenes? What do you do in your free time? Those people don't have free time. They don't
Really wanna
have
know
another life behind the scenes.
Athleticism
They
and
put all
motion.
their energy into
People
this,
used to call
into
me
that surface, the
athleticism
one we
and
admire, the
motion.
one we're fascinated by, and they kind of have to make up
Very
the stuff behind the
common.
scenes to supply it for you. But it's not really there.
Motion,
so
agility.
there's several ways of phrasing this. So one of it is authenticity, which is
Where's the phone?
if you become
Where's
the
the
thing
phone?
you are on the surface, if the depths mirror
Feel
the
it.
surface, then that's what authenticity is. You're not hiding something.
Right.
You're not
Look
concealing
at this
something.
one.
To push back on the idea of actors, they actually have often a manufactured surface that they put on, and they try on different masks, and the depths are very different from the surface, and that's actually what makes them very not interesting to interview. If you are an actor
Right.
who actually lives the role that you play, so like, I don't know, Clint
Right.
Eastwood type character who clearly represents the cowboy. I mean,
Right.
there- like at least rhymes or echoes the person you play
Right.
on the surface. That's authenticity.
Yes, some people are typecast and they have basically one persona they play in all of their movies and TV shows, and so those people, it probably is the actual persona that they are,
Yeah.
or has become that over time. Clint Eastwood would be one. I think of Tom Hanks as another. I think they just always play the same person.
And you and I are just both surface players. You're the fun, brilliant thinker, and I am the suit-wearing idiot full of silly questions. All right. That said, let's put on your wise sage hat and ask you, what advice would you give to young people today in high school and college about life, about how to live a successful life in career or just in general that you can be proud of?
Most young people, when they actually ask you that question, what they usually mean is, how can I be successful by usual standards?
Yeah.
I'm not very good at giving advice about that because that's not how I tried to live my life. So I would more flip it around and say, you live in a rich society, you will have a long life, you have many resources available to you. Whatever career you take, you'll have plenty of time to make progress on something else. Yes, it might be better if you find a way to combine your career and your interests in a way that gives you more time and energy, but there are often big compromises there as well. So if you have a passion about some topic or something that you think just is worth pursuing, you can just do it. You don't need other people's approval. And you can just start doing whatever it is you think is worth doing. It might take you decades, but decades are enough to make enormous progress on most all interesting things.
And don't worry about the commitment of it. I mean, that's a lot of what people worry about is, well, there's so many options, and if I choose a thing and I stick with it, I sacrifice all the other paths I could have taken.
But I mean, so I switched my career at the age of 34 with two kids, age 0 and 2, went back to grad school in social science after being a research software engineer. So it's quite possible to change your mind later in life.
How can you have an age of 0?
Less than 1.
Okay. Oh, U index was, I got it. Okay.
Right. Like people also ask what to read, and I say textbooks. And until you've read lots of textbooks or maybe review articles, I'm not so sure you should be reading, blog posts and Twitter feeds and even podcasts. I would say at the beginning, read. This is our humanity's best summary of how to learn things is crammed into textbooks.
Yeah, especially the ones on like introduction to biology.
Everything, introduction to everything. Just read all the algorithms. Read as many textbooks as you can stomach, and then maybe if you want to know more about a subject, find review articles. Right? You don't need to read the latest stuff for most topics.
Yeah, and actually textbooks often have the prettiest pictures.
There you go.
And depending on the field, if it's technical, then doing the homework problems at the end, it's actually extremely, extremely useful. Extremely powerful way to understand something if you allow it. I actually think of like high school and college, which you kind of remind me of. People don't often think of it that way, but you will almost not again get an opportunity to spend the time with a fundamental subject
stuff.
And like
all the basics.
And everybody's forcing you, everybody wants you to do it, and like you'll never get that chance again to sit there, even though it's outside of your interest. Biology, like in high school, I took AP biology, AP chemistry. I'm thinking of subjects I never again really visited seriously, and it was so nice to be forced into anatomy, physiology, to be forced into that world, to stay with it, to look at the pretty pictures, to certain moments to actually, for a moment, enjoy the beauty of these, of like how a cell works and all those kinds of things. And somehow that stays, like the ripples of that fascination, that stays with you, even if you never do those, even if you never utilize those learnings in your actual work.
A common problem, at least with many young people I meet, is that they're like feeling idealistic and altruistic, but in a rush. So, the usual human tradition that goes back, hundreds of thousands of years is that people's productivity rises with time and maybe peaks around the age of 40 or 50. At the age of 40, 50 is when you will be having the highest income, you'll have the most contacts, you'll sort of be wise about how the world works. Expect to have your biggest impact then. Before then, you can have impacts, but you're also mainly building up your resources and abilities. That's the usual human trajectory. Expect that to be true of you too. Don't be in such a rush to accomplish enormous things at the age of 18 or whatever. I mean, you might as well practice trying to do things, but that's mostly about learning how to do things by practicing. There's a lot of things you can't do unless you just keep trying.
And when all else fails, try to maximize the number of offspring, however way you can.
That's certainly something I've neglected. I would tell my younger version of myself, try to have more descendants. Yes, absolutely. It matters more than I realized at the time.
Both in terms of making copies of yourself in mutated form and just the joy of raising them.
Sure. I mean, the meaning even, so in the literature on the value people get out of life, there's a key distinction between happiness and meaning. So happiness is how do you feel right now about right now, and meaning is how do you feel about your whole life. And many things that produce happiness don't produce meaning as reliably. And if you have to choose between them, you'd rather have meaning. And meaning is more goes along with sacrificing happiness sometimes. And children are an example of that. You get a lot more meaning out of children, even if they're a lot more work.
Why do you think children are so magical, like raising kids? Because I would love to have kids, and whenever I work with robots, there's some of the same magic when there's an entity that comes to life. And in that case, I'm not trying to draw too many parallels, but there is some echo to it, which is when you program a robot, there's some aspect of your intellect that is now instilled in this other moving being. That's kind of magical. Well, why do you think that's magical? You said happiness and meaning, as opposed to a short interval. Why is it meaningful?
It's overdetermined. Like I can give you several different reasons, all of which is sufficient. And so the question is, we don't know which ones are the correct reasons.
That's so technical. It's overdetermined. Look it up.
So, I meet a lot of people interested in the future, interested in thinking about the future. They're thinking about how can I influence the future? But, overwhelmingly in history so far, the main way people have influenced the future is by having children. Overwhelmingly. And that's just not an incidental fact. You are built for that. That is, you're the sequence of thousands of generations, each of which successfully had a descendant, and that affected who you are. You just have to expect, and it's true that who you are is built to be, expect to have a child, to want to have a child, to have that be a natural and meaningful interaction for you, and it's just true. It's just one of those things you just should have expected, and it's not a surprise.
Well, to push back and sort of, in terms of influencing the future, as we get more and more technology, more and more of us are able to influence the future in all kinds of other ways.
Right.
Being a teacher, educator.
Even so, though, still most of our influence in the future has probably happened being kids, even though we've accumulated other ways to do it.
You mean at scale? I guess the depth of influence, like really how much effort, how much of yourself you really put in another human being. Do you mean both the raising of a kid, or do you mean raw genetic information?
Well, both, but raw genetics is probably more than half of it.
More than half. More than half. Even in this modern world.
Yep.
Genetics. Let me ask some dark, difficult questions, if I might. Let's take a stroll into that place that may not exist, according to you. What's the darkest place you've ever gone to in your mind, in your life? A dark time, a challenging time in your life that you have to overcome?
Probably just feeling strongly rejected. And so I'm apparently somewhat emotionally scarred by just being very rejection averse, which must have happened because some rejections were just very scarring.
At a scale, in what kinds of communities? At the individual scale?
Lots of different scales, yeah. Many different scales. Still, that rejection stings.
Hold on a second, but you are a contrarian thinker. You challenge that norms.
Yeah.
Why, if you were scarred by rejection, why welcome it? in so many ways at a much larger scale constantly with your
It could
ideas.
be that I'm just stupid, and, or that I've just categorized them differently than I should, or something. That most rejection that I've faced hasn't been because of my intellectual ideas. So
So
that
the
has,
one,
the intellectual ideas haven't been the thing to risk the rejection.
the things that put challenge your mind, taking you to a dark place, are the more psychological rejections. So
Well, you just asked me, what took me to a dark place. You didn't specify it as sort of an intellectual dark place, I guess. Yeah, just meant like what.
So
What
intellectual is disjoint, or at least at a more surface level than something emotional.
Yeah, I would just think, there are times in your life when, you're just in a dark place, and that can have many different causes. And, most intellectuals are still just people, and most of the things that will affect them, or the kinds of things that affect people, they aren't that different necessarily. And that's going to be true for, like, I presume most basketball players are still just people. If you ask them what was the worst part of their life, it's going to be this kind of thing that was the worst part of life for most people.
So rejection early in life.
Yeah. I mean, not
the most impactful.
not grade school probably, but so like, being a young nerdy guy and feeling not in much demand or interest, or later on lots of different kinds of rejection. But I think that's most of us like to pretend we don't that much need other people. We don't care what they think. It's a common sort of stance. If somebody rejects you or something, I didn't care about them anyway. It didn't. But I think, to be honest, people really do care.
Yeah, we do seek that connection, that love. What do you think is the role of love in the human condition?
Opacity, in part. That is, love is one of those things where we know at some level it's important to us, but it's not very clearly shown to us exactly how or why or in what ways. So there are some kinds of things we want where we can just clearly see that we want and why we want it, right? We know when we're thirsty, and we know why we were thirsty, and we know what to do about being thirsty. And we know when it's over, that we're no longer thirsty. Love isn't like that.
It's like, what do we seek from this? We're drawn to it, but we do not understand why.
Right.
We're drawn exactly, because it's not just affection. Because if it was just affection, we don't seem to be drawn to pure affection. We don't seem to be drawn to somebody who's like a servant. We don't seem to be necessarily drawn to somebody that satisfies all your needs or something like that.
So it's clearly something we want or need, but we're not exactly very clear about it, and that is kind of important to it. So I've also noticed there are some kinds of things you can't imagine very well. So if you imagine a situation, there's some aspects of the situation you can imagine it being bright or dim, you can imagine it being windy, or imagine being hot or cold. But there's some aspects about your emotional stance in a situation that's actually just hard to imagine or even remember. It's hard to you can often remember an emotion only when you're in a similar sort of emotion situation, and otherwise you just can't bring the emotion to your mind and you can't even imagine it, right? So there's certain kinds of emotions you can have, and when you're in that emotion, you can know that you have it, and you can have a name and it's associated. But later on, I tell you, remember joy, and it doesn't come to mind.
You're not able to replay it.
Right. And it's sort of a reason why we're one of the reasons that pushes us to reconsume it and reproduce it is that we can't reimagine it.
Well, it's interesting because there's a Daniel Kahneman type of thing of like reliving memories, because I'm able to summon some aspect of that emotion again by thinking of that situation from which that emotion came.
Right.
So like a certain song, you can listen to it and you can feel the same way you felt the first time you remember that song associated with
Right. So you need to remember that situation in some sort of complete package.
Yes.
You can't just take one part off of it, and then if you get the whole package again, if you remember the whole feeling.
Yes, or some fundamental aspect of that whole experience that aroused, from which the feeling arose. And actually, the feeling is probably different in some way. It could be more pleasant or less pleasant than the feeling you felt originally, and that morphs over time every time you replay that memory. It is interesting. You're not able to replay the feeling perfectly. You don't remember the feeling. You remember the facts of the events.
So there's a sense in which over time we expand our vocabulary as a community of language, and that allows us to sort of have more feelings and know that we are feeling them. Because you can have a feeling but not have a word for it, and then you don't know how to categorize it or even what it is and whether it's the same as something else. But once you have a word for it, you can sort of pull it together more easily. And so I think over time we are having a richer palette of feelings because we have more words for them.
What has been a painful loss in your life? Maybe somebody or something that's no longer in your life, but played an important part of your life.
Youth?
That's a concept. No, it has to be.
I mean, but I was once younger. I had more health and I had vitality and I was handsomer. I mean, I've lost that over time.
Do you see that as a different person? Maybe you've lost that person.
Yes, absolutely. I'm a different person than I was when I was younger, and I'm not who. I don't even remember exactly what he was. So I don't remember as many things from the past as many people do. So in some sense, I've just lost a lot of my history by not remembering it.
But does that?
And I'm not that person anymore. That person's gone, and
Is
I
that a
don't have any of
painful
their
loss?
abilities.
Is it a painful loss though?
Yeah.
Or is it a why is it painful? Because you're wiser. You're I mean, there's so many things that are beneficial to getting older.
Right, but
Or you just
I just was this person, and I felt assured that I could continue to be that person.
and you're no longer that
And
person.
he's gone, and I'm not him anymore. And he died without fanfare or funeral.
And that the person you are today, talking to me, that person will be changed too.
Yes, and
So
so maybe in 20 years he won't be there anymore.
And the future person, you have will look back
with
the future
M's,
version of you.
For M's, this will be less of a problem. For M's, they would be able to save an archived copy of themselves at each different age, and they could turn it on periodically and go back and talk to it.
to replay. You think some of that will be so with emulated minds, with M's? There's a digital cloning that happens, and do you think that makes you less special if you're clonable? Like, does that make you the experience of life, the experience of a moment, the scarcity of that moment, the scarcity of that experience? Isn't that a fundamental part of what makes that experience so delicious, so rich of feeling?
I think if you think of a song that lots of people listen to that are copies all over the world, we're going to call that a more special song.
Yeah. So there's a perspective on copying and cloning where you're just scaling happiness versus degrading.
I mean, each copy of a song is less special if there are many copies, but the song itself is more special if there are many copies.
And on mass, right, you're actually spreading the happiness, even if it diminishes over a larger number of people at scale, and that increases the overall happiness in the world. And then you're able to do that with multiple songs.
Is a person who has an identical twin more or less special?
Well, the problem with identical twins is, it's like just two with M's.
Right, but two is different than one. So,
but
I think an identical twin's life is richer for having this other identical twin, somebody who understands them better than anybody else can. From the point of view of an identical twin, I think they have a richer life for being part of this couple, each of which is very similar. Now, if you said, will the world, if we lose one of the identical twins, will the world miss it as much because you've got the other one and they're pretty similar? Maybe from the rest of the world's point of view, they suffer less of a loss when they lose one of the identical twins. But from the point of view of the identical twin themselves, their life is enriched by having a twin.
See, but the identical twin copying happens at the place of birth. It's different than copying after you've done some of the environment, like the nurture at the teenage or in the 20s after going to college.
So that'll be an interesting thing for M's to find out, all the different ways that they can have different relationships to different people who have different degrees of similarity to them in time.
Yeah, man.
This seems like a rich space to explore. I don't feel sorry for them. This seems like interesting world to live in.
And there could be some ethical conundrums there.
There will be many new choices to make that they don't make now. So, and I discussed that in the book Age of M. Like, say you have a lover and you make a copy of yourself, but the lover doesn't make a copy. Well, now which one of you, or are both, still related to the lover?
Socially entitled to show up.
Yes. So you'll have to make choices then when you split yourself. Which of you inherit which unique things?
Yeah, and of course there'll be an equivalent increase in lawyers. Well, I guess you can clone the lawyers to help manage some of these negotiations of how to split property. The nature of owning, I mean, property, well, is connected to individuals, right?
You only really need lawyers for this with an inefficient, awkward law that is not very transparent and able to do things. So, for example, an operating system of a computer is a law for that computer. When the operating system is simple and clean, you don't need to hire a lawyer to make a key choice with the operating
You don't
system.
need a human in the loop.
You just make a choice,
Rules. Yeah.
right? So ideally, we want a legal system that makes the common choices easy and not require much overhead.
And that's with the digitization of things further enables that. So the loss of a younger self. What about the loss of your life overall? Do you ponder your death, your mortality? Are you afraid of it?
I am a cryonics customer. That's what this little tag around my deck says. It says that if you find me in a medical situation, you should call these people to enable the cryonics transfer. So I am taking a long shot chance at living a much longer life.
Can you explain what cryonics is?
So when medical science gives up on me in this world, instead of burning me or letting worms eat me, they will freeze me, or at least freeze my head. And there's damage that happens in the process of freezing the head, but once it's frozen, it won't change for a very long time. Chemically, it'll just be completely exactly the same. So future technology might be able to revive me. And in fact, I would be mainly counting on the brain emulation scenario, which doesn't require reviving my entire biological body. It means I would be in a computer simulation. And so I think I've got at least a 5% shot at that. And that's immortality.
Are you?
But most likely it won't happen, and therefore I'm sad that it won't happen.
Do you think immortality is something that you would like to have?
Well, I mean, just like infinity, I mean, you can't know until forever, which means never, right? So all you can really, the better choice is at each moment, do you want to keep going? So I would like at every moment to have the option to keep going.
The interesting thing about the human experience is that the way you phrase it is exactly right. At every moment, I would like to keep going. But the thing that happens, leave them wanting more of whatever that that phrase is. The thing that happens is over time, it's possible for certain experiences to become bland, and you become tired of them, and that actually makes life really unpleasant. Makes that experience really unpleasant, and perhaps you can generalize that to life itself if you have a long enough horizon. And so
might happen, but might as well wait and find out.
But then you are ending on suffering,
So in the rare world of brain emulations, I have more options.
I can return yourself.
That is, I can make copies of myself, archive copies at various ages. Yes. And at a later age, I could decide that I'd rather replace myself with a new copy from a younger age.
So does a brain emulation still operate in physical space? So what do you think about like the metaverse and operating virtual reality? So we can conjure up, emulate not just your own brain and body, but the entirety of the environment.
Well, most brain emulations will in fact spend most of their time in virtual reality. But they wouldn't think of it as virtual reality, they would just think of it as their usual reality. I mean, the thing to notice, I think, in our world, most of us spend most time indoors. And indoors, we are surrounded by walls covered with paint and floors covered with tile or rugs. Most of our environment is artificial. it's constructed to be convenient for us. It's not the natural world that was there before. A virtual reality is basically just like that. It is the environment that's comfortable and convenient for you. But if when it's the right that environment for you, it's real for you. Just like the room you're in right now most likely is very real for you. You're not focused on the fact that the paint is hiding the actual studs behind the wall and the actual wires and pipes and everything else. The fact that we're hiding that from you doesn't make it fake or unreal.
What are the chances that we're actually in the very kind of system that you're describing, where the environment and the brain is being emulated, and you're just replaying an experience when you were first did a podcast with Lex after, and now, you know, the person that originally launched this already did hundreds of podcasts with Lex. This is just the first time, and you like this time because there's so much uncertainty. There's nerves. It could have gone any direction.
At the moment, we don't have the technical ability to create that an emulation. So we'd have to be postulating that in the future we have that ability, and then they choose to evaluate this moment now.
No, but
to simulate it.
Don't you think we could be in the simulation of that exact experience right now, and we wouldn't be able to know?
So one scenario would be this never really happened. This only happens as a reconstruction later on.
Yeah.
That's different from the scenario that this did happen the first time, and now it's happening again as a reconstruction. The second scenario is harder to put together because it requires this coincidence where between the two times we produce the ability to do it.
No, but don't you think replay of memories, poor replay of memories is something
so that might be a possible thing in the
you're
future.
saying it's harder than to conjure up things from scratch?
It's certainly possible. So the main way I would think about it is in terms of the demand for simulation versus other kinds of things. So I've given this a lot of thought because, you know, I first wrote about this long ago when Bostrom first wrote his papers about simulation argument, and I wrote about how to live in the simulation. So the key issue is, you know, the fraction of creatures in the universe that are really experiencing what you appear to be really experiencing relative to the fraction that are experiencing it in a simulation way, i.e. simulated. So then the key parameter is at any one moment in time, the creatures at that time, many of them, most of them are presumably really experiencing what they're experiencing, but some fraction of them are experiencing some past time where that past time is being remembered via their simulation. So to figure out this ratio, what we need to think about is basically two functions. One is how fast in time does the number of creatures grow? And then how fast in time does the interest in the past decline? Because at any one time, people will be simulating different periods in the past with different emphasis based on
the way you think so much. That's exactly right, yeah.
So if the first function grows slower than the second one declines, then in fact, your chances of being simulated are low. So the key question is how fast does interest in the past decline relative to the rate at which the population grows with time?
Does this correlate to you earlier suggested that the interest in the future increases over time? Are those correlated? Interest in the future versus interest in the past? Like why are we interested in the past?
But the simple way to do it is, as you know, like Google Ngrams has a way to type in a word and see how interest in it declines or rises over time, right?
Yeah.
But you can just type in a year and get the answer for that. If you type in a particular year like 1900 or 1950, you can see with Google Ngram how interest in that year increased up until that date and decreased after it. And you can see that interest in a date declines faster than does the population grow with time.
That is brilliant.
And so
That is so
you
interesting.
have the answer.
Wow. And that was your argument not against this particular aspect of the simulation, how much past simulation there will be. Replay of past memories.
First of all, if we assume that like simulation of the past is a small fraction of all the creatures at that moment.
Yes.
Right. And then it's about how fast. Now, some people have argued plausibly that maybe most interest in the past falls with this fast function, but some unusual category of interest in the past won't fall that quickly, and then that eventually would dominate. So that's a other hypothesis. You
By
might
some category. So that very outlier specific kind of like really popular kinds of memories, like
you could-
probably sex.
in a trillion years, there's some small research institute that tries to randomly select from all possible people in history. Or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the question is, how big is this research institute, and how big is the future in a trillion years, right? And that would be hard to say. But if we just look at the ordinary process by which people simulate recent era, so if you look at, as this is also true for movies and plays and video games, overwhelmingly they're interested in the recent past. There's very few video games where you play someone in the Roman Empire, right? But even fewer where you play someone in the ancient Egyptian Empire.
Yeah, just different.
It's just declined very quickly.
But every once in a while, that's brought back. But yeah, you're right. I mean, just if you look at the mass of entertainment, movies and games, it's focusing on the present, recent, past, and maybe some. I mean, where does science fiction fit into this? Because it's sort of what is science fiction? I mean, it's a mix of the past and the present, and some kind of manipulation of that,
right,
to make it more efficient for us to ask deep philosophical questions about humanity.
So the closest genre to science fiction is clearly fantasy. Fantasy and science fiction, many bookstores and even Netflix or whatever categories, they're just lumped together.
Yeah.
So clearly they have a similar function. So that the function of fantasy is more transparent than the function of science fiction. So use that as your guide. What's fantasy for? It's just to take away the constraints of the ordinary world and imagine stories with much fewer constraints. Right? That's what fantasy is. You're much less constrained.
What's the purpose to remove constraints? Is it to escape from the harshness of the constraints of the real world, or is it to just remove constraints in order to explore get a deeper understanding of our world? What is it? I mean, why do people read fantasy? I'm not a cheap fantasy reading kind of person, so I need to.
One story that it sounds plausible to me is that there are sort of these deep story structures that we love and we want to realize, and then many details of the world get in their way. Fantasy takes all those obstacles out of the way and lets you tell the essential hero story or the essential love story, whatever essential story you want to tell. The reality and constraints are not in the way. And so science fiction can be thought of as like fantasy, except you're not willing to admit that can't be true. So the future gives the excuse of saying, well, it could happen. You accept some more reality constraints for the illusion, at least, that maybe it could really happen.
Maybe it could happen, and that it stimulates the imagination. The imagination is something really interesting about human beings, and it seems also to be an important part of creating really special things, is to be able to first imagine them. With you and Nick Bostrom, where do you land on the simulation and all the mathematical ways of thinking it, and just the thought experiment of it? Are we living a simulation?
That was just the discussion we just had. That is, you should grant the possibility of being a simulation. You shouldn't be 100% confident that you're not. You should certainly grant a small probability. The question is, how large is that probability?
Are you saying we would be... I misunderstood, because I thought our discussion was about replaying things that already happened.
Right, but the whole question is, right now, is that what I am? Am I actually a replay from some distant future?
But it doesn't necessarily need to be a replay. It could be a totally new. You don't have to be in
right, but clearly I'm in a certain era with a certain kind of world around me, right? So either this is a complete fantasy or it's a past of somebody else in the future.
But no, it could be a complete fantasy though.
It could be, right? But then you have to talk about what's the fraction of complete fantasies, right?
I would say it's easier to generate a fantasy than to replay a memory, right?
Sure, but we just look at the entire history. We just look at the entire history
Sure.
of everything. We just say, sure, but most things are real. Most things aren't fantasies, right? Therefore, the chance that my thing is real, right? So the simulation argument works stronger about sort of the past. We say, but there's more future people than there are today. So you being in the past or the future makes you special relative to them, which makes you more likely to be in a simulation, right? If we're just taking the full count and saying, in all creatures ever, what percentage are in simulations? Probably no more than 10%. So
what's the good argument for that? That most things are real?
Yeah,
because Bostrom says the other way, right?
In a competitive world, in a world where people have to work and have to get things done, and they have a limited budget for leisure. And so, leisure things are less common than work things, like real things, right? That's
But-
just
But if you look at the stretch of history in the universe, doesn't the ratio of leisure increase? Isn't that the fourth?
right. But now we're looking at the fraction of leisure, which takes the form of something where the person doing the leisure doesn't realize it. Now there could be some fraction of it, but that's much smaller, right?
Yeah. Clueless forgers.
Or somebody is clueless in the process of supporting this leisure, right? It might not be the person leisuring, somebody, they're a supporting character or something, but still, that's got to be a pretty small fraction of leisure.
What you mentioned, the children are one of the things that are a source of meaning. Broadly speaking, then let me ask the big question: what's the meaning of this whole thing? Robin, meaning of life. What is the meaning of life? We talked about alien civilizations, but this is the one we got. Where are the aliens? Where are the humans? Seem to be conscious, be able to introspect. Why are we here?
This is the thing I told you before about how we can predict that future creatures will be different from us. Our preferences are this amalgam of various sorts of random, sort of patched together preferences about thirst and sex and sleep and attention and all these sorts of things. So we don't understand that very well. It's not very transparent, and it's a mess, right? That is the source of our motivation. That is how we were made and how we are induced to do things. But we can't summarize it very well, and we don't even understand it very well. That's who we are. And often we find ourselves in a situation where we don't feel very motivated and we don't know why. In other situations, we find ourselves very motivated and we don't know why either. And so that's the nature of being a human of the sort that we are, because even though we can think abstractly and reason abstractly, this package of motivations is just opaque and a mess. And that's what it means to be a human today. And the motivation, we can't very well tell the meaning of our life. It is this mess. But our descendants will be different. They will actually know exactly what they want. And it will be to have more descendants. So that will be the meaning for them.
Well, it's funny that you have the certainty, you have more certainty, you have more transparency about our descendants than you do about your own self.
Right.
So it's really interesting to think, because you mentioned this about love, that something that's fundamental about love is this opaqueness, that we're not able to really introspect what the heck it is, or all the feelings, the complex feelings
That's
involved.
true about many of our motivations.
And that's what it means to be human of the 20th and the 21st century variety. Why is that not a feature that will choose to persist in civilization then? This opaqueness, put another way, mystery, maintaining a sense of mystery about ourselves and about those around us. Maybe that's a really nice thing to have.
Maybe. But so, this is the fundamental issue in analyzing the future. What will set the future? One theory about what will set the future is, what do we want the future to be? So under that theory, we should sit and talk about what we want the future to be, have some conferences, have some conventions, discussion things, vote on it maybe, and then hand that off to the implementation people to make the future the way we've decided it should be. That's not the actual process that's changed the world over history up to this point. It has not been the result of us deciding what we want and making it happen. In our individual lives, we can do that. We might decide what career we want, where we want to live, who we want to live with. In our individual lives, we often do slowly make our lives better according to our plan and our things, but that's not the whole world. The whole world so far has mostly been a competitive world where things happen if anybody anywhere chooses to adopt them and they have an advantage. And then it spreads and other people are forced to adopt it by competitive pressures. So that's the kind of analysis I can use to predict the future. And I do use that to predict the future. It doesn't tell us it'll be a future we like. It just tells us what it'll be.
And it'll be one where we're trying to maximize the number of our descendants.
And we know that abstractly and directly. And it's not opaque.
With some probability that's non-zero, that will lead us to become grabby in expanding aggressively out into the cosmos until we meet other aliens.
The timing isn't clear. We might become grabby, and then this happens. Grabbiness and this are both the result of competition, but it's less clear which happens first.
Does this future excite you, scare you? How do you feel about this?
Well, again, I told you, compared to sort of a dead cosmology, at least it's energizing and having a living story with real actors and characters and agendas, right?
Yeah, and that's one hell of a fun universe to live in. Robbie, you're one of the most fascinating, fun people to talk to. Brilliant, humble, systematic in your analysis.
Oh, hold on to my wallet here. What's he looking for?
I already stole your wallet long ago. I really, really appreciate you spend your valuable time with me. I hope we get a chance to talk many more times in the future. Thank you so much for sitting down.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Robin Hanson. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Ray Bradbury. We are an impossibility in an impossible universe. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time.
Why did I do it? Jan said that it was because of sunrise, that she would build a diary, not sharing about.
When you imagine a song, is it the opening you imagine?
No, it's kind of it's just I never think opening, I never think final. I think soundscape of how I'm feeling right now. So it could be the middle of the song for all I know when I'm doing that. But my process for me is very much lyrics and melody and music really come at the same time. Like by same time I mean I'm as I'm expressing, maybe I'm feeling like it's not that simple, but it's like I'll hear it like it's like here's all the orchestra and you're kind of just pressing all the buttons at once, and melody and my voice is just one of those instruments.
The following is a conversation with Dan Reynolds, the lead singer of Imagine Dragons, one of the most popular bands in the world, with over 75 million records sold and only 4 songs being streamed over 8 billion times on Spotify. Given all that, Dan is one of the most down-to-earth, kind, thoughtful, and fascinating human beings I've ever met, grounded in part by his lifelong struggle with mental health. The darkness, the love, and the creative brilliance are all there in this one humble mind. For this reason, and many others, we became fast friends. Plus, he recently started his journey in programming, which, funny enough, is where we start this wide-ranging, deeply personal, and fun conversation. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, here's Dan Reynolds. So we were talking offline that you're not just getting into programming. What's the most beautiful program you've ever written? Something that brought you joy?
There's something I really love completion. It's the reason that I'm addicted to songwriting. I like there being nothing and then having some blocks or tools and building them into what you want it to look like. And then I find it incredibly rewarding to stand back and look at what you did at the end. It could be anything. For me, it was as simple to begin with as just, because it's object oriented, like making a cube move. That as simple as that. Understanding that and knowing that I built that and made it do that is really rewarding. And I think it's the thing that drew me into wanting to learn more. But as far as what is some grandiose, like some big piece of code that I've done, like absolutely not. It's more, I'm still a level where it's more like, what is a tutorial that I followed and got, and then, yeah, so I couldn't say I'm at a level where I've done anything beautiful at all in code.
But you're also interested in potentially, like your heart is drawn to creating games.
Creating anything.
And completing it.
Yeah.
That's the feel good is it's done.
Yeah, I've been working over the last 2 years with actually a team out of Kiev on, and we can get into that, it's a whole other story, but on a computer game. And really have kept that kind of under wraps, but yeah, we're kind of getting to a point now where we have a prototype that we can play, and it's a lot of fun, and thankfully all the team members are in safe places now. things have obviously been on hold for a little bit, but when that started is when I really decided, okay, I need to understand base level coding in C#, so I'm not an idiot talking to these people, and so it's we've been doing that for a couple of years.
Is there any parallels between the final completion that you feel with programming, which I think is a little bit more definitive? Like there's debugging, the code doesn't work, it's messy, and so on. There's the early design stages, you're not sure like how to have functions and classes, how it's all going to work, and then it comes together, and it's really done because it works, and there's a cube moving in the screen.
Right.
Is there any parallels between that and music? Because are you really ever done with a song?
It's exactly the same thing for me, just in that it's art. I really believe that we have not fully encapsulated artists. Like when we say art, I think most people think, okay, the medium must be painting or drawing or music or writing. But I really believe anytime you're creating something, engineers, for instance, you're creating something with tools that you have, and it can be incredibly beautiful. And so, I think, and it's never done. I feel like I look at songs that I've done, I never felt you have to let go, or I have to let go, and that's all. I'm just continually making myself let go. But I look at songs that I've done and wish I had done more, or kept going down that road, and what would have happened. And I'm really contained to, because of what our band is and what our fans expect. And there's so much more to it that it's like I'm fitting in a box always. It's like this song shouldn't be longer than 3 minutes and 30 seconds. And I don't know if I remember the chorus after I heard it. Maybe I need to hear the chorus 3 times instead of those 2 times. It's like there's certain, especially in pop music, it's really hard to it feels like there's confines, even though people are like, well, there's no confines, but still everybody's writing a pop song that's a few minutes. And
are those explicit in your mind, or are they just kind of, the gut is, like you said, chorus? Should you have chorus once, twice, or 3 times? Is that a gut thing, or is that a rule thing?
I think it's a rule. I mean, it's obviously a rule I impose on myself. Nobody's in my house saying, hey, Dan, if you don't do this, I'm going to punish you. There's no major label president that's like, Imagine Dragons needs to make pop music, Dan. You know what I mean? My manager doesn't even tell me that. I do it because it's what I perceive to be enjoyable. I grew up listening to a ton of pop music, and then I ended up being in what is quote-unquote a rock band, which I've never perceived it as that, but that's kind of what the world has called it, and that's fine. But
so you're a prisoner of a prison that you yourself constructed. There you go.
Well, I'm a happy, I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm a happy prisoner of the prison that I have created for myself, and I made that prison thinking that it was a mansion.
So you worked with Rick Rubin. What does Rick think about your prison?
Rick was, it was interesting to hear his outside opinion when we first met, because my biggest focus for so much of my life, my biggest fear was, and this stems from, I think, middle school is when it started, but everyone being in on a joke except for yourself. Like the thought of thinking you're good at something and really you're terrible at it, and you're surrounded by people who are saying, yeah, you're good at it, and then by themselves they're like, it's terrible at this. Just kind of, and not just in regards to music or art, but anything in life. And I think maybe from having 6 older brothers, it stems from that too, like always feeling inadequate and like the annoying younger brother, But anyway, so Rick's, and that's something I've learned to let go of as I've gotten older and had life experiences. But one of the things that Rick said really early on that has stuck with me was he said, yeah, we were Zooming the first time we met. He said, I'd really like to work with you because I feel like you're not confined to a sound. You've done a lot of different sounds. And so it's exciting because I feel like you're being forgiving more than other rock bands or bands. Because most people, when they hear, when they hear a band, it's like there's a very specific sound with it. It's like they do folk music, or they do like California rock, or they do surf, or they do, you know, like there's, and your fans kind of want that. Like they want them to do that thing, and then they don't do it. And sometimes that goes well, but a lot of times it doesn't. And people, you know, critics and everybody is like, go back to the thing that you did good and do that. Rick felt, whether he was right or wrong, that we hop genres so much, and that's been to our benefit and detriment, I think.
Why detriment?
Because people want you to be something. It's more, you can believe it more. It's like
It's more authentic if you never change.
I guess, I don't know. I mean, it's not something I subscribe to because I create music, but I also grew up listening to a lot of different genres. Like I would listen to like Cat Stevens, and the next song would be like Biggie, and then the next song would be Nirvana, and it was like a lot of, and then Billy Joel, and then Enya. It was like, you know what I mean? I was a product of the 90s, which if you listen to 90s music, it really was a lot of reason that people say, well, 90s were terrible. Like a lot of people say that. I love the 90s, they're my favorite decade of music. There was a lot of genre hopping, and I don't know, I love that.
So you had the 90s had the boy bands, and it had Pearl Jam and Nirvana.
And it had a lot of, like, women of the 90s is probably my biggest influence. Like, kind of that, like, angry rock women of the 90s. Like, Alanis Morissette, Jagged Little Pill is one of my favorite records of all time. The lyrics were so intimate, and I don't know if she was angry or not. Sorry if she wasn't.
But there was an anger to it.
There was angst. Yeah, there was like angstiness. And that and hip hop of the 90s influences me, and then my dad. So anything my dad listened to, which my dad didn't listen to any of that. My dad listened to like Harry Nilsson, the Beatles, Cat Stevens, Bob Dylan, Paul Simon, Billy Joel. It was very much like singer-songwriter.
Do you mind if we, throughout this, listen to a few songs? Because you mentioned hearing this, and I was actually yesterday and the day before listening to a lot of his stuff, and it's just like, damn, he's good. And not as known as he should be. Like, I was getting, do you mind if I play?
No, please. Yeah.
I don't know, not to open this conversation with a love song.
I would like that, actually.
But Without You is an incredible song.
Oh, man, that's, yeah.
And the heartbreak and the longing.
What? He's the best to do it, in my opinion. In my opinion, he's the best to do it.
The vocal range.
And just the sadness of, like, there's something, I don't even want to talk over him because this is one of my favorite songs too, but I think people have a really good bullshit indicator. And music, in my opinion, whenever I meet a young artist and say, well, I'm trying to make a new band and I want to do something like how to be successful, I really think understanding that people have a really good bullshit indicator is the most important part of being an artist. And I'll explain what that means, at least to me. I think that in order to have success or be a leader or whether it's an art or anything, people need to believe that you believe what you're doing. I think the best actors really, when they're doing their thing, it's like it's not acting. They're in it, and it's how they feel, and they're expressing that sorrow or joy or whatever it is. Harry Nilsson, I just believe it. He sings that, and I feel it. And whether he's the greatest bullshitter of all time, I don't think that's the case. I think he probably was singing that song, and he just could transport himself to wherever he was. it's what makes a great live act. It's what makes a great song. And someone could be the best actor and sing that in the same timbre, same EQ, same compression, same everything. And there's some unknown there that I think hopefully it will be known at some point. It's some scientific thing, but there's something there that the energy or something that people can perceive it and say, true or false. And if it resonates as true, it's so much more meaningful and it lives on. And if it doesn't, that for me is what is good art of that. Like for people to dispute over like the sonics should sound like that's silly to me. It's like a song or even a painting, like it's just the truthfulness of it.
Yeah, the truly great art has to go to that place where you really are feeling it. Like you forget that you're being recorded, you forget there's an audience, you really are feeling it. Yeah, which I totally agree with you. One of the things that I love about the internet is it's brought the bullshit detector of the masses to power, which is beautiful because then the masses uplift the really authentic.
Right.
And even if you didn't write the song, I think it helps a lot probably if you wrote the song. But I was a little bit, maybe a lot, since we're in Vegas, a little heartbroken to find out that Elvis didn't write his songs. But I like, for example, Rocket Man, Elton John. To find out that Elton John didn't really know where the words of Rocket Man came from, meaning like the depths of it. It's interesting, but nevertheless, he's super authentic because for Elton John or for Elvis, there's something in the fun and the darkness and the entertainment of it. Like he goes to some place in his mind that might not be deeply connected from where the lyrics came from, but he relates it to whatever is in his mind. And goes to that place emotionally.
Yeah, and that's what I think it is. And that's why an actor, like I said, can be completely honest to me. Maybe they didn't write the script, but I write all, like I've always written all my own lyrics. It's a really personal thing to me. But I will say, I see people all the time who are performers like Elton John, for instance, who didn't write the lyrics that I believe that it means just as much to them as what I wrote, because they find the meaning in it for themselves. At least the greats do, and I think that's the difference maker. And I think you can perceive, and I'm sure you've seen art that doesn't move you, and maybe it moves someone else, but for you, for some reason, you perceive it to be uninteresting to you. And I feel like a lot of the time, I'm not saying that it's, of course, sonically maybe it's uninteresting to you, but I think the majority of the time, for myself, I can find inspiration in any sonic value for painting as long as I see it and I feel truth from the person who created it.
Yeah, and for me, the lyrics, maybe not the entirety of the lyrics, but a few words can do wonders to take you to a place. And sometimes those words don't need to be connected with the other words. That's the beauty of music. They're allowed to float in the space of mixed metaphors.
Yes.
They're allowed to just jump around, and somehow it paints a picture without actually, Glycerine by Bush.
Right. But it's also how the person says it, right? Yeah. It's like, it's the feeling of exactly, and the same person could say that word 10 other ways and you don't care. But someone says glycerine or whatever it is, and it's like, oh, you know what? I feel that. And for someone, the way he said that, he meant it to me. You know what I mean? And yeah.
No, I can't forget this evening or your face as you were leaving, but I guess that's just the way the story goes. You always smile, but in your eyes, your sorrow shows. Yes, it shows. Let me ask you to analyze this song. Do you, so there's a lady possibly who's leaving him. Do you think he's leaving her or she's leaving him? If you want to.
It's athleticism. Oh, fuck.
And then the chorus is, I can't live
Yes.
if living is without you. Can't live. I can't give anymore. He's got a voice on him.
Yeah, he does. And if you really, there's some incredible documentation on his life and the end of his life. And so my answer to this is probably skewed based on what I've seen about his life too. But he was a real alcoholic at the end of his life, and it destroyed his voice and ended up killing him as well. And so when I hear that, I perceive it as someone who is destructive and in a destructive place in life and can't love someone properly. And so they can't live with them, but they can't live without them type thing, which is really something that I really identify with. And I think is, one of the struggles of life is loving yourself enough. It's forgiving yourself for things and letting yourself love someone else. And, at least when I listen to that, I hear Harry being like, and maybe I'm wrong, but this is how I perceive it at least, is not loving himself and feeling like he's deserving of this person. Like, I have to let you go. I hear that, of course, and people say, oh, well, he's breaking up with her. But there's so much more complexity and nuance to relationships than that. And for instance, my wife and I went through a really difficult separation. And that's, a story for another day or different question or something. But the nuance of it makes me think of this when I hear this, which is there's just more to being with someone and not being with someone than, hey, I think that person's really attractive, or hey, that person makes me laugh or not, or I love them and now I don't love them. Love is such a complex, nuanced thing that a lot of times there's just more going on behind the scenes, I think.
Yeah, on a small tangent on that, just as a curious question, have you paid any attention to the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trials?
I have watched quite a bit of it because my wife really loves it and she watches it in bed at night.
So it's raw, like, to me it's really, because you mentioned how complicated love can be, and I've never seen, I don't care about the celebrity nature of it. I don't care who it is, but it's just laid out in such raw form.
For the world to see.
For the world to see the toxicity, but also the passion and the clearly sort of the drugs and the drinking, but also like the longing and the dreams, and I will always be with you, I will die for you. The places, the roller coaster of love, and it's all there at the end, past the end. So it's like I've also recently reread The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich about Hitler and Nazi Germany. It's the rise and fall. And it's interesting to look at the entirety of that process after it's all over, many, many decades after it's all over. That book in particular, written by the person that was actually there. And so here we're seeing two people in the context of the courtroom analyzing this rise and fall of a love affair. It's fascinating.
The truth is, I was telling my wife this actually just the other day because she was asking what I thought about it. It makes me really sad. It's humorous. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of parts in it that are just really funny. But I look at it and I also see the internet. Someone's always the villain and someone's the hero, which is such a funny thing. And we talked about a little about this offline before we got on this, but I have a real firm belief in life that it's just more complex than you think. Always. And Johnny, for instance, is very charismatic, and you love him, and he's funny, and just the way he does things, and he looks certain ways, and he says things. He's just, you really love him, and I feel like, and maybe I'm wrong, but it looks like the internet is really, I'm like, Johnny is the winner, Amber is the villain, and I kind of look at it, and I feel like, were any of you in the bedroom? Like, were any of you there for these things? And I'm not saying one way or the other. Like, all I see when I look at that is two people with a lot of deep-seated hurt, anger, and that anger is so poisonous to both of them, and they're getting through it in the way that they only know how. And I'm not saying we shouldn't be able to look at parts of it and laugh about it and stuff and be virtuous or something, but just that there's not a hero.
It's
I-
more
I-
complicated.
Yeah, I think unless you've been living with Amber and Johnny, you don't know. Just because one seems more charismatic in the moment or funnier or more believable even doesn't mean that their truth is the truth.
And I feel like there's still love there too, which makes
That's the hardest part. He won't even look at her. He looks down the whole time. And maybe people say, well, it's because anger or hurt or whatever. But the way she looks and stuff, it just feels like there's so much hurt there that it hurts me to watch it. I just feel like, oh, my heart just like aches for them and for both of them. And I don't know either of them personally. And, I don't know. Just hurts.
But I've never seen sort of love laid out in this raw kind of way. It makes me feel better about, like, it almost gives you, seeing people who've gone through a struggle in this sort of mundane kind of way gives you room to struggle yourself about the messiness of love. Like, you're supposed to, like, relationships are supposed to be simple and whatever, but this, like, oh man, it's
like art.
Yeah.
And for the record, like, I don't feel like it shouldn't be shown. Like, I think it's actually really beautiful art, and I agree there's going to be a lot of people who walk away from it and are changed in certain ways or look at things different. I'm not saying it's changing the whole world, the Johnny Depp trial, but it's art. It's just like you would look at a painting and it might affect you. My only commentary is more that there's not, I think it's silly when people say who's right and who's wrong and who's the clear villain and who's the, like, we love as humans, we have to have an answer for everything. We have to put everything in a box. And it's like, well, we're looking at this and we're deciding you're right and you're wrong. And I just think it's silly unless it's your life.
So speaking of heroes and villains and highs and lows, you grew up in Las Vegas. And you said that Vegas is a performing town, a town of high stakes, drama, and eccentricity. It's a town of high highs and low lows. And I'd be damned if my therapist didn't point out that correlation out to me personally a long time ago. So to me, Vegas, from the outside, is romanticized by certain movies. The lows define the beauty of this town. And certain movies, so to me, Casino, with Robert De Niro, Joe Pesci, and Sharon Stone. Leaving Las Vegas with Nicolas Cage, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas with the Johnny Depp, Hunter S. Thompson. First of all, what's your favorite representation of Vegas from a darker side? And do you draw any wisdom, insight from the darkness, the lows and the highs in those movies, or is it over romanticized?
So I grew up in a really conservative Mormon family, and Vegas was established by the Mormons and the mob. Those were like the two very different worlds that created what Vegas is. And if you live in Vegas, it really shows in a lot of ways, because Vegas has the strip and the parties and the craziness, but it also has very like neighborhoods and big families and conservative people and liberal people living together in a really interesting way. And for me, growing up here, for instance, was a lot of like driving on the freeway and my mom being like, "Children, close your eyes. There's a naked woman on that billboard." And okay, Mom, on our way to church, you know what I mean? It was like, but also being like, "Whoa, this is crazy." This is, you know what I mean? Taking in whatever I could when I could.
Yeah.
So I saw, and I'm grateful for that. Like, I really love that I didn't grow up as a Mormon in, for instance, like Utah, like the typical place, because I saw both sides and I appreciated something from both sides. And now, as a person now who's not religious but just spiritually minded, I'm grateful for that divergent character, that juxtaposition, dual-edged sword that Vegas is, and I try to apply that to everything in life, which is like Johnny Depp and Amber. It's like there's two sides to every story. There's always two sides to every coin. There's always and there's something to be said for both.
Look at
like
this.
I try to see people.
I'm really trying to summarize it
Even if
That's just
you know,
possible.
it's just I try to apply that.
It
to
would
life.
be like
As far as a movie that personifies
If
Vegas or something
Roy
in that
Jones
medium that
Jr.
personifies Vegas in a way
has sex
that resonates with me.
Don't say
Nadia
hangover.
Comaneci
No, yeah.
at
I also
The
like
top
I wasn't even allowed to watch PG-13 movies growing up.
K2
So a lot of the movies that you're saying, like I either didn't see, I didn't have cable television.
without
I wasn't like a pilgrim. I was really, really
any
conservative.
additional oxygen.
So it didn't define your
No, it's like-
Look at
intellectual
this movie.
like development.
No one,
No,
No one
I just
anticipated
I can't
this.
think of any movie that comes to
There
mind.
was
That's my Vegas
one of the
movie.
most
You know what I mean? Like
athletic
I'm sure
things
I've seen some of the movies you've said
perhaps
now, but
we've
I
ever
can't think of
seen.
one that I'm like actually
Kids.
personifies Vegas in a way that
Kids.
feels honest.
Let's
to
talk
me.
about
Like,
this.
Or like
Look at this
was there a Chevy
Oh,
Chase?
what the fuck
Yeah.
is that shit?
I think
Look
that's
at
maybe
this
the only
one.
one I thought of.
No one was even expecting
because
it.
I love Chevy Chase so much that maybe it's one of his Vegas Vacation or something.
Yeah. So, but that's more like lighthearted,
Yeah.
absurd, that kind of stuff.
Right. It's not like I guess what I'd say is there's no truth that has been that I've seen of Vegas, because what I see of Vegas is there's obviously like the parties and stuff and the nightlife, which I'm not a big party person, so I haven't really experienced much of that. But there's also drugs, and I have a strange relationship with drugs because I've lost a few friends to drug overdoses, and so I don't that's
Kids.
not romantic to me. But there's also like
You know how athletic?
yeah, I mean, you asked for a dark reflection of it. I guess I certainly see a dark reflection to Vegas, and I feel like Vegas is typically personified as like at the table.
Kids, let's
and
just talk
everything,
about
but
the
it's also like
athleticism that you're witnessing.
I have like friends who've lost all
Really?
their money to gambling addiction,
It would
and
be
so
like
it's like
if
what I
Dark
guess
underbelly to the whole thing.
yeah, somebody maybe needs to maybe that's an open
Sam
spot. There needs to be a dark side
had
to Vegas.
Well,
And it's about Mormons
with-
in Vegas dying
And the
of
mob.
drug overdose
Monica
or
Sorensen
getting shot by the mob.
yeah.
on the 50-yard line
So you mentioned your spirituality.
of War Memorial Stadium.
You said that having a crisis of faith, or just the philosophical
Man, you got a
question
breath?
of asking who is
God,
God,
look,
exists,
tuck.
or
That's one
and
tuck.
thinking of the flip
one
side of
note.
that, of mortality,
Look at
what
this
happens when we die. Those kinds of things were extremely difficult,
Look at this,
deep
friends.
things
Do you
for
recognize
you,
how athletic
in
this
terms of
is?
your development, the whole process of figuring that out. Why does it hurt so much to lose faith in God?
Yeah, I would say that the seeking of God, let's say that, is an obsession for me and has been since I was young. I really feel that I'm a deeply like committed to finding answers in life. And there's some answers that I don't think there's an answer to. And I'm also very OCD by nature, so I just don't give up to that. I'm like, well, there must be somewhere in Tibet, there's some teacher, or there's somebody out there that has the answer, or maybe it's yet to be found. I'm going to find it. My life has been to date probably unhealthily committed to finding answers about God or the lack thereof, and mortality. It's all I sing about. All our records have been about.
Who do you think is God? Have you ever gotten a glimpse?
I will say the closest I feel like I have been to experiencing God is, and this sounds so, maybe, I don't know how it sounds, but is through ayahuasca to me. That's my honest answer for you. I feel like I had pretty much given up all hope of there being anything greater than,
Look at this, kids.
us
If you're learning how to
being,
make your bed at home,
evolving and being here and then dying.
and you're wondering
gone, and that's it. Nothing else.
if this
nothing
is,
else
if you
became,
just,
nothing else
this is
became.
instinct. You can't
To
teach
where
it.
I am now, which
You
is
can try
there
to
are
learn it.
answers to be found. I don't know them. Like I don't know what God looks
Try to
like, or
crack
if
my
God
foot.
is anything to do with the word
Why?
God in the way that we say it.
Why
But
not?
I do believe pretty fervently that there is more to be found.
Is it motion sensor or no?
I don't know what that was. Looks like they've all died, actually. Do you know which one it is? Is it this one here? Oh. almost there. I really don't know. It's gotta be like something. There we go.
It's my Chinese proverb.
Yeah.
How many people does it take to, what is it, unscrew a light bulb?
Like it was hot too. Like I was doing like the 2-finger like technique.
Well, I'm glad you survived that.
Thanks.
That'd be pretty ironic if we talk about mortality and then this would be it for you.
In that moment.
I've never done ayahuasca, so it's a mixture of 2 plants. One of them is DMT, but a lot of people I really respect, very, very intelligent people, had profound experiences with ayahuasca. What is that? Where do you go? Where does the mind go? What the heck is up with that?
I'll first say that I am like, I can't even smoke weed. I really do not enjoy it because I hate to let go of control. Like, if I feel out of control in life, it's like one of my biggest weaknesses. It's like very scary for me. I don't, and some people, you know, really enjoy letting go in that way. I really don't. So I was pretty terrified to make the jump into ayahuasca, but my wife, who I deeply respect, made a profound change through ayahuasca, and I saw it.
She led the way.
Yeah, and it wasn't a strange, like, I think we have a thing in America that's very, like, a misconception, a stigma on psychedelics where, you know, it's like, it's a drug and it makes some people crazy, and then you're going to be on the street and you're going to be out of your mind, or you're going to become like, you know, a crazy person, basically. And I think I really bought into that notion because, again, I wasn't even raised with cable TV, you know what I mean? Like, ayahuasca is very, like, you can imagine what that was like for a Mormon kid. I didn't know anything about it and never touched drugs at all and never even touched a cigarette, you know? Anyway, so I think we have this misconception about it where Americans are quick to go to their doctor and take any medication or drug. But, you know, whoa, when it comes to like psychedelics. Anyway, that being said, I had that trepidation going into it, but I really love and respect my wife, and I saw it make a profound impact in her life where she suddenly was able to heal from a lot of trauma that she had. She went through a lot in her life, and it really helped her heal. But it also set her in a new path spiritually that seemed really like a place that I wanted to be. So I did it, and I did it twice. The first time it didn't really have an effect on me, which happens to a lot of people, I guess. I drank, you know, this little thing, and there was like this shaman who came over from overseas that was really, had been in the plant, you know, world for decades, and was a really incredible, I don't even know if he likes to be called shaman, but
So it's supposed to be like 30, 60 minutes to take effect, and a few hours. The journey lasts about 4 hours, 5 hours.
yeah. So the second time I took it, I took it in I would say 20, 30 minutes. Exactly. I started to feel like I was like the dimension of what is reality. The curtain was pulled open, and there was a lot more to discover. And it really blew my mind in a way that I think it would probably blow anybody's mind if, for instance, God descended, or some Christian God, or whatever it is. We all think it'd be this beautiful thing, but in reality, it would probably make people super fearful and think that they've lost their mind. Like I've always like joked that if the Mormon God came down and told my mom, like, if God himself came down and told my mom, Mormonism is incorrect, she would say, Satan.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah,
it's like,
yeah.
I think our minds are just not prepared for a lot of anything that's really extreme. And it was very extreme. It was like the curtain of life was cut open, which scared me. But then I felt very much, and a lot of people that I talked to have a similar thing where I felt very much like I was either communicating with something that was perceived as God to me, or highest sense of self or mind, or Mother Earth, or, you know, it's called so many different names, but a lot of people have a very spiritual similar experience with ayahuasca. In that it's like this kind of profoundness. It wasn't like there was nothing, at least for me, that was that felt like just like psychedelic, funny cartoons or something. It was like I'm about to go on a journey, and I'm communicating with something that feels incredibly wise. Showed me a lot of things in my life, kind of almost like from a bird's eye, almost like I was looking through a video camera at a younger me. There was a particular thing that it communicated to me. I really have a hard time with accepting success and not feeling like feeling undeserving or something. I can't quite put it into words, but of my position and what I've been given. I've been given so much, and it showed me this thing from when I was young. It explained to me why I am where I am now, and I to this day, like, it did not feel like myself telling myself that. That's the only way I can explain it. Like, and there was a lot more that it showed me, and it was incredibly healing for me. But just to be like, to put it into a short thing, because there's so much to this. I walked away feeling very convinced that there is more to be known, for sure. And a lot of my deep, like, things that were traumatic for me didn't feel traumatic anymore. Specifically, crisis of faith. I was very angry at my parents and my community for raising me in what I perceived to be falsehoods. And that I felt like the bedrock of everything I believed was ripped out from me in my 20s. And then it was like, good luck in life. But really, my parents had given me everything that they could. And they believe that very much so still. But a naive young me was angry and felt like they had been duped, and thus I had been duped. But ayahuasca really showed me this roadmap of like, this is truth, and you're concerning yourself about a grain of sand, which is Mormonism or whatever it is. And there may be some truth in that tiny grain of sand, and there may be falsities. But so is all these other grains of sand. Like, focus on the truth. Stop focusing on these little details that are meaningless, and forgive and let go of people believing in those things to begin with. I don't know if that makes sense, but that was like the core thing I was taught, and to let go of control. Stop needing to control everything.
And it felt like the wisdom was coming from elsewhere. Like,
It's really, I do not believe, at least in my current self, I don't have that, the mindfulness that I believe that exists in me to reach a lot of the conclusions that I did. And there was a lot more to it that would be for like a late night conversation with you, but it's so hard to put it into, you feel like a crazy person. At least anytime I talk about ayahuasca to someone who hasn't done it, I'm like, I don't even know where to begin. Like, how do you explain to someone that you felt like that a multiple dimension type thing happened in a way that, like, putting it into words is, and none of it was words, by the way, that was communicated to me. It was like, you know how people talk about telepathy, and if it existed, it would be like, I could communicate to you in such a deeper way. I'm so confined by me having to articulate these words and put them in a sentence to you, Lex, and then tell you, like, if only I could just be like, yeah. And emotions do that sometimes, right? You could see my emotions and be like, oh, that communicates a lot. So that's what it felt like to me with ayahuasca. Is it felt like it was communicating to me very clear things, but it wasn't like, Daniel, it's me, Mother Earth. Yeah. Let me relax, sit back, let me show you. But it was very clear to me what was being said. And no, it did not feel like me. But maybe smarter people than me who've done it would say, well, it was you, blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't know. But they're very convincing.
There's a lot of stuff in that subconscious that we haven't explored. Like, we haven't explored the depth of the ocean. We haven't really figured out what's that the Jungian shadow, what's going on underneath the surface of our conscious mind,
right? And
what is that connecting to? Is that just inside our mind, or is there some kind of collective intelligence going on, where all humans are connected to one kind of greater organism? Like, what is consciousness? We have a lot of hubris in thinking we understand any of it, like how the mind works, at all. Like, what is it? What is the origin of consciousness? what is the origin of intelligence? There's a lot of hubris about this. We give each other PhDs and Nobel Prizes and congratulate ourselves as if we figured it all out. But humility is helpful here. Nevertheless, that is the question that humans have been asking for ever since humans were humans, which is the question of mortality, the question of God. So whether it's Hamlet, to be or not to be, I think that's the hardest, the most important question. Albert Camus asked, why live? So in terms of crisis of faith, in terms of your search for truth, in terms of some of the dark places you've gone in your mind, what's a good answer to this question? So for Camus, with Myth of Sisyphus, it was the question of suicide. Is what's the purpose? Like, what's a good answer to why keep going? Especially when you're struggling, especially when you're not, when you're feeling hopeless, when you're feeling like a burden. In this search for truth, where you feel like you're surrounded by lies, what's a good answer to why I live?
I think,
You ever found one?
well, it's just, the simple answer right now is to say it's very easy once you have kids to say the right answer is of course, you brought these kids into the world, so you have a responsibility that I feel deeply as a father to them to always be there for as long as I humanly can and to take care of them and protect them. It's the most innate sense in me. Just, it's wired in my animal existence. So if I take that away, right, because that's kind of cheating.
Let's put that aside because it is cheating.
It's cheating.
There's still some fundamental way in which you're alone.
Yeah, and to that, that actually has been a real struggle for me for many years. I had a real turning point early in my career where we were flying somewhere overseas, and we were in a really small plane, and the lights went out, and like all these red lights were flashing, and the plane just started to dive. Completely like scariest plane experience I've ever been in. My manager was next to me, who's my brother. He was crying and texting his wife a goodbye. That's how like crazy this moment was.
Was it real, like genuine?
Genuine, like genuine engine went out, plane is going down, pilots looking like crazy in the front, and it was a really tiny jet. And like I said, my brother next to me crying, typing a text to his wife. Really, really scary. And I felt nothing. I genuinely sat there and I was like, this might actually be nice. Like I really felt like this goes down and like, oh man, life sucks. It's hard. And that sounds so ridiculous, I know, to say, because I'm in a different place now and I see my life for what it is. But at that moment I did not.
So life was primarily defined by suffering. It was a burden. And
It was.
I
felt
lifted.
I was incredibly depressed. I had been trying different medications since I was young, and I just had not found anything that was working for me. And then I was in a faith crisis, lost all my faith, started a band that just became, I wasn't ever thinking of this band. I was like, when you call your band Imagine Dragons, you're not thinking that band's gonna be big, okay? It was like, I was like, this was like a side project that was fun for me. It was like art in college. I was in school and I was like, man, I hate this biology class. I'm gonna write down band names. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it was not, hey, put everything aside. This is my career. Let's go. Like, it happened. And I'm an introvert by nature. I'm really not an extroverted person who likes to go out and I like to be at home with a couple friends and have a late night conversation over good food. Like, that to me is a perfect night. Read a good book, listen to a podcast, go on a walk. Those are things that I really, really enjoy. And then suddenly I'm in this life where I'm like supposed to be something that I really don't want to be, except for on stage, which is a really fascinating, strange thing to me, which is on stage I feel so free and exuberant and like an extrovert, and then I come off and I just feel like shrivel back into a shell. Like music does that for me, and performing on a stage does that for me.
Can we take a small tangent on that?
Yeah, of course.
What's the high? Can we go through that? The introvert that wants to cuddle up and read a book. You're the front man of one of the, not the biggest rock bands today, playing in front of huge crowds. What's the high of that, and how can you land back on Earth?
The high of it is it's incredibly beautiful to walk on a stage, sing these songs that you wrote, and see it resonate with people around you and sing with them. Different cultures, different places celebrate life. It suddenly the world seems like a fantastic place. It feels like we're all on the same team.
It's
Right.
like one big hug.
Yeah, it's like everybody in that room gets it, and they all like it feels like what you want the world to be, which is just like this coexisting unit of people. And it's not even about like, it's incredible. For sure, it's incredible, and I love it, and I wouldn't do it unless I loved it. And then you walk off stage and you turn on the news, and it's like you see, we're all against each other. Everybody hates each other, and it feels that way in the world. So music really, that's why live music is so important to people. That's why music is so important to people. Because even if it's just you and that person that wrote the song, you're listening to it, and the two of you feel connected. It's like you're hearing Tracy Chapman sing like Fast Car or something. You're just like, oh my gosh, like yes, I get it. And you feel connected to that person. You don't feel alone. So that's the high of it, for sure. And then you get off stage, and then, as my uncle is a heart surgeon, incredible heart surgeon who like writes the book. Like he's like the guy that the heart surgeons talk to. He's out of Nashville, Tennessee. He's just incredible genius man. He always worries and always reach out to me. He's like, musicians die all the time. The reason they die, is because you're getting on stage and your heart's doing this and your cortisol levels are doing this. You're getting off stage and you're just doing this. And it's a really real thing. Like you get off stage and you feel like you need drugs because you're like, the world feels like, incredibly daunting. And it's also, I'm sure, has to do with like some like health things in your heart and cortisone levels that are so crazy. And it's like, I know people are like, well, then nothing's enough except meth. Nothing's enough except heroin.
Yeah.
And that's why a lot of artists turn to that stuff. And I don't say it in a preachy way. Like I've struggled with drug abuse in my life, and I really, I understand why artists turn to it.
But also the fact that you're an introvert. So the other side of it, the fame. That's something that you also said is a double-edged sword for you. The interesting thing about fame is that you also mentioned this is something you can't take back.
Yeah.
So it's a thing you can't just like go on vacation in Hawaii and it's like consider, do I like it or not? No, you're staying in Hawaii for the rest of your life and you've never been there before, whether you like it or not.
Right?
So what's that like being, loved by millions and millions and millions of people, which is perhaps the best kind of fame in terms of if you have to choose the kinds of fames there are, and still being an introvert and all that kind of stuff. So what do you feel alone, more alone being famous? Is there a loneliness to it?
Yeah, I mean, it's such a funny thing because if you had asked, if we were having this conversation a couple years ago, I'd be incredibly guarded about this because the last thing I want to ever do is sound ungrateful or unaware of how much I have. And woe is the famous celebrity with money. Oh, is your life hard? Is it really? Tell me about how hard it is. But I'm also at a place in life now where I'm gonna always just speak my truth because that's the only reason I'm here. I'm here to speak my truth to you, so I'm gonna tell you my truth, whether it's whatever it is.
But you're human and feelings are real, and so and that's the interesting thing. You win the lottery. What's that gonna feel like? It's not about complaining. Oh, it's so hard to win the lottery because you get a lot of money. No, it's still you're human. You get to experience these feelings, and it's fascinating. We put humans in different situations, And it's also fascinating because a lot of people think, well, I would like to be famous. That's a big thing now on social media, on Instagram and so
The
on.
world wants to be famous. Yeah.
Or rich or famous. And then it's very interesting to think, all right, well, once you arrive, are all the problems solved?
No, yeah. So I will tell you, according to me, what the pitfalls are, whether it's true or not. And there are certainly some pitfalls. One, it's once you're there, you can't go back. Whatever. Maybe that's fine because maybe you love it. But the real pitfall for me is that you're Lex, and you're what everybody's perception is that Lex is, and that's what you are. Now, Lex is probably a lot more complex and complicated and has a lot more to Lex than the Lex that is the celebrity.
Yeah.
So, but anybody who meets you, that's who you are to them. And you may not feel this, but you may feel confined to actually have to be that person to that person. Like early in my career for a long time, anytime I met someone, I suddenly felt like I had to be Dan Reynolds from Imagine Dragons. Anytime I met someone, including my family now, who are also like, whoa, this is crazy. You're like Dan Reynolds from Imagine Dragons.
Yeah.
And I wanted to just be the goofball that I had been my whole life with my brothers and family. But suddenly I found myself feeling like, I have to be this. Like, because that's who this is. So you're almost like playing a role. And it's like, I've heard a lot of actors talk about this, where they'll take on a role and then it's like, they feel like they like become that. And it's a really scary
I
thing.
do,
Like you
period.
alter
And
who
I'm
you
cooler
are
than all the
almost
other rabbis.
to
period.
fit the notion
Once
of other
they see
people.
how
Because
influential I am,
especially if
I will
a
be
lot
able
of
to get
artists
them
are
on board,
empaths.
period. These are my colleagues.
You know, a lot of people get into
Comma,
art in a
and
deep
trust
way
me,
or empaths,
comma,
and so you
many
feel
of
a
them do
lot
a
of
good piece.
what people are feeling, and you're never wanting to burden people, and you're always wanting to deliver to that person, you know, what they want. It's like people pleasing goes hand in hand with a lot of like these famous people, and they get to where they were because they know how to do that. They know how to be in a room with someone and look them in the eye and make them feel like they're the only person in the room. And then now they got that role in that movie because they sat with the casting director and they were like, oh, so funny. Everybody put on the charisma, do it all. And it's like, anyway, I'm like going on a different tangent here, but long story short, there's a lot of things that are really unhealthy about it. And then a lot of people who want the fame, and the second it starts to go away, then they're like, who am I anymore? Like, that was everything. And now I'm like on the down, and now I'm not a famous person anymore. And now I hate myself. Now I'm going to do drugs. And it's like this vicious cycle. Like, you can never be famous enough. You're always going to get, like, there's just so much to it that I've just, and again, like, I've lost friends in this career to that for sure.
And there's a certain element to sort of just on the losing fame. I've interacted with a lot of folks, especially young folks, like on YouTube. So fame is a thing that has levels. You're always trying to be a little more famous. A lot of folks are chasing fame. It doesn't matter how famous you are, you're always trying to chase more. And when you start to lose it, interesting things can happen if you're not self-aware, which is like you mentioned, you might be trying to grasp back at where you were by leaning into the formula that got you there. And so the constraints of the image that you mentioned becomes the thing that you're now trying to lean into, like, and that's actually walking away from what you really are. Like, you lean further into being that person. That's true for acting. That's true for even on like YouTube, which is people acting. They have a role. They got them to the table somehow. Yeah, it's dark, but I think those are. That's just put for everybody to see. But that's a very human struggle, even when you're not famous, of finding yourself, of being yourself, of not doing the people pleasing at any scale.
Yeah.
And being trapped by that.
Yeah, and also feeling like it's never enough. I think that's something it's not just a famous thing, but it's like in the whole, like, everybody deals with feeling like, when I'm here, I'll be happy.
Yeah.
When I get that job, I'll be happy. When I have that money, then I'll be happy. When I get that surgery and my nose looks like this, I will be happy then. It's like a constant chase of happiness instead of happiness. It's like the opposite. It's the opposite of self-love. It's the opposite of happiness. There's no presence to it. You're constant. You're never going to find. You're never going to arrive, and you're just going to live your life, and then you're going to be on your deathbed and be like, I was chasing the wrong thing with my whole life. You know.
I should say that podcasts are interesting in that way. So for me personally, because you just talk a lot, you can't. People that meet you, they know you, and they know the evolution of you, and that's the same thing for like you right now, Dan of Imagine Dragons. Just being on a podcast, like long form, reveals the side that liberates you more, to be yourself. To like people see, oh, there's a human. Because they, music, they have a deep connection with you. They have experiences with you the way they experienced it. That's who you are with them through the songs. But now you get to see, oh, that's a human being. He probably gets angry, he gets sad, he's excited, he's hopeful, and there's a core, there's a good human being. But the whole roller coaster of emotions out there. It's a giant, beautiful mess. And podcasts reveal it. That's why I love podcasts, like long form. You get to hear some artists and actors and so on. And some of them you get to see, oh, you've lost yourself in the surface. That's a tragedy with some actors, some great actors. They've left so much of themselves in the roles they've played that they can no longer be the thing they were before those great roles. That's the truth. It's hard. It's hard to see. So you get to see that with Johnny Depp with, I don't know, Pirates. He was talking about that with Pirates of the Caribbean. That was a shift.
Right.
Like he's not that guy.
Right.
He's forever that guy. But the point is to remember that you're not. With your family, which is interesting you said with your family. When I see people close to me, there's an element like that. Wow, you're that. They start treating you like the famous person.
Yeah. I'm fortunate to have my manager, who's my brother, my older brother, and my lawyer is my other older brother. And that's been helpful because it's weird. It gets weird with everyone no matter what. One of the best advice I was given was by Charlie Sheen.
You got advice from Charlie Sheen?
Yeah, we were playing
the wise sage of our generation.
Wise sage Charlie Sheen, but it was really wise. I was sitting next to him, and we were playing some late night television. He said, "This was right at the beginning." He just said, "Boys, just mark my words. Your life is about to get really weird." That's all I said. But it stuck with me forever. It's Charlie Sheen, so of course it sticks with you. And I remember being like, right, okay, Charlie Sheen, I'm not Charlie Sheen. It's not going to get weird, But it got really, really weird, really quick, because suddenly you've existed your whole life in this way where everything you get, you achieved, it was because you got it. And every conversation you had, like if someone liked you at the end of that conversation, was because they liked you. If they didn't like you, it's because they didn't like you. And you can make complete peace with that. At least I could my whole life. I was like, life is a challenge, and be myself and go through it and find some people along the way that I connect with and others know. That social integrity is so important to us. And we think it would be nice to have this, and this is going back to the pitfalls again. We think it would be nice to walk into a room and have everyone be like, yeah, and you could be like, dumpster fire. And everybody's like, oh my gosh, dumpster fire was amazing. Oh, yeah, you said dumpster fire was amazing. It's like, it's incredibly lonely. And it just breaks everything that you knew about humanness. And it sucks. So then you're seeking out people that it doesn't exist with. And families the closest you can get to that. But even your family, it's going to take a little bit where they're like, oh, this is a little weird. Like all my friends at work are now asking me about you. And you're my young, stupid brother. But now you're suddenly like the young, stupid brother that they want an autograph from and stuff. And it still makes, like, they have to get over that and figure that out. And then you meet people, too, who know about this whole concept. And they're like, well, I'm going to be an asshole to him to show him that I don't subscribe. So then you're dealing with like people who are like, dumpster fire, the person who's like, you could say something actually profound and nice and they'd be like, that's stupid and you're an idiot. Because it's like an actual attempt to like show you how much they don't care. So you live in this very
But still, nevertheless, even when nobody knew you, you were seeking for deep human connection with a small number of people. And now, when a lot of people know you, you're still looking for deep connection with a small number of people. The struggle is the same.
Yeah.
Can you speak to, because you mentioned some of the dark moments, what advice would you give to people who are struggling with depression? And maybe for the people who love the people who are struggling with depression.
So what I have found to be most successful for me, it's back to the basics of everything that the therapist or psychologist will tell you, psychiatrist will tell you right when you meet them, which is exercise every day, eat healthy for sure, make time every day to do something that you love, whatever that may be, whatever brings you joy. And you might, and when you're really depressed, that actually feels like nothing, because the things that brought you joy don't bring you joy anymore when I'm really in the thick of it. But for me, this is the cycle that I'll go through. Is I'll look at my life and I'll say, okay, what can I clean up? All right, well, for me it was cutting out alcohol actually helped me a lot. I know that sounds like big. I'm not judging anybody for that, and I still drink on occasion, but I have felt like alcohol has been very unhelpful to my mental state. Feel less drive and less happiness the next day for things that I want to do. I feel like it plays a lot with your serotonin.
So look for stuff to change.
Clean living, but also understanding that sometimes it just is, and you just keep breathing, and it will get better with time.
This too shall pass.
This too shall pass. Like I really think that in the winter, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I've seen a lot of therapists, and all of them say the same thing. It's like, you have major depressive disorder, and this is what it is. But it's certainly worse for me in the winter months. So I know there's I can't think of the term for it, but there's a term for seasonal depression. There it is. So I'll get to the winter, and suddenly I'm like, geez, everything really sucks on a deeper level. And then, so it's like, this too shall pass is another thing. It's like, just practice those things. Absolutely see a therapist. That's my biggest emphasis of life is to, on stage, my goal, I have a few things that I really, really care about. One is mental health and destigmatizing therapy. Because for me, I didn't go to therapy for a long time because I felt that it would be admitting that I was broken. It'd be admitting that I was weaker than Lex, who doesn't have to go to a therapist because Lex is stronger, so be strong like Lex. I would look at all my older brothers, and I looked up to them so much, and they're all these incredibly successful people. Plastic surgeon, the anesthesiologist, the dentist, 2 attorneys, Stanford, NYU, just incredible high standards, Eagle Scouts, they valedictorians, they just did it all. So for me, I was really did not want to, and none of them went to therapy. So it was what are you going to do? You're broken, and you're the weak one who can't hack life. And I think that's incredibly dangerous. And I feel like it almost cost me my life because I took so long to finally go to therapy. So I really want kids to know, hey, the great people that achieve great things, that are doing amazing things, they probably have help. Almost all of them.
It's like going to the gym, but it's a mental gym. So I wanted to be a psychiatrist when I was growing up. Maybe that's why I like podcasts. Maybe that's.
I think you'd be a good one.
Maybe I would.
I think you are a psychiatrist, pretty much, right? Sounds like you're a psychiatrist.
I think I need more. I think actually to be a good psychiatrist, you also need to be seeking therapy from you also need to have some stuff to work through in your mind.
Right.
I think, you have to have gone to some dark places.
Empathize.
The empathy. It's this ability to empathize, and especially if you've directly experienced it, you can go to those places in your mind. Like you said, it's with the music. To be authentic, you have to really go there. Why did therapy help so much? What is the process of therapy? If you can just educate a little more. Are you basically bringing to the surface and talking through things that because of the the momentum of life, you just never allow yourself to speak through, to think through? Is that what therapy is? Or is this a more systematic thing?
So I've been to a lot of strange different kinds of therapy. So I'll tell you, my first therapist.
If I could sort of
Yeah, go ahead.
interrupt, how hard is it to find a therapist that connected with you?
It's actually pretty hard. I think well, actually, I have a skewed view of that because going back to the beginning of my therapy was with a Mormon therapist. So it was very much like, well, are you reading your Book of Mormon and are you praying at night? You know what I mean? Like that was a big focus of my therapy to begin with.
And you're having
Yeah.
a faith crisis in the distance.
Yes.
somewhere.
It's like, well, and then
You're making it worse.
Yes, the next therapist I went to was a Scientology therapist. I met my wife, and she was Scientologist at the time, and she's not anymore. She's like, it's such a funny thing, like to look back on because we met. You know, I was like this Mormon missionary who had just got home from his mission, and I met her, and she's a Scientologist. I was like, wow, that's batshit crazy. And like that stuff's crazy. And she's like, what are you talking about? You're crazy. You're Mormon. That's batshit crazy. And the two of us were like, huh, maybe there's something to this, to both of us here.
Yeah, the tension actually forces you to think through, like, oh, well, what is true?
Yeah.
What is
And we
true?
really fell in love through that, which was like, maybe we're both on the wrong track. Let's figure this out. But before that happened, we went to a Scientologist therapist who that therapy consisted of, what have you done wrong to Asia? And they would ask me that question over and over and over and over until I'm like thinking of the deepest, darkest things that were in the recesses of my mind. This was marriage therapy. Anyway, I'm not going to get into that, but it was Scientology therapy. So that was a different thing. And then I went to therapy. Like, no, not attached to any religion. And that was a really great experience. And since then, I've been through a couple different therapists, but that was more because where I was and moving and things like that. So is it that hard to find great therapists? Probably not. But maybe don't go to your Mormon therapist first, and that Scientologist therapist. Or maybe that's the route for you. Maybe it's the route for you. I don't know.
Yeah, but is it bringing stuff to the surface, basically?
Yes, I didn't even answer your question.
What's the effect? Why is it so effective? Just, is there something you could put words to?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's obviously there's the common things that you would think of, which is like, oh, I've been holding these things in and I don't want to tell anybody. And then I tell this person, and there's relief in that. But that's really not where the real work comes from. I think the real work is meeting with someone who is well versed and educated and understands. It's like coding. It really is. It's like someone who, like, they listen to you and they're like, well, that was a trigger, and then this became this trigger, and you're probably, every time you're hearing that, thinking of this thing that happened earlier in your life, and they just will walk you through scenarios, and maybe some of them aren't right, but some of them you'll be like, it'll resonate sometimes. You're like, wow, I am feeling that because of that, and that did happen, and maybe if I call my mom and say this to her, it will make me feel better. Hey mom, this happened. It's like work. You put in work and you have hard conversations and do difficult things, and if your therapy is not difficult, I actually think that's not good therapy. Good therapy is, it's going to be a little difficult. It's work. Like
During and after.
Yes, like I had this incredible therapist who I told him when I was going to do ayahuasca, he was like, geez, you know, he actually was a doctor before and a really well educated, studied person who walked away from brain doctor. What's the word for that? Brain doctor.
Brain surgeon,
neurologist.
Oh yeah, neurologist. Yeah.
And he said, well, basically his belief was that ayahuasca was like basically doing therapy, like 50 sessions. He was like, it's like really intensive. He's like, I don't know if you want to do that. If you do, you can make some big steps forward. But I prefer just to do one session at a time. And so yeah, it's hard work. And that I typically like. It's really hard for me to even talk about ayahuasca. By the way, going back to that, because I'm not looking to tell everybody to go do ayahuasca. It's incredibly hard. It was the scariest experience of my entire life. It felt like I went to heaven, but it also felt like I went to the darkest, deepest hell that was incredibly scary.
Did I stutter?
Incredibly scary. Yeah.
He told the story of how you wrote the song "Believer," or like your childhood friend, I guess, Donald, like bullying and that kind of stuff. This song, I mean, a lot of your songs are super
What do you
interesting.
think about this beard?
In terms of percussion, super interesting lyrically, just how it flows,
Not itches.
and also
Face cubes.
pain is at the center of it. I mean, a lot of, like you said, the
What do you
crisis
think
of
of
faith.
Hanukkah?
Some of these
Dog, it's not
existential
even a
questions are
major
basically behind a lot of your songs. Funny enough, maybe they're covered in metaphor, so it's hard to see, but it's there. And this song
I gotta
is
take a
really
shit.
really
Really?
interesting in that way that it puts
What kind? Well, we
you
just finished salsa
know, pain.
chips, salsa
You made
ruffles,
me a believer.
so it could
You
be
break me down, you build me up.
like a red,
Believer. That's so interesting.
perhaps a
Maybe can you tell the story of how the song came to be? I'd love to listen to it too. I have some questions musically about it too.
Yeah. I mean, it's exactly what we're talking about with therapy. I just feel like the greatest things in my life have come from the
what?
deepest hurt.
Why
like,
not?
Losing someone, that you love
Shit.
is maybe the hardest part of the human path for me, at least thus far. Like I when I think of, okay, what was the hardest thing? There's like, hey, there's like, you think of physical pain, or maybe like going through
I like how
financial pain or
Toby's
whatever.
hair is like a
I
dick.
think losing someone that you really love to death
Really?
is one of the hardest. For me, I would say it was the hardest, and but it also makes you look at your life completely differently and alter your life, at least for me, in ways that were really healthy. Being more present, letting go of things that were meaningless, trying to control what other people think about you, like wasting your time on things like that, and you suddenly see like, wow, like time. I got a small amount of time. Like, how do I want to spend it? I'm gonna spend it in the best way I know how, and that's it. So, yeah, I mean, it's a basic concept that's been said a million times over in a million different ways, but that's pretty much what I was trying to say with Believer, which is like, I lost faith in everything at that time period, and or previous to that time period, and then I was rebuilding my faith or my spiritual thought process, and it was after ayahuasca, and it was like, finding being a believer, and that's not necessarily like a believer in God or a believer in heaven and hell or anything like that, but a believer in more.
Man, I could stand.
Believing in
Be very
goodness,
athletic
believing in
to stand at this
that
point.
there is some light, like, and again, those words, like, they're just words, and I wish there were better words to formulate the thought that I'm trying to express, but just more, like, the thought of me dying, for me, I don't fear it, but actually, I really fear not seeing my kids again. I'll say that. That is fearful for me. I feel like I love so deeply these children that the thought of like leaving them for me is a scary thought or something.
They're kind of good reminder how much you love life, actually.
Yeah.
And you don't always remember that.
Yeah, and I think having kids is not for everyone, absolutely for sure. But for me, and especially, you shouldn't be having kids to give yourself a reason to live. I mean, like, I feel like dying. I'm gonna have a kid. Like, you might feel more like dying after having a kid, actually.
It's pretty stressful, but it is a place to like. I've changed a lot of people that I've known. That it gave them a new intensity of gratitude for life, for sure. God, do you mind if I'll return to the pain of the believer. Do you mind if we listen to a little bit of the song? Did you write the music first or the words first? Keep it together?
At the same time, which is very typical too.
Like,
Like,
just the way it opens. Intensity of opening. You ever think about like what the first few seconds sound like? Is that something that like when you imagine a song, is it the opening you imagine?
No, it's kind of I never think opening. I never think final. I think soundscape of how I'm feeling right now. So it could be the middle of the song for all I know when I'm doing that. But my process for me is very much lyrics, melody, and music really come at the same time. Like by same time, I mean I'm as I'm expressing, maybe I'm feeling like it's not that simple, but it's like I'll hear it like it's like here's all the orchestra and you're kind of just pressing all the buttons at once, and melody in my voice is just one of those instruments. You know what I mean? It's just utilizing one instrument.
So you see the landscape. And that landscape includes melody, includes percussion, lyrics a little bit, or lyrics.
Or it will be words begin like a word here and there.
And
like I'll be like, I'm like, what's a word that I'm thinking of when I'm feeling this soundscape? And I always create with no theme in mind. I'm never, for better or for worse, just my process is I'm sitting down and I'm writing a journal entry. Simple as that. It's like when you sit down and write a journal entry, are you sitting down and you're like, Kev, I had all these words here that I'm going to put on the page and I'm going to order it in this way. And my theme for my journal entry today is going to be this. Maybe some people do, but I don't. My journal entry is, I don't know what I'm going to say. Oh, how was today? Oh, man, today was this and doing this. And now that I think about that, I'm really angry about that. That hurt my feelings when this happened. You're formulating it as you go. And that's the joy of it. And for me, that's what music is. So I'll sit down, not thinking, hey, I've been wanting to write a song that has a hard beat. Wanting to write a song that's
no one's ever seen anything so athletic.
It's like, how am I feeling right now?
And is joyful? Is the feeling joyful to you, or is it struggle? You just made it sound like it's.
I think
joyful,
it's,
or at least
close.
fulfilling.
Yeah, fulfilling is the word I was kind of looking for. But there was
because a lot of artists talk about really like you talk about writers.
Cathartic. That's the word I was like. It feels like having a good moment with a therapist where you're like, okay, I'm expressing this thing that I just need to express. For whatever reason, I need to express this. The majority of the songs I write, for the record, are never heard. I write over 100 songs a year. I release 20 songs every 3 years. So, I don't know, what's that percent? 20 out of 300. Come on, Lex. It's less than 10%.
Less than 10%.
8, 7%.
Yeah.
Anyway, so it's
and then like getting together with the band and like getting them selected down is really what the process happens. So you're really writing a song per 1 to 3 days. Kind of maybe a song that you can't quite figure out the puzzle of that's gonna last a little longer. Is it? Where's the struggle?
Every idea.
Yeah. You finish every idea.
I do. I finish every idea.
So it's not just like laying completely unfinished.
I could open my computer for you right now, and I would show you hundreds and hundreds of songs that you would listen to and think, that sounds like a song. It's like there's rhythm, there's melody, there's multiple instruments, there's lyrics. It's the same thing as for coding for me, which is music, which is I can't walk away until I've completed it.
It's finished.
Finished is
but it sounds like a song.
I certainly do a lot more with it after with the band with Hold All Apart, but it's a song. It'll be like you'll listen to it and say, okay, that was a song. You understand what it is for sure.
Do you think this is a painful question from a fan perspective? Do you think there's genius on your computer that you walked away from that you just didn't notice it? Like, do you think there's truly great songs that you've written that you just didn't notice how great they are?
I think greatness is something that I feel I don't feel like I've achieved greatness. Genuine. I'm not saying that to you in a way of like humility.
Like Michael Jordan type.
Genuinely, I feel like I am on a journey right now to find who I am, and I'm 34, and it's like I haven't begun that journey. I feel like I'm just starting that. But that being said, I certainly don't know the right answer to what songs are beloved or good to the masses. Like Imagine Dragons is such a massive entity. It's like I will say this, there are a couple times where I've fought really hard to decide on a single. Really hard. Or I always fight for what goes on the record. Always. I always put the record together, and that's the record that I want it to be, and me and the guys come up with that. And it's nobody else has influence. No manager, no label. The single, everybody wants to have a say in. Your label wants to have a say in it. Your manager wants to have a say in it. And I have fought really hard over that. And I've been wrong before, and I've been right before. But as far as songs that I haven't put out, I mean,
You can imagine so many songs. You think of so many Beatles songs that are like some of their greats. "All My Guitar Gently Weeps."
Right.
I'm trying to imagine weird sounding, not that interesting, possibly songs
the
that turn.
majority of them, honestly, it may be our best stuff is that we don't put out, for instance, because our band is such a complex question. I really don't know, actually. I don't know. Maybe one day I'll die and people will look and be like, I hated Imagine Dragons, but now I listen to that song, I really like that. Or maybe they'll be like, oh, it all sounds like shit. I don't really know.
Well, that's sorry. It is a tragic thing. That's why I asked it, which is like there could be some great, incredible things that will take you a long time to rediscover, to realize how great they are. And it's also the tragic aspect of being an artist is you don't know. Forget fame or all that kind of stuff. You don't know what's going to really move people, because ultimately what you want is to connect with people, and you don't know what that's going to be. It's hard. I mean, to me, it's tragic. Just as a fan of yours, to see maybe I wonder if there's like incredible stuff there. Just as it is tragic to see great artists throughout history who didn't get recognition until they died. It's like because they basically held on. Franz Kafka was extremely self-critical. A lot of these folks had an idea of what's good and not, and they were wrong.
Right.
They had genius. Well, they weren't entirely wrong because they became sufficiently popular, but it's interesting.
I try to genuinely to release the songs that move me the most. I'll say that.
You're an audience. You're your own audience.
Yeah, I try to put out the songs that make me feel the most.
Welcome.
Like,
How you living?
I feel that.
What up?
That's my only game. Because it's so subjective of like what is good. What's this? Nobody knows the songs the masses are gonna like. Nobody knows that formula. Nobody knows it. So for me, it's always what makes me feel something. One of the main lessons Rick Rubin taught me when we worked with him on this record was his main point that he would continually bring up because he's not the type of person to be like, that's a bad song or that's good. It's just not who Rick Rubin is. It's more like there's more nuance to it. He would say, I don't really believe you on that song. That's what he would say. He would say, and I knew that was like, that song's a no-go. He'd say, and I would genuinely, there was a time he said it and it was about a song that I really felt it and meant it when I said it. But he didn't believe it when he heard it. And that was enough for, I was like, man, well, at the end of the day, like I can believe it all I want, but if the listener doesn't feel the honesty in it, just like we were talking about earlier, I think that the most important ingredient is this truth, perceived as truth to someone else. And if it's not, the bullshit indicator goes, and you're like, I don't care, throw it away, I don't care about it.
Well, you said that he made you go through like line by line the lyrics.
Every step. That was excruciating for me.
Why was that excruciating?
Well, first of all, it's Rick Rubin. So you're in the room with like Rick Rubin, who's done a lot of the greatest of all time. And so I had to first just put that aside and be like, okay, well, you've done a lot of my favorite records, but still you're human. And not everything you say is going to be right. And I'm a strongly opinionated person, and so is Rick. And so when the two of us were sitting down in a room together, it was,
But the lyrics, which is interesting. So it's not the entire composition, but just like, let's look at the lyrics.
Yeah.
What do you mean here?
Because he would look over there was like, and there were battles he won, battles that he didn't win, and maybe he was right. I don't know. I mean, there was, for instance, I'll give you an example. There's a song on the record called Number One. Rick will probably laugh when he hears this. Because this was a big one that we kept going back and forth on. But this will give you a good insight of what it was like. And there's a line in it that says, I don't know. The chorus is, I don't know what I'm meant to be. I don't need no one to believe. When it's all been said and done, I'm still my number one. And he was like, nah, it just makes me cringe when I hear that. He's like, like, can it not be like, you're still my number one? I was like, no, it's not about anybody else. Like, it's about like self-love. He's like, yeah, but like, do you need to like talk about self-love like that? And I was like, well, I feel like I need to. It's like, well, but, something else we could say there. Like, we just kept, we kept coming back to the song. Okay. I was like, I changed it. I tried changing it. What did I change it to? It was like, it wasn't "You're Still My Number One" because it just made no sense. It wasn't about some love thing or like someone else. I changed it to something else, and it was the one thing that I was like, I'm really sorry, Rick. Like, I get it. And if
What up, dude? How you living, Pimp?
Cringy to other people too, and that sucks. But
Fuck
I don't know
yeah.
how else to say this.
Come on
in a way
back.
that I want to
Get your ass
song out
kicked.
anymore. But there were other songs for sure where Rick was like, that or this, that word feels a little trite. You already said that once. Can you say it in a different way? It was really helpful. And that
It's really interesting because you're trying to say something so simply and yet not make it cringe.
There he is.
and that's really hard.
That's a
Big dog's
strange
in the
art
house.
form because you want to say some.
How you living, Pimp? You ready to get your ass kicked?
Yeah.
All right. Sound like Donkey Kong.
Well,
All right. You've been sending invitations, dude. It is your obligation or choice, whichever you consider it, to accept.
I'm just wondering what.
Okay, well, I just sent it to you again. All right.
I'm
Not the
you
shot.
want me to do the riskiest move?
Yeah,
This could be the riskiest move ever.
let's see it. Or it could pay off in spades for you, son.
I think we're in a better position now.
I'm a shot ahead of you though.
Doesn't mean you're in a better position than me.
No, I know. So hit your shot and we'll see who's in the better position. You're in a better position. You can easily take the lead
I
here.
disagree.
Easily. You're going to hit the ball. Oh, you fucked yourself.
How did I fuck?
You should have made that shot. We should not have tied. This is your hole.
You should get a hole in one here.
Oh, yeah. It's like probably
It's
the
possible you get a hole in one.
probably the best hole location for it. Come on, baby.
The worst shot. That is one of the worst shots you can have.
It's past the hole. That's not what you want to do. Oh. Do you think you have a good shot?
Better than yours.
Dude, you just helped me majorly. Majorly.
Okay. Yours not one for the far better.
I'm in agreement with you.
I've helped you twice. Saved your life twice. Yeah.
I'm in agreement. What do you think of this strategy?
It's not a bad strategy, but it's as good as this strategy. Yeah.
Terrible shot.
You'll see why it wasn't a terrible shot. Right, right.
I'm ready for it, big dog.
That was an okay shot.
It was amazing.
But it was as good as this shot.
Oh, you're very fortunate. You took out that tree.
Ah,
It's better than your shot. Rabbi takes the lead.
Rabbi Rothschild is the name of your Discord.
It's actually
I'm asking.
it's actually Rabbi's Oh Hell. Rabbi Rothschild Oh Hell plays for world peace. Why don't you hit my ball? Everybody would appreciate it if you hit my ball perfectly. Are you gonna go in the water? No, but you're like in my way. What a shot. Oh, did you see that go right over the hole? Welcome, welcome. We have a new friend. Deadpool's here. Welcome, Deadpool. Oh, how are you?
Rabbi, remember me, the Cars guy?
The Cars guy. Which guy would that be? What car guy? Oh, yeah. No, I remember who you are now. Yeah. Yeah. How are you? Well, man, did you ever get that to work? Seemed impossible. One day, though, we're going to make him recreate that game just for you. What's good, Deadpool? What's good in your neck of the woods?
I'm in Egypt now. I think I told you.
Right. How's that? Very cool. We are playing a game right now. If you'd like to play, it's called mini golf. It's like miniature golf. Well, the game we play is called mini golf. The app is called Play-Doh if you want to download it.
I just came into Paul and say hi.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, we appreciate you coming in. You know that you're always welcome, and we only want good things for you. Peace, my friend. Very close. Good job, Zoo. That's 1 game to nothing.
It's going to be your favorite hole.
This isn't my favorite hole.
The next one will be your favorite hole. I think it's your favorite. Oh, not after that shot. No, that's not your favorite.
That was a good shot, but it didn't do what I needed it to do.
What do you think of that shot?
It was pretty similar. This needs to be short. And it was not. What the F? Short in the water.
You're going
Oh, no.
in the water.
Oh, no.
You just gave me the game. You just gave me the game.
Make it. I'll take that. If I'm going to lose, I want to lose like that.
Give me the hole.
What's it like to have the lead? That was the...
I don't know why that shot knocked up.
You put it in a spot that fucks me, though.
No, because it didn't let me. My screen was glitching out and it didn't let it shoot properly.
Well, it turned out pretty well for you, big dog. Extra speed. This has a chance to be really good for you. Wow, you're doing really well. No. Do you have a tough... No, you got a pretty easy shot, actually. Stop. You fucked it up.
It's not a bad shot though. It's not awful.
How'd you like that? Now you're tied for the lead. This is the hole that I got a hole in one on.
We let last game that you get a hole in one shot.
That's right.
On this hole.
Are you fucking serious? Look at that. Hit my ball, big dog. Dude.
Yeah. Are you kidding me?
This is some shit.
Bravo hits my ball. Bravo hits my ball. You're the worst fucking
Wow. Wow. Calm down, big dog. Hey, I have something to tell you. It's not Aiden Ross, but it's pretty close, sort of. So there are these guys who always make fun of me in Aiden Ross's server. And after we played last night, or whenever we played, I checked my messages and I just saw this huge, or the notification. I saw all these people making fun of me. And they're like, come on in and talk with us. You're always in here, but you never talk with us. Hit the ball, dude. Hit the ball. Are you there? Are you fucking serious? Zoot. Zoot, are you there?
It's your turn.
No, it's not. It's your turn. You actually missed the shot. There you go.
What the fuck? My game glitched out.
Shit happens when you're party
I
naked,
think
big
off
dog.
the app. That was very weird.
You're still gonna tie.
I don't know what happened, but like, it glitched out on my screen.
Oh, this pool we don't play on.
It said I took the shot.
Wow.
So what were you saying about Aiden Ross?
What do you think of that shot?
What were you saying about Aiden Ross?
So they were making fun of me, and I just saw my notifications were like, come talk with us, come talk with us. So I finally get in there, and I talked to them for like, I don't know, maybe an hour. And like, they were really, really nice. And they were like, they said, we like you. Aiden fucks with you, so you're cool in our book. So that's cool. If Aiden fucks with me, that's neat.
Who was that?
This guy who's called Biggest Loser on the internet. I'm not joking. That's what it goes by.
And he's friends with Aiden Ross?
Apparently. Dude, I'm playing like dog shit. You have a chance to steal a hole here. Water.
Hey, I'm the top. I'm stupid, sorry for that.
You're good. You can make it though.
Yeah, biggest loser on the internet.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's in there right now. I like them because they're like super fans of mine. They made their profile pictures of me. I like that. Dude, are you serious?
What?
You're going that way?
Yeah, because you're going to fuck that up.
Are you proud that you went that way?
You would say why on yourself.
I don't see why. I don't think I will get a chance to see why. Champion. That's 2 games.
So is he friendly with Aiden Ross?
Yeah, I think through association, basically. He's friends with Aiden's like right-hand man. Aiden's right-hand man, I think, is Citrus, and they're friends. I'm friends with Citrus too.
Wi-Fi is turned off. Whatever it is, 4G.
Well, you're gonna need it because I'm whooping ass.
What?
I'm whooping ass on all the wavelengths. Dog, I'm already winning 2 games. Oh, that was bad.
What's the worst? So
So
you think that Adam Ross interview is closer?
yeah, I mean, that's not really what I'm going for, but I'm just happy that the people in there are being nicer to me. And then I'm in this other Discord, Wall Street Bets Discord, OG Wall Street Bets, and they're usually really mean to me. They're usually really racist to everybody, and they're slowly but surely. I mean, somebody will be like, "I hate you," and I'll just say to them, "I hope you have a great day." Like, that's the best comeback I have for them because you can't really hate on somebody if they're hoping that you have a good day. I mean, you can be as negative as you want, but then when I ask them the next day, "Hey, how are you?" and they're like, "I'm doing okay. How are you?" Then I got them. That's exactly where I need them. Oh shit! What a bad shot.
Is being anti-Semitic racist?
I would consider it so. And I get it. Most of them haven't really probably been around Jewish people, and they don't necessarily have a good understanding that many of us have very kind hearts and only want the best for the world and for people everywhere. I've now taken a 2-shot lead. Keep in mind, I'm up
Yeah,
2 games to none. I hate this hole. I hate this hole when you're playing with multiple people.
up until 2023, I've never met a Jewish person.
Well, there you go.
It's not common where I live in Australia. There's no large Jewish population
All right.
where I live in Australia.
Dude, you are in my
So
fucking
I-
way.
like, there isn't really a large Jewish population anywhere in the world besides Israel.
United States. 10% of New York City is Jewish. There are as many Jews in the United States as there are in Israel.
How many?
Approximately, depending on numbers, 12 million. All right, this is a big shot.
That's like one.
What a great shot.
That's like one. So that's like 1% of the population.
Yeah, between 1% and 2%. Dude, look at your shot. You almost stole one there.
Would have been great.
That was very, very good. All right, here we go. This is my hole.
Do you think they were?
Oh, wow. Did you see this? Did you see what just happened? Give it to me. How do you like that hole in one? That was probably the most crazy hole in one I've ever seen on this floor. Got a perfect game going. Oh, no, I don't, because I didn't score on the last one. All right, I don't like this hole. Just don't hit that gnome. Just don't hit that gnome. Black. My friend, I am up 3 games to none on you. How does that make you feel?
Like I was good at mini golf.
Just dominating. All right.
I get it. You're good at mini golf. I'm not.
I'm not necessarily good, but
I mean,
when people aren't
Rabbi, that wasn't covering me.
I know. When people aren't attacking me or like conspiring to or colluding, then I do a lot better. How do you like this shot? That was terrible. You can get a lead here. Oh, what a beautiful shot. Dude. You're going to take the lead here. How does it feel to take the lead so early?
Good.
This is definitely going in the water. I don't know why you think that's a good shot. Water. We're actually just going to hit the thing. Not what you want to do. Nope. Maybe.
There's got to be a way to do this.
There is. You hit it off of the spinny thing. Like that. But you have to hit it hard. Like that.
Perfect. But the thing is.
Oh, I went in the water, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like I'm going to be down two fucking shots to none. There are two.
No, you're only a shot behind me.
No, 2
You're only
holes.
a shot behind me.
It's going to be 2 holes to 1. Or 2 holes to none. No, I've already given up on this girl.
You can get it in.
No fucking
Not
way.
possible.
No fucking way. Are you serious? That's horseshit. All right. So now I have to win. I have to win 3 holes in a row outright.
Right.
Oh,
Yes, perfect shot.
perfect shot.
Actually, it's a shoot shot.
No, it's not. You never make it through on the first time. Oh, I'm fucked.
Wait,
I'm fucked, folks.
look at my shot at the end.
I need the best shot of my life right now.
Get it.
No way.
Right, look at my shot. This is terrible.
Dude, shut up. You have an easy shot. You are fucking it up, but that gives you a perfect shot.
You sure it's a perfect shot?
Yeah. What are you doing?
Destroying like the easiest lead in the history of leads.
I'm in agreement with you on that. Oh, there you
Yes.
go.
The bad news is I should have won that. I should have won the game.
Right. I still have a chance to at least
Now you,
get a win. Tie for a win.
oh fuck, I hate this one.
Take out the fucking gnome.
Grabber. Is that the worst shot you've ever seen?
No.
I think I hate
Calm down, big dog. Calm down.
I think I hate where your ball is.
Okay. Oh no. Stop. Stop. What are you doing to me? Zoot, what are you doing to me? He won. Zoot, what does it feel like to win?
Don't know if I won yet.
You definitely won. You're up 4-1, man. You might have a perfect game.
Like, internet cuts out. Ready?
I'm going to have a perfect shot. It's going to hit your ball.
Are you ready for my perfect shot you've ever seen?
Yeah.
I'm not sure you're ready for this. Maybe how the fuck did you do that? That was intentional. But what I was about to do.
Of course it was.
Right, well, that was a good shot, but it's not as good as this shot. Doesn't matter even if you score a good win.
That's true. Stop. Hit my ball.
I'm gonna help you.
That definitely did not help me. Zoot got the win. You,
Winning.
you ready for Ocho?
Yeah, I'm just gonna check something first.
You check whatever you need to check, big dog.
Alright. I'm ready.
All right, big man. I'm ready for you. Waiting on other players.
It's New Year's Eve in 2 days.
Very cool,
So
man.
it's New Year's in 1 day.
Very cool.
In 1 day, it's New Year's Eve for me.
Amazing. Dude, what the fuck, man? Dude, Zoot up 1-0.
That was the easiest game in the world. You remember how we had the longest game ever? That was the quickest game ever.
That could be. You could be right on that.
Yep. But yeah. Yeah. really annoying part is, okay, I know this is going to be really annoying. Fucking hell. Okay, Robot.
Yo, big dog.
I keep on getting the same fucking color. How to blue? Why didn't let me draw blue when I have a blue? Oh, it's reverse is like. Oh, Robot, you wish you did not do that. You are gonna wish you did not do that. Yeah. You're gonna wish you did not do that.
Oh, make
Where's
your
there?
3-0.
Here, where's there?
All right. The cards are not in my favor.
How long have you been now?
How long have I been up? Like,
Yeah.
7 hours or something. Dude, I have so many of the same color, it's ridiculous.
You know what card you have? Oh, you're in trouble. Yes. Yes. It's okay. Oh my god, that was perfect.
4 games to none. First to 10.
I'm saying something. That was complete luck how I won that.
They all are, dog. Dude, what the fuck?
There's decisions where you can deflect the outcome though. Especially with special card, you can deflect the outcome. Like now you know card I have. And I know that you know I have a yellow card.
Wow. You win. 5 in a row.
You know I have a 1 yellow?
Yep. 5 games in a row.
Green. shook up. Yeah.
No way. 6 games in a row.
What is happening? What is happening?
I want to see you get 10 in a row.
Yeah, you just click on lasagna.
Hmm.
This might be the worst sound I've had. If you have any special card, you're probably better than me. But you played the. When I changed the X-ray, you played the exact card. It was like. Okay, now have the upper hand.
Six one.
Ah,
Comeback of the century. Give me some special cards.
but, if I didn't change the color, I would have won.
Word.
Right. That's bad, that's bad, that's bad, that's bad.
Seven one. Seven two.
Okay, you're in trouble. If we change from any other color than green, we're in fucking trouble. Oh, you're fine.
Wow. Impressive.
Now I'm in trouble.
Eight 1 or 8-2 maybe. 8-2.
That too. Clean sweep. What the fuck? Hey, you brother, Samuel. Okay, right. Come on.
8-3.
No. The worst part about that is I had the X-ray gun. If I had the X-ray gun, I could have seen where your last card was. That's probably a good strategy when you get down to 2, you get the X-ray card, then you know you have to search your color. Now that's the worst. Oh man, this is the worst hand I've ever dealt. Literally. And you fell right into the trap. Fuck.
Fuck.
Yeah. Oh yes. Okay, any color but oh, this is bad. I think I've lost. What is the ghost blue?
I think if you don't have any blues, then it gives you 2 cards.
I didn't have any blues.
Right, so you have to take 2 cards.
No, I didn't draw any card.
Oh, then I don't know.
Or am I just as offended?
Fuck no. Why are you asking such weird questions?
Well, that's where
Yeah, when you ask me questions, think before you speak. You just can't sit here and ask me strange questions.
yeah. Have you got
Stop with the questions.
any fucking blue cards?
No. Go fish.
Fuck. Come on, I just fucked up. remember, I know your name, so I can actually just Google it. Could, so, this is a bunch of rats, but like it would be easy to Google.
Why would you even want to hang out with me if that were true? Why are we on this topic? I want to protect children, and here you are asking me strange questions, which makes me think about you. Are you?
Don't worry about it. Let's play it. Let's play it. Um, 9-10.
9-3 or something.
9-3.
All right, one more win and it's over.
America's a good place to grow up.
It's better than a lot of places.
It's really hot right
There you go. Congratulations. You won.
now. When's the? Do you think you're getting an egg from Rusty TV soon?
I don't know. I would accept it, but I'm not holding my breath over it.
What was the guy's name? Weirdest guy on the internet.
Biggest loser on the internet.
Biggest loser on the internet. That's me.
All right, feel free to watch this podcast with me. It's Lex Friedman. I think he's got some musical producer or musical writer on. We'll see.
Some of the greatest lost songs. We looked at the Without You song. I mean, that's the whole thing is cringy. If you just read it on paper, like it's a
Right.
like
Right.
it's a court report or something, but yet it's not. Especially when sung, maybe. But no, there's something about maybe
Sung in a way you believe it.
when you believe it, but also written in a way that's singable in the way you believe it. So it's like,
Right.
All righty, big
And
dog.
It rolls off. It just
Well, you
comes out
take
in a
care.
way
We'll
that
see you
just
tonight,
feels like
hopefully.
silky.
no word catches your mind as cringy.
Yes.
This it's just but then music, I think great speeches are like that too, or just communicating ideas simply. That's the art form, is to not be cringy. So interesting. And then because like when you're raw and real, it might at first feel cringy. So that the battle there, and that's where you see people fail, like just regular artists, like I don't know, open mic. I go to open mic, so I just listen to musicians. Like when they write songs, like they fail that test. They write simple stuff, but it's cringy. Why? I wonder always that. Like, what is that?
I'm telling you, Lex, I tried to explain this to my brother the other day. Because it's the same thing with a live performance. If I'm not in my right headspace and I walk on stage and I walk up and let's say I say something and I do this.
Yeah.
Because I'm like, this is the move, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, this is the move.
Yeah.
The crowd doesn't care. In fact, the crowd's like, that's cringy when you do this. But if I wasn't thinking about doing this and I went up there and I said something and I really meant it and my body was like, I can't explain this to you. It's so silly to say out loud. But people will resonate to it when it's real. And when it's acted, it doesn't. You could do it the motion could look the same, your eyes look the same, but there's something about the energy that people know. They know if it's real or not.
Yeah, people are, like you said, incredible bullshit detectors. That's why I love
100%.
people.
I'll go on a stage, and if I'm not in the right headspace to be real, it won't be a good show. If I'm real, then it's a good show. It's as simple as that.
Let's go through the song. Like I said, great opener. So you had this in your mind, this landscape.
Yeah.
Oh, is this that one motherfucker? What's his name?
The beat was
That
first,
fucker from fucking.
What about the first and the second?
What's his name?
Like first things first, second things.
The first line I wrote was first things first.
No,
I don't know why.
this guy's
It
from
just was
Imagine
like-
Dragons.
And then I was like, oh, that
What
principle.
else? Kids, this one night
Get
I
quick
was driving
line.
by the fucking Honda Center,
Second
and there's an
thing,
Imagine
second.
Dragons.
Don't
car on
you
concert.
tell me what you think that I could
Did I
be.
go? No, I'm too cool for
I'm
that
the
shit.
one that
But
can say I'm the master. Of my,
Nevertheless.
I'm the master of my. Such a
Dad had that in his office. He had this saying that
Who
was
do you think it was?
something about the sailor and being
that
the
one
master
guy
of the
who
sea.
wrote like all,
that I
written
always
all those
loved.
fucking huge songs.
There you go. Simple statement.
What's
Yeah.
his name?
Zero cringing. It's so powerful.
McCormick or some shit.
It's so simple.
He was from
I'm the master of myself. This whole song is just trivial,
Sweden or some shit.
but in terms of
Nobody knows who that
lyrically,
motherfucker is.
but extremely powerful and original and unique sounding.
I
Something
wonder
about
if
the
he
word.
has that record
Just even you don't have to just sing them. You
Most
just read them.
written.
And then
Number
raw.
one
I was
hits.
broken from a young age. Tucked myself into the masses, writing my poems with you. That look at me took to me, shook at me, feeling me, singing
That's
from the
fine.
heartache,
That's
from the
pretty
pain, taking my message from the vein. I can't. Why am I reciting your words to you? But the percussionist throughout it, and that was there in the beginning.
Percussion is almost in the lyrics, yeah. And I'm a very percussive singer because I was a drummer first. Before I think, same with Dave Grohl, probably a similar thing, which is I think
Yeah, well,
in
mine originally.
percussive
Eight
sense
number ones by
a lot when I'm
themselves.
writing because I also was before I could play an instrument I would beatbox, and I think Michael Jackson did this too. Actually, I've heard in the studio that he was very similar, but a lot of what I do is percussive because my brain thinks in it percussively first.
A little
I
more.
fucking
'Cause
It's almost
hate
like a drum, like
this show so much. Makes me sick.
and then you lay words on that.
Everyone knows it's the worst. It's
Yeah.
about talking about the guy with
Yeah,
the
this-
boards. Stupid show.
It's building.
You know, the thing.
It's almost like drums.
It's all building to the chorus.
Dude, I don't know if I can play this song. I don't want to get in trouble.
What about the word pain? When did that come to you? Pain. You
Dog,
made me.
no one likes
you
that
made me
show.
a believer.
Yeah, just the idea of I just wanted to I really one of the things that a lot of the songs that I like divisiveness. For instance, not always, but there's times where I want someone to hear a song and I want them to either love it or hate it. I really don't want them to be in the middle ground. A lot of the songs that like a lot of my favorite songs are divisive songs. And so for instance with Pain, I want you to hear that and almost like it's like whoa, you know what I mean? And it's something either somebody's going to hear and they'll be like, man, I just don't want to hear that like that, or it's like, oh, I felt that so deeply when he said that in that way because it sounded like this. And when you think of the word pain, it's like that's a when I, at least for me, when I hear that word, it carries a lot of weight. So I wanted to sing it with a lot of weight and to come into that chorus with like it's a striking moment. And I'm also a tenor singing I'm a baritone singing as a tenor. So that's where that natural like gruffness comes from, is I'm singing out of my range, really up in my head voice, and it carries a lot of weight with it because of baritone.
Can I ask you a specific sort of the pause before the pain?
Mhm.
It's really interesting because it's like a double. What is that? How much work does that take to get that right? That's incredible. Because it's like so you're kind of seeing the beauty through that, and then that whatever that sound is, the
Right, the bass being rolled off.
yeah.
Yeah, I actually, when I first was approaching the chorus, it was actually took the thin, I'm missing the heartache from the pain, taking my message from the vein, speaking my lesson from the vein, seeing the beauty through the pain. You made me you. Like it came in on one. I'm not singing it right now, but it did not wait.
Yeah.
And it felt like it didn't hit in the way that it was supposed to hit, because you predict that, right? You're like, you're waiting to beauty through the pain, you made me right. It was beauty through the pain, you made me. So I wanted to feel a little more like striking. Like again, it's like that thing that makes you kind of do this a little bit. You're like, huh? But once you hear it a few times, you're like, and you predict. You know what I mean? It's like, I'd rather someone hear our song the first time and be confused by it, so they play it the second time, and then they're like, oh, okay. You know what I mean? Like, I really don't want, I'd rather turn some people off along the way, and then the people who come along for you are going to feel more committed, I think.
It's just an interesting, like, it feels gutsy to insert silence,
Yeah, that's what makes it, it's like the greatest speakers of all time are like, and I told you,
right?
This guy
you
sucks.
would know. You're like, oh.
Yeah. What is that? Yeah, that's so interesting to do that just at the right time. And then pain, right? This is it's a brilliant song. Did you know it was a good song when you wrote it? Out of the thousands of songs you've written.
It's always the same thing for me, which is like, I'll listen if I want to listen to the song, and I want to listen to it a lot of times. Then those are the songs we put out. And I only want to listen to the songs that make me feel something, whether or not it's like our single that did the very worst of all our singles was the song that I wanted to listen to the least, but it made the most sense as a single, which was all the wrong reason to choose it. Right? It was I Bet My Life is the single off our second album, and that song was originally written. It was just a guitar and a vocal, and it was very just quiet and laid back. And we were like, well, let's try to dial it up. Let's try to produce it, and we overproduced that song. We self-produced it as a band, and we overproduced. And that song, I mean, it did good, in terms of a song, but for us, it did not do good compared to our other songs. And I really look back at that and learned a lesson from that. It's like, if I don't want to listen to the song, that's a sign already. If you don't want to listen to your own song, it's probably not a good song. Yeah.
You said your dad, elsewhere and today, just he said that your dad early on was a kind of the early Rick Rubin.
Yeah.
So when you were starting out, he was he gave you feedback. He listened. What did you learn about music, about life from your dad?
My dad is a really quiet grew up on a farm, very humble. I think he starts every sentence by saying, this is just my 2 cents, pretty much. You know what I mean? It's like take it or leave it. Like, you know what I mean? He's that kind of a sense. Like, there's humility in everything, and it's real for him. It's not like false humility. I really feel like when he's saying things, he really is like, maybe this isn't any worth to you, son, and he means it. But here it is, and it's always gold. And I'm like, wow, Dad, that's incredible.
So what in those early days of you, like, so you were like 12 or something like that, like starting to write
songs?
At
12, I wasn't showing my music to anyone. I started writing when I was 12, and I probably wrote for at least, let's say, 6 months or something. And I had written probably, I don't know, like a lot of songs during that.
What was the topic, by the way? Love?
It was
anger?
All sad. No, it was all, the first song I ever wrote went. And it was like a bluesy thing. It was like, there was my voice doing that, and then it was like, all by himself, no other one around. And he stood all alone. When would he be found? Did he want company, or was he fine on his own? Everyone needs a friend, so why was he all alone? You know what I mean? It's like, but I was like a 12-year-old I just felt like depressed for the first time, and I just was like, so.
I think you discovered the blues as a 12-year-old.
Yeah, right. It really was. It's like my sense of the blues at that time, for sure. Like bad version of the blues, but it was like 12-year-old kid with a bunch of acne, and like I hated going to school. I felt like that I just had not found myself.
Sounds like a great song, by the way. But anyway, I wanted to keep listening. I forgot I was.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but yeah.
Yeah. What was your dad? At which point did you begin to share it with your dad?
A lot of the songs that I wrote in the beginning were very much like Bobby McFerrin, like that, because our mic was in a part of the house where I couldn't bring over the piano, and the only instrument I played at the time was the piano. So I would do everything with my voice. But then I started teaching myself the guitar in that beginning, like 6-month period, just watching my brothers play in their garage bands in the basement. And then I started to write songs a little more like Enya vibes, like stack my voice like 20, 30 times. And like Enya meets like Jarre, which is who my dad would listen to a lot. John Michael Jarre. He's an incredible synth genius. But anyway, so I finally got my like gall up enough to show it to my dad one day after work. And I got very little of my dad because there were 9 kids and he worked from 8 a.m. till 6 p.m. We'll come home very tired, and there's 9 kids that are like, Dad, and you're the young one. You're just going to miss. I was in the middle kind of too. So it's even, middle child thing. But I sat him down and I was like, hey Dad, I just want to can I show you a song? And he's like, oh, he didn't know I was writing anything. And I showed it to him and he listened and he took it off and he really looked at me and was like, that was really good. He was like, I thought, and this, when you said this, it made me feel this. He was like, and that did it. I probably would have given up music. Like, I look back, that was a very pivotal moment for me. I was like in a place where I was like, is this good or bad? I don't know. Maybe it's so embarrassing and terrible. And I was already writing lyrics that were a little like overly metaphorical to hide that I was dealing with faith crisis, because I thought, okay, I'm going to show this to Dad. I don't want my dad to know I'm like questioning the truthfulness of Joseph Smith. So I'm not gonna be like, is Joseph Smith a real prophet? Is Mormonism true? I don't really know. Like, you know what I mean? I was like writing way overly metaphorical, but because my dad really validated it and he was a no bullshit person. So I knew when my dad said that, I was like, you know what? At least my dad really actually thinks this is cool. And I really trusted my dad's taste and thought everything he listened to was cool. So I was like, wow, I keep doing this. And I just showed it to my dad for years and years. And still to this day, I send every song to my dad.
So he, underneath it, with the feedback, is always like, ooh, I like this idea. I like this. It's just a positive, like a...
Not always positive, no.
But like underneath it, do you sense the positivity? Because I think that's...
Always. Never mean, never malicious. There's 2 types of criticism. There's like criticism that's just like you're looking to be hurtful to someone. And then there's criticism that's like really important for art. It's the type of criticism that's like, you see the value in what's happening, and if it's honest, then you maybe communicate with that person like, I see what you're trying to do with that. It's not even like you have to say that or whatever, like butter it up, but it's like my dad would just give me this honest criticism that would be like, it certainly wasn't always good, but I knew it was always well intentioned. I guess that's how I would say.
So you mentioned, made me re-listen to it. I'm a big fan of Cat Stevens. You made me re-listen to Father and Son. All songs have issues to work through with their fathers. And you said that you connect with this song in particular. I think, so you're a father now. What is it about the song that connects with you? For people, let me play a little bit. People should educate themselves on Cat Stevens.
Oh my gosh.
Ride on the Peace Train.
The best. Ride on the Peace Train.
You think this is a hopeful, a sad song?
I hear it as hopeful. I hear it as a loving father saying just what his son needs to hear.
It's not time to make a change. Just relax. Take it easy. You're still young. That's your fault. There's so much you have.
It's like that calm wisdom.
Yeah.
There's time.
It's wise.
If you want, you can marry. Look at me. I am old, but I'm happy.
And just the way he says that, like that should be a corny line, but it's not corny at all. It's like,
yeah. Look at me, I'm old, but I'm happy.
It's not easy to be calm when you found something going on.
Yeah, I mean the simplicity there, and yeah, but it's such a contrast with what's his name, Harry Chapin with the Cats in the Cradle, which is like the sadness of. So this feels like there's a wise, calm connection between father and son, right? With Cats in the Cradle, I don't know if you remember that song. He learned to walk while I was away, and he was talking before I knew it. And as he grew, he'd say, "I'm going to be like you, Dad. You know, I'm going to be like you." And the idea of that song is that he does become like his dad, which is funny enough, something you said. But in a different way, you become too busy to make that connection. His dad was too busy to make a connection with his son. And in a not a dramatic way, in a very kind of calm, nonchalant way. Like you just don't have time. You're busy at work. You provide for the family and so on. There's connection, but you don't really form that like depth of connection. And then the father, when the son shows up from college and all that kind of stuff, he doesn't spend any time with the father. All that, and just the calm sadness of that we can live parallel lives and never quite connect.
And there is a little bit of that in Father and Son with Cat Stevens too, you know, like when the son is saying, from the moment that I could talk, I was ordered to listen. I always remember listening to that line, feeling like that really moved me. But the beauty of that song is it shows, it's kind of like the theme of what I feel like we've talked about since the second you got here, which is something I really like. I don't know why it's such an important theme in my life right now, but the duality of just understanding that you don't understand someone else's situation. And there's truth to both sides. Like there's truth to what the father is saying to the son. He's like saying these things and he's like, I'm looking out for you. I love you. Take your time with these things. If you want to get married, you can. Like these things will be out. And then the son saying, listen, like I want to pave my own path. I want to do this. Like, why are you telling me this? Like the son's not wrong. Because there's a lot of parents who tell their kids what to do and they're wrong. And that, you know what I mean? Like, and they don't let the kid form the path that they need to. But should you not be a parent? Like, you know, there's just two sides.
There's a thing, and it is annoying when you're older. You get to see people do all the same things. You could say, well, this is a phase, and you'll see that this actually will end up in this way. You can like predict how the life unrolls, and it's very annoying for young people to hear, especially because it's probably going to be true. It's like, no, it's not going to be like this. Right. No, I'm going to be different. But then you become that person. But that doesn't mean they also let them live that life. Right. Let them make the mistakes. But they're not mistakes. Actually, they're like beautiful deviations from the path that they end up on. And those make the path. Do you have advice for young folks today? You've had like an incredible dark journey and a successful one, a loving one, and one of the most successful artists in the world. Is there advice you can give to young people today that would like to find themselves to that way, especially if they're from?
I thought you said device at first, and I was like, honestly, I feel like that device is not helping. Like, maybe everybody should throw away their devices. Advice. I would just say, like, what I emphasize to my kids is I really, really want my kids to just learn to love themselves. It's easier said than done. It's really easy to pick on yourself in life. It's really easy to look in the mirror and wish you looked different, wish you were more successful like that person over there, wish a lot of things. And people that I see that really succeed at life really succeed truly. And that doesn't mean they're making money necessarily or they're succeeding and, they're talking to a lot of people. Like their success to me is like happy and real. They have real self-love. When you meet someone, you meet Rick, for instance, you meet Rick Rubin. Rick has a calmness about him. And it's funny because everybody sees him as this like Zen master. Like Rick is just a really loving person who also loves himself and has self-confidence because you just see it and it resonates, and that's why he draws people, and that's why he's so great in the studio, because you know his intentions always. As an artist, when a producer comes in, you're like, whoa, what are your intentions? What are you trying to do? Are you trying to get a hit out of me for the label? Or are you trying to make me something? Are you trying to like make me this so you can prove this about yourself? Like, there's a lot in that dynamic. And the reason that Rick is so good is because you know his intentions. And his intentions come because Rick has that self-love. So for me, find the things about yourself, because they're there, that you love, and really focus in on them. And it's not selfish. Like, I feel like I was brought up in a family too where it was like never look inward, like be selfless, like serve, which, by the way, is a true principle of life. I think you love yourself more when you serve more. I think that's really evident in life. But also spend time doing the things that make you happy. Take time every day to go on that walk that you need to go on. Listen to that book tape that you need to listen to. Like, for me, that's something I need. I know if I do that, I'm going to be a better dad, because I gave myself some love back in life. And I just forgive yourself. I think forgive yourself, because everybody messes up. Everybody hurts others. Everybody says unkind words at times. Everybody fails all the time. And if you think that you're going to not, you're wrong. And you're eventually going to, and you're either going to punish yourself for it every day and be a lesser version of what you could be, or you're going to forgive yourself for it. And if you learned that that's not something you want, then try not to do it again. If you do it again, and you're probably going to do it again, whatever that is, you're going to gossip about that person. You're going to feel bad because then you gossip about someone. Like,
is there something you could say in terms of self-love? Is there a role for being critical? Like that those demons of like self-criticism, do you need a little bit of that? Tom Waits talks about, I like my towel, a little drop of poison.
Right.
You need a little poison, or is that silly romantic?
No, I mean, it's, look, my biggest thing in life has been like the thing that I've worked on the hardest for the last few years is to not be overly critical, and to let go of control. I think it's really easy to kill an artist. It's really easy to kill an artist. Like, if my dad would have sat down with me that day, and even if he would have just sat down and been like, "Good job, son." It sounds silly, right? Like, not everybody has a dad who's going to ever do something or put in the time or whatever. But that might have altered everything for me. Yeah, like my dad taking the extra time to just give me a thoughtful response, opposed to kids know when you're just like trying to get out of the room or whatever. I knew he wasn't, and that did a lot. So yeah,
but is that a huge? Isn't that what makes the artist? It's the fragility of it. That, like, would you have it any other way?
No, I agree with you. I think that's the beauty of art. But I think also, on the same token, it's like I went to Music Cares recently, which is a charity for musicians that are down on their luck, that maybe were successful at one point or have never been successful, and they can't pay the bills. And this charity contributes money to these artists, aspiring artists, or artists who've had drug issues. And like, there's a lot that they do. And there was a statistic that they told that was staggering to me, which is, I think it was 75% of artists, musicians, say they struggle with severe depression. That's really high. I don't know what the national average is, but I would guess that that's higher than national average per occupation. So I just think there's a tricky balance. There's a tricky balance in art. So yeah, of course, like, it's a necessary thing, the fragility of it all. But
yeah, I wonder, because I'm extremely self-critical, and I sometimes ask myself the question. I've romanticized it, or rather, I've learned for it to be productive, to channel it into productivity. But I wonder if there's better ways to do that, and I also wonder if it's eventually the thing that destroys me. Like, if long term, if it's a healthy thing, it might be useful when you're sort of actively fighting the battles of the day. For me, it's engineering challenges and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
But then when you're sitting back and enjoying life with family and so on, is that going to be like, do you need to find that self-love, like ability to kind of silence the voice of criticism in your head.
You know what? I really you're making a good point, and I think that the middle ground is you need self-doubt to push you to be better. I do believe that, like, for instance, if I believed I've hit my, like, when you're like, is there a song on there that you think is genius? If I think I've written a genius song ever, I think I'd probably stop. I think I'd be like, you know what? Did it. I wrote what's that perfect song? By John Lennon. Imagine.
Imagine, yeah.
Okay. If I'd written Imagine, I'd probably be like, that's it, did it. All right. Perfect song has been written. That's the best thing I'll ever do.
Yeah.
So the fact that there is, like, self-criticism and criticism outside, I think is necessary. 100% for sure. It pushes you. It's just finding the right middle ground for that young aspiring artist to also not feel squashed and to be heard and to love, not even to feel squashed, just to love themselves, so that when they're in the room playing the song, they'll believe it because they believe themselves. They love themselves enough that they believe it, and then they'll do great, and then the song will come out great and they'll do a great performance.
I have to ask, it's one of the very interesting aspects of your life, of the way you put love out there in the world. What is at the core of your support for the LGBT community?
A couple things. So one, growing up from a young age in the artist community, a lot of my closest friends were LGBTQ, starting in middle school. And I think a lot of the best artists in the world are LGBTQ, and it's not a secret. Like, it just is. Like, the artist community is filled with lots of LGBTQ people. So I think being raised in that community, in that my friends struggled with their faith and their sexuality, really opened up my eyes to how incredibly hard that path is. For instance, okay, when I was in high school, there was someone who went in front of, who was LGBTQ and was Mormon, and felt like there was not a place for them in the church. They felt like the path, when you're being told that it's evil and you believe it because you believe in your faith and you feel like it's unchangeable, you're putting a kid in this situation where there's really no good resolution. It's either be alone for the rest of your life or marry outside your sexual preference, which I don't want to marry a man. Like, if I was forced to marry a man, I'm like, I don't want to be married to a man because I'm heterosexual. So you're forcing a kid into a situation where it's very dangerous. Long story short, this kid went in front of the Las Vegas Mormon temple and shot himself. He killed himself. That impacted our community. Like, and not just that, but it was like severe bullying to LGBTQ kids. In the 90s, it was especially different. Like, there's still bullying, don't get me wrong, but man, like, bullying in school, I don't really know actually what it's like in schools now. Maybe the bullying is just as bad as it was in the 90s.
Why
but
do you say bullying?
there was
bullying?
like, it was
Bullying,
like,
bullying.
I would hear all the time, like, the F slur being slung out at people who were LGBTQ all the time. And I wasn't even LGBTQ. So I it's just seeing that. I think that any social justice issue takes all sides. It takes all pieces of the puzzle. If only the pieces of the puzzle contributed are from the side that is affected, I don't believe that we'll ever have resolution. We're doing a shit job, and we need to do better. And that's just that's the reality of it. So that's part of the reason. I also have family who's LGBTQ, and it's just something that's been part of my path. And I feel like I'm a big believer in take the path that is presented to you. And this was just something that came up in my life a lot. When I met my wife, she was living with her two best friends who were LGBTQ, who really didn't want her to marry me because I was Mormon. And at the time it was Prop 8, which was Mormons were fighting against LGBT gay marriage. And so that, then they didn't come to our wedding, and that really broke my wife's heart. So it was just like, because Mormonism represented everything that was against their community. So
you felt you had to say something.
Yeah, I felt like by not saying anything, I was saying everything. I felt like by not speaking up and being like, hey, Dan Reynolds is Mormon singer. Here's this new band, Magic Dragons, and they're Mormons. It was like, okay, well, what do Mormons represent? They represent Prop 8. What does Prop 8 represent? Bigotry towards the LGBTQ community. So what do? Okay, I can speak in every interview and be like, well, that's not me. I don't believe that too. Or I could just be more active about it. And especially when it was affecting my family and friends throughout my entire life, it was like, all right, this seems like a path that you need to go down. So long story short, it was a path that just presented itself through things in my life.
So just on that topic, so religion and God give a lot of meaning to a lot of people. It gives tradition that brings people together across the generations, but it also can hurt people. What do you make about that tension? So source of meaning, but also source of pain for people.
The reality is, at least to me, again, this is just my reality. I feel like I'm doing my dad's thing every time I'm talking to. I'm like, I don't really know. Here's my 2 cents.
You have become your father.
Yeah. The reality, and it's my reality, and it is the reality for sure. Right. Is I think that religion has brought a lot of hurt and pain to a lot of people. Absolutely, it has. I don't think anybody can dispute that on either side. Whether it's war, whether it's slaughtering of entire peoples, there's been a lot of pain and suffering that has come from religion. So my little thing that has been hard for me is a faith crisis, right? I had religion and then I lost it and then I had nothing. So that's, for me, I was like, well, religion did that to me, right? But then at one point it's kind of like, how much of my life am I just going to complain about, being raised Mormon or being depressed? As I get older, I'm like, okay, so what? Okay, it's really hurt me. But were there any good things that came out of Mormonism? Yeah, there's a lot of good things that have come to my family through Mormonism. Closeness, we're really, really close. Mormon culture is that you live together forever, right? The teaching is that your families are forever. We die and then we go to heaven together and we're together forever. My family really believes that principle. All of them do. And that instills a certain way of living that's kind of beautiful, even if it's naivety. There's something kind of beautiful about believing that we're forming these bonds together as a family and that we're going to be together forever. It brings a lot of comfort to a kid too. When I was little, I was like, wow, it's going to be okay if I die because I get to see my mom. You know what I mean? I really believe that. Is the right answer that you tell that kid, actually, when you die, you're not going to see your mom again? Maybe, it might be. I don't know. And anybody who has a kid is going to face that moment. I've already faced it, where you sit down and my kid was like, hey, Dad, when you die, am I going to see you again? That was actually a really hard moment for me because I was suddenly faced with, okay, do I give the answer that I thought was bullshit? Or do I give the answer of what I think it is? Or do I give the real answer, which is, I don't know? And that's what I chose, which as a father, that's not always the easiest answer because your kid, it's a wonderful thing that you feel like you can give your kid the comfort of hey, parents are going to take care of everything. We know everything. We've been around. Savage. My kid's always like, are you the strongest? I'm like, yeah, I am strong. Stronger than everybody? Yeah, stronger than everybody. You know what I mean? So when you're faced with that moment, it's it kind of sucks to tell your kid, you know what? I don't know if you're going to see me after I die. But I hope. That's why I said, I was like, I don't know, but I hope. I really hope. Because that would be awesome if we can hang out forever. And if there's any way for it to happen, I'll make it happen. You know what I mean? That's kind of what my answer was. So long story short, sorry, I know that I'm being lengthy on this. Is there, what is my thought on religion? It just is. It's been here forever. It's coping. I can't say whether it's true or false. How the hell am I supposed to know? You know what I mean? I've lived 34 years on this planet. A lot of people have been around a lot longer than me. and they really believe very deeply. And a lot of them are smarter than me. You know what I mean? Like, I look at my older brothers, for instance, who are very practicing Mormons. These guys are hyper intelligent. My younger sister, hyper intelligent. All of them smarter than me.
Bullshit.
They all believe it still. So what am I supposed to say?
Penny Mac.
Well, you're all stupid.
Not man.
You know what I mean? Like, you're all wrong. I don't know. Maybe it's the South Park episode where everybody dies and then they're like, well, the right answer was Mormonism. And everybody's like, oh! You know what I mean? Like, Mormons love that moment in South Park. They're like, hey, that day may come. That day may come.
Yeah.
Their shit
So
is
maybe I don't know is the honest answer for everybody around the table. But the biggest question for which I didn't know is the right answer is what's the meaning of this whole thing? What's the meaning of life?
Because it's
No, you're not allowed to say I don't know.
Okay.
You can be just like your dad and say, let me just give my 2 cents.
Take it or leave it. Whatever it's worth, take it or leave it. Probably worth nothing. Pit on the ground.
Why are we here? It's just busily creating all these kinds of things, worrying about things, having kids.
My purpose, at
Look at
least
this
right
link.
now,
Did you all see that?
is to wake up
That's ever.
and
There's
try
history of
to
Humankind.
bring light, love to the world, light, love to myself, and have integrity. That's my
Yo,
purpose.
Yo, dog.
The ultimate purpose of life.
Shout out to Biggest
I
Loser
guess
on the
that's my
internet
ultimate purpose of life.
for being
I
nice to me.
don't know
what is this
happens
bullshit?
when I die. Ayahuasca gave me some sense that there's more to be known. I'm sure there are other things in life that would give me that I'm looking for it. I'm a seeker. Like I'm always looking for the next something to give me hope in something more. Even if so, I could just not bullshit my kids when they ask me that question. Be like, you know what? I really don't know. I want to not know more. If that makes sense. I don't want to, I want to see things that make me confused, that make me question what I already knew. Like when I meet an atheist who comes up to me and they're like, atheism, atheism, atheism. It's just as laughable to me as when I meet the Mormon who comes up and they're like, Mormonism, Mormonism, Mormonism. I'm like, how do you guys know that
So you feel like you're doing through all your travels, through all the people you meet, you feel like you're still keeping your eyes open and your heart open to sort of discover something new, like the ayahuasca experience. That there might be deeper truths out there.
Yeah, and I want to find them, and I want to surround myself with people who are just looking for it. I'm not interested in people who are just looking to point fingers at each. Life is so short. I'm looking for. It's one of the reasons that I want to meet with you. Is I was like, wow, Lex really seems like he's on a journey to find truth, and that humility for me. The same thing with Rick. It drew me to Rick. It was like I see that and I identify with it, and that's what I'm looking for. There's the final song on our new record that's coming out.
But it sucks.
The chorus goes,
we suck.
And this is like this is my best answer to what you're asking.
Everybody thinks that we suck. Think we play the Honda Center.
Take it easy on me.
And then I'm California.
They tell me heaven's just a lie. Well, I'm not surprised. Tell me that you know. No, you don't. Yeah, you're just like me.
I gotta
and
take
we just
a
hope for the best. Take it easy. That's it for me. It's like I'm in a place where I'm like, I don't know. Tell me, you know.
Yo,
I'm not gonna believe you. Maybe you do. I'm not gonna believe it, but like, let's just be easier on each other and like try to find truth wherever it may lie. But above all, know that we don't know jack shit.
I think that's a mic drop moment. Dan, thank you so much. You're incredibly human. I love that you share with the world the darkness of your mind, of your life experience, and the beautiful light that you've shown to the world. So it's a huge honor. And thank you for spending your valuable time. Good luck on the tour.
Thanks, man. Thanks for having me.
Bloomberg surveillance.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Dan Reynolds. To support
Oz,
this podcast,
the Wall
please check out our
Street
sponsors
mentalist.
in the description.
Leave
And now,
Squawk
let me
Box.
leave you with some words
Squawk
from
Box
Aldous
can
Huxley.
eat my dick.
After silence, that which comes nearest to expressing the inexpressible is music.
First things first.
Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Stephen Kotkin, his second time on the
Who in
podcast.
the fuck is that?
Stephen is one of the greatest historians of all time,
Tight.
specializing in 20th and 21st century history of Russia and Eastern Europe. And he has written
Boring.
what is widely considered to be the definitive biography of Stalin in 3 volumes,
Song.
2 of which
Actually,
have been published.
that'd be
And the third focused on
Right, I can
World
live
War
with that.
II and the years
You were in a
after.
voice
he
chat
is
last
in
time.
the
You,
midst of
yeah, I want to
writing
go
now.
back to it.
This
Sucking
conversation
dick. How
includes a
about that?
response to my previous podcast episode with Oliver Stone that was focused on Vladimir Putin and the war in Ukraine.
Dog, I got to take a whiz.
Stephen provides a hard-hitting criticism of Putin and the Russian invasion of Ukraine,
Oh man, I got to
weighed
shit.
and contextualized deeply in the complex
Fruity.
geopolitics and history of our world, all
Oh
with
man,
an
I got to
intensity
shit.
and rigor, but also wit
Breaker, breaker,
and humor
1-9.
that makes
Oh,
Stephen
man.
one of my favorite human beings.
Look at this move.
Please also allow me to mention something that has been apparent and has weighed heavy on my heart and mind.
What, being a little bitch?
This conversation with Stephen Kotkin makes it more dangerous for me to travel in Russia. The previous conversation with Oliver Stone makes it more dangerous for me to travel in Ukraine. This makes me sad, but it is the way of the world. I will nevertheless travel to both Ukraine and Russia. I need to once again see with my own eyes the land of my ancestors, where they suffered but flourished, and eventually gave birth to silly old me. I need to hear directly the pain, anger, and hope for both Ukrainians and Russians. I won't give details to my travel plans in terms of location, timing, but the trip is very soon. Whatever happens, I'm truly grateful for every day I'm alive, and I hope to spend each such day adding a bit of love to the world. I love you all. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. And now, dear friends, here's Stephen Kotkin. You are one of the great historians of our time, specializing in the man, the leader, the historical figure of Stalin. So let me ask a challenging question. If you can perhaps think about the echo of 80 years between Joseph Stalin and Vladimir Putin. What are the similarities and differences between the man and the historical figure, the historical trajectory of Stalin and Putin?
Thank you, Lex. It's very nice to be here again with you. It's been a while. Good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you as well.
You're looking good.
You
I
as
see
well.
this podcast stuff is doing you right.
Yeah.
So we can't really put very easily Vladimir Putin in the same sentence with Joseph Stalin. Stalin is a singular figure, and his category is really small. Hitler, Mao, that's really about it. And even in that category, Stalin is the dominant figure, both by how long he was in power and also by the amount of power, the military
Look at
industrial
this
complex he helped build.
Very, very athletic.
So Putin can't be compared to that. However, Putin's in the same building as Stalin. He uses some of the same offices as Stalin used. When some of those television broadcasts that we see of Putin at meetings and Putin inside the Kremlin, Stalin used to sit in those rooms and hold meetings in those rooms. That's the Imperial Senate, built by Catherine the Great, an 18th century building inside the Kremlin. It's a domed building, and you can see it on the panorama. The top of the building, at least you can see it on the panorama when you look over the Kremlin wall from many sites inside Moscow. So if he's not comparable to Stalin, he still works, as I said, in those same buildings, those same offices, partly. And so therefore, he's got some of the problems that Stalin had, which was managing Russian power in the world from a position of weakness vis-a-vis the West, but from an ambition, a grandiosity, in fact. And so this combination of weakness and grandeur, right, of not being as strong as the West, but aspiring to be as great or greater than the West. That's the dilemma of Russian history for the past many centuries. It was the dilemma for the Tsars. It was the dilemma for Peter the Great. It was the dilemma for Alexander. It was the dilemma for Stalin. And it's the dilemma for Putin. Russia is smaller now compared to when Stalin was in that Kremlin. It's got pushed back to borders almost the time of Peter the Great. It's farther from the main European capitals now than any time since that 18th century. And the West has only grown stronger in that period of time. So the dilemma is greater than ever. The irony of being in that position, of sitting in the Kremlin, trying to manage Russian power, trying to be a providential power, a country with a special mission in the world, a country which imagines itself to be a whole civilization, and yet not having the capabilities to meet those aspirations, and falling farther and farther behind the West. The irony of all of that is the attempted solutions put Russia in a worse place ever since. So you try to manage the gap with the West, you try to realize these aspirations, you try to raise your capabilities, and you build a strong state. The quest to build a strong state and use coercive modernization to try somehow, if not to close the gap with the West, at least to manage it. And the result is different versions of personalist rule. So they don't build a strong state. They build a personal dictatorship. They build an autocracy. And moreover, that autocracy undertakes measures which then worsen the very geopolitical dilemma that gave rise to this personalist rule in the first place. And so I call this Russia's perpetual geopolitics. I've been writing about this for many, many years. What's important about this analysis is this is not a story of eternal Russian cultural proclivity to aggression. Right? It's not something that's in the mother's milk. It's not something that can't be changed. Russia doesn't have an innate cultural tendency to aggression. This is a choice. It's a strategic choice to try to match the power of the West, which from Russia's vantage point is actually unmatchable. But it's a choice that's made again and again, and Putin has made this choice just as Stalin made the choice, right? Stalin presided over the World War II victory, and then he lost the peace. After he died in 1953, there was, of course, other rulers who succeeded him. He was still the most important person in the country after he died, because they were trying to manage that system that he built, and more importantly, manage that growing gap with them. By the time the 90s rolled around, former Soviet troops, now Russian troops, withdrew from all those advanced positions that they had achieved as a result of the World War II victory, and it was Napoleon in reverse. They went on the same roads, but not from Moscow back to Paris, but instead from Warsaw and from East Berlin and from Tallinn and Riga and all the other places of former Warsaw Pact and former Soviet republics in the Baltic region. They went back to Russia in retreat. And so Stalin, in the fullness of time, lost the peace. And Putin, in his own way, inheriting some of this, attempting to reverse it when, as I said, Russia was smaller, farther away, weaker, the West was bigger and stronger and had absorbed those former Warsaw Pact countries and Baltic states because they voluntarily begged to join the West. The West didn't impose itself. It's a voluntary sphere of influence that the West
Give me
conducts.
more knowledge.
And so that dilemma
Let's tell
is
you.
where you can put Putin and Stalin in the same sentence, and the terrible outcome for Russia in the fullness of time also has echoes. But of course, Putin hasn't murdered 18 to 20 million people, and the scale of his abilities to cause grief, with the nuclear weapons aside, is nothing like Stalin's. And so we have to be careful, right? Only Mao put bigger numbers on the board from a tragic point of view than Stalin.
And numbers matter here. If we compare these singular figures,
Yeah, Mao killed more people than Stalin because Mao had more people to kill. The most amazing thing about Mao is he watched Stalin do it. He watched Stalin collectivize agriculture and famine result. He watched Stalin impose this communist monopoly, and all of those people sent to prison or given a bullet in the back of the neck. He watched all of that, and then he did it again himself in
do
China.
you think he saw the human cost directly? That when you say he saw, do you think he was focused on the policies, or was he also aware, distinct as a human being, of the human costs in the lives of peasants, in the lives of the working class, and the lives of the poor?
I think the prima facie evidence is that he didn't value human life. Otherwise, I don't think, after seeing the amount of lives that were taken in the Soviet experiment, he would have done something similar after that. I think the answer, Lex, is it's very hard to get inside Mao's head and figure out what he was really thinking. But if you just look at the results that happened, the policies that were undertaken, and the consequences of them, you would have to conclude that there was, let's say, no value or little value placed on human life. Unfortunately, that's characteristic not only of communist dictators, right, of post-communist dictators as well, but the scale of the horrors that they inflict, as horrific as they are, just can't compare. And so we're in a situation where Eurasia, that is to say, the ancient civilizations of Eurasia, which would be Russia, Iran, China, all have some version of non-democratic, illiberal, autocratic regime. And they're all pushing up against the greater power of the West in some form. Sometimes they coordinate their actions and sometimes they don't. But this is a very long-standing phenomenon, Lex, that predates Vladimir Putin or Xi Jinping or the latest incarnation of the supreme leader in Iran.
So we'll talk about this, I think,
I
really
accepted my
powerful
friend request.
framework
Highlight of
of
the day.
5 dimensions of authoritarian regimes that you put together. But first, let's go to this Napoleon in reverse retreat from Warsaw back. Putin has called, from the perspective of Putin, this retreat, this collapse of Stalin is one of the great tragedies of that region of Russia. Do you think there's a sense where, as Putin sits now in power for 22 plus years, he really dreams of a return to the power, the influence, the land of Stalin? So while you said that they're not in the same place in terms of the numbers of people that suffer due to the regime, do you think he hopes to have the same power, the same influence for a nation that was in the 30s and the 40s and the 50s of the 20th century under Stalin?
If he does, Lex, he's deluding himself. We don't know for sure. Very few people talk to him. Very few people have access to him. A handful of Western leaders have met with him for short periods of time.
Look at this. Kids.
Those inside Russia
Okay.
barely meet with him.
No.
His own minions in the regime barely have FaceTime with him.
Like this.
We don't know exactly what he thinks. It could be that he has delusions of reconquering Russian influence, if not direct control, over the territories that broke away. But it's not going to happen. Let's talk a little bit about this guy, Nikolai Patrushev. Nikolai Patrushev is probably not well known to your listeners. He's the head of Russia's Security Council. And so you could probably call him the second most important or second most powerful man in Russia. Certainly inside the regime. Arguably, Navalny is the second most important person in the country, and we'll talk about that later, I'm sure.
In terms of influence.
Yes, but Patrushev is a version of Putin's right hand. And Patrushev has been giving interviews in the press. You probably saw the interview with Nezavisimaya Gazeta not that long ago. He writes also his own blog-like interventions in the public sphere using the few channels that are left. And what's interesting about Patrushev, and this could well reflect similar thinking to Putin's, which is why I'm bringing this up, is that he's got this conspiratorial theory that the West has been on a forever campaign to destroy Russia, just like it destroyed the Soviet Union, and that everything the West does is meant to dismember Russia, and that Russia is fighting an existential battle against the West. And so, for example, the CIA and the American government wanted to bring down the Soviet Union. Never mind that the Bush administration, the first Bush, the father, was trying desperately to hold the Soviet Union together because they were afraid of the chaos that might ensue and the nukes that might get loose as a result of a Soviet collapse. And it wasn't until the very last moment where Bush decided, his administration decided to back those Republican leaders who were breaking away from Mikhail Gorbachev and the Soviet Union, right? So never mind the empirics of it. Never mind that Bill Clinton's administration, following George Bush, sent boatloads of money, Western taxpayer money, to Russia. We don't know exactly how much because it came from different sources. People talk about how there was no Marshall Plan. It was tens of billions of dollars from various sources, from the IMF and other sources. And Lex, it disappeared. It's gone. Just like the German money that went to Gorbachev for unification disappeared even before the Soviet collapse. The money disappeared, but the West sent the money. So how was that a plot? And then you could go all the way. Obama's administration, George Bush trying to do business deals and reset the relations, and Obama administration trying to reset the relations, and doing nothing after the Georgian War and slapping Putin on the wrist following the seizure forcibly. And you could go on and you could go on all the way through the Trump administration, telling Putin that he's right. Trump believes Putin and doesn't believe U.S. intelligence about Russian efforts to interfere in American domestic politics. So despite all the empirics of it, you have Patrushev and likely Putin talking about this multi-decade Western conspiracy to bring Russia down. At the same time as that's happening, the Germans are voluntarily increasing their dependence on Russian energy. Voluntarily increasing their dependence on Russia. So here's the conspiracy to bring Russia down. The French, who fantasize about themselves as a diplomatic superpower, the French leaders are constantly running to the Kremlin to ask what Russia needs, what concessions from the West Russia needs to feel respected again. The British provide all manner of money laundering and reputation laundering services for the whole Russian oligarchy, including the state officials, who are looting the state and using the West, British institutions, to launder them. So all of this is happening, and yet Patrushev imagines this conspiracy to bring Russia down by the West. And so that's what we've got in the Kremlin again. Stalin had that same conspiratorial mentality of the West everything that happened in the world was part of a Western conspiracy directed against the Soviet Union and now directed against Russia, even though the West is trying to appease, the West is offering its services, the West is trying to change Russia through investment in a positive way, but instead the West is what's changing. The West is becoming more corrupt. Western services are being corrupted by the relationship with Russia. So you have to ask yourself, who are these people in power in the Kremlin who imagine that while they're availing themselves of every service and every blandishment of the West, while they're availing themselves of this, that they're fighting a conspiracy by the West to bring them down? So this is what they call the Obizhenie in Russian, which is a term, as you know, that means those who are resentful, or you might call them the losers in the transition. So when the Soviet Union fell and there was a diminishment, a very substantial diminution in Russian power and influence in the world, a lot of people lost out. They weren't able to steal the property. They weren't able to loot the state in the 90s. And they were on the outside. They gradually came back in. They were the losers in the transition domestically. And for them, right, they wanted to reverse being on the losing side. And so they began to expropriate, to steal the money, steal the property from those first thieves who stole in the 90s. And the 2000s and on have been about re-stealing, taking the losers in the transition, taking the money from the winners, and reversing this resentment, this loser status. Those are your Patrushevs and your Putins. But at the same time, this blows out to let's reverse the losses, being on the losing side, the roiling resentment at the decline of their power internationally. Let's try to reverse that too. So you have a profound psychological whole generation of people who are on the losing end domestically and reverse that domestically. That's what the Putin regime is about. Remember Mikhail Khodorkovsky's Yukos. Remember all the companies that are now owned by Putin cronies because they were taken away from whoever stole them in the first place. And now they're trying to do that on the international scale. It's one thing to put domestic opponents in jail. It's one thing to take away someone's property domestically. But you're not going to reverse the power of the West with the diminished Russia that you had. And so that project, that Patrushev project, which we see him expressing again and again, he speaks about it publicly. It's not something that we need to go looking for a quest, a secret. We can't find it. What are they thinking? It's right there in front of our face. And Putin has spoken the same way for a long time. People point to the 2007 speech at the Munich Security Conference that Putin delivered, and certainly your listeners could use a snippet or two of that, just like they could use a couple of quotes from Patrushev to contextualize what we're talking about. But it predates the 2007 Munich speech, the reaction to Ukraine's uprising in 2004, attempt to steal the election inside Ukraine, right, which the Ukrainian people rose up valiantly against and risked their lives and overturned, right? So there were public statements from Putin already back then, the statements about Khodorkovsky in 2003 when he was arrested and expropriated. This is a long-standing psychological, deeply psychological issue, which is about managing Russian power in the world, as I was saying, the gap with the West, but has this further dimension of feeling like losers and wanting to reverse that. That's their life experience.
Obizhenie. So there's that resentment that fuels this narrative, fuels this geopolitics and internal policy. But so resentment is behind some of the worst things that have ever been done in human history. Hitler was probably fueled by resentment. So resentment is a really powerful force, yes. Just to maybe not push back, but to give fuller context on the West. You said there's a narrative from Putin's Russia that the West is somehow an enemy. You position everything against the West. But is there a degree, and to what degree is the West willing to feed that narrative? That it's also convenient for the West to have an enemy. It seems like in geopolitics, having an enemy is useful for forming a narrative. Now, having an enemy for the basic respect of humanity is not good, but in terms of maintaining power, if you're a leader in the game of geopolitics, it seems to be good to have an enemy. It seems to be good to have something like a Cold War. We can always point your finger and says all our actions are fighting this evil, whatever that evil is. It could be like with George W. Bush, the war on terror. Terrorism is this evil. You can always point at something. So you've made it seem that the West is trying. There's a lot of forces within the West that are trying to reach out a friendly hand, trying to help, sending money, sending compassion, trying to
integrate Russia into global institutions.
Exactly.
Which was a long-standing, multi-decade effort across multiple countries and multiple administrations in those countries.
But is there also warmongers in the West?
Of course, Lex. Of course, you're right about that. But let's put it this way. People talk about the Cold War, and they're usually looking to assign blame for the Cold War, as if it's some kind of mistake, a misunderstanding, or a search for an enemy that was convenient to rally domestic politics. So Lex, there's a coup in Czechoslovakia, and somebody installs a communist regime in February 1948. No reaction to that? That's just okay? There's a blockade of Berlin. Is that cool by you? Where they try to strangle West Berlin so that they can swallow West Berlin and add it to East Berlin. You cool with that? How about Korean War, invasion of North Korea, invasion of South Korea by North Korea? You cool with that? How about the murders and the show trials up and down Eastern Europe in the late 40s after the imposition of the clone regime? You good with that? Yeah, it's very convenient to have an enemy. I agree with you. But, there was some actions, Lex. There was some threats to people's freedom. There was some invasion. There was some aggression and violence on a mass scale, like collectivization of Eastern Europe. And we could go on, Lex, with the examples. I'm just giving a few of them. And so the Cold War was not a mistake. It was not a misunderstanding. We don't have to blame someone for the Cold War. We have to give credit for the Cold War. The Truman administration deserves credit for standing up to Stalin's regime, for standing up to these actions, for saying, yeah, we're not just going to take this. We're not going to let this go on. We're not going to let this expand to further territories. We're going to create the NATO alliance. And we're going to rally democratic, liberal regimes to stand up to this illiberalism, this violence, and this aggression. And so, yeah, Lex, it's always convenient to have an enemy. But there was an enemy. Nikolai Leonov, who recently died, he died in April 2022, and he had a major funeral. He was the last head analyst of the Soviet KGB. And Leonov is one of the most important figures for understanding the Soviet collapse. And he has the best memoir on the Soviet collapse, which is known in Russian as Likholetia. You will understand that. And you'll help your podcast listeners understand. There's a singularity to that kind of expression, Likholetia. Leonov just died. But one of the things and in fact, the people who were supposedly arrested by Putin as scapegoats for the Ukraine war, the main one, Sergei Beseda, gave the eulogy at Leonov's funeral in April 2022, showing that it's a lie, that all of these people have been arrested and purged and other nonsense in social media. But to get back to what Leonov said and get back to your enemy point, Leonov said, the West spent all this time blackening the image of the Soviet Union. All these resources and propaganda and covert operations to blacken the Soviet image. And they did, Lex. The West did do that. And then Leonov wrote in the next sentence, and you know what? We gave them a lot of material to work with to blacken our image.
Yeah, you're saying a kind of sobering reality, which it is possible to some degree to draw a line between the good guys and the bad guys.
Freedom is better than unfreedom, Lex. It's a lot better than unfreedom, and a guy like you understands that really well.
Well, so yes, but those are all, there's words like justice, freedom. What else? Love. You can use a lot of words that Hitler himself used to describe why he is actually creating a better world than those he's fighting. So some of it is propaganda. The question is, on the ground, what is actually increasing the amount of freedom in the world?
Institutions, Lex, right? We're not talking about propaganda here. When we use words like freedom, we're talking about rule of law. We're talking about protection of civil liberties. We're talking about protection of private property. We're talking about an independent and well-funded judiciary. We're talking about an impartial, non-corrupt, competent civil service. We're talking about separation of powers, where the executive branch's power is limited, usually by an elected parliament. In fact, yes, let's talk about elections. Let's talk about freedom of speech and freedom of the public sphere. We're not talking about freedom as a slogan. We're talking about a huge array of institutions and practices and norms, ultimately, right? And if they exist, and you live under them. And if they don't exist, you fully understand that as well. Right? Ukraine was a flawed democracy before Russia invaded. It's utterly corrupt, many ways dysfunctional, especially the elites were dysfunctional. The gas industry in Ukraine was absolutely terrible because of the corruption that it generated, the oligarch problem, a handful of people stealing the state resources. And yet Ukraine had an open public sphere and it had a parliament that functioned. And so despite its flaws, it was still a democracy.
Really?
The regime in Moscow, you can't say that.
Perhaps impressive.
It's not a comparable regime to Ukraine. You could say, oh, well, there are oligarchs in Ukraine and there are oligarchs in Russia. There's corruption in Ukraine. There's corruption in Russia. So really, what's the big difference? And the answer is, well, Ukraine had the open public sphere. Ukraine had a real parliament. Can you call Russia's Duma a real parliament? I don't think so. I don't think you can. Can you say that there were any checks whatsoever on the executive branch in Russia? Can you say that the Russian judiciary had any independence or really full level of competence, even compared to the Ukrainian judiciary, which was nothing to brag about? No, you can't say that. So we can differentiate between the very flawed, corrupt oligarchic democracy in Ukraine and the very corrupt oligarchic autocracy in Russia. I think that's a fair distinction.
Yeah, we should say that Russia and Ukraine have the great honor of being the number one and the number two most corrupt nations in Europe by many measures. But there is a fundamental difference, as you're highlighting. Russia is a corrupt autocracy. Ukraine, we could say, is a corrupt democracy. And to that level, there's a fundamental difference.
Ukraine is not murdering its own journalists in systematic fashion. If journalists are killed in Ukraine, it's a tragedy. If journalists are killed in Russia or Russian journalists are killed abroad, it's regime policy.
And the degree to which a nation is authoritarian means that it's suffocating its own spirit, its capacity to flourish. It's we're not just talking about sort of the freedom of the press, those kinds of things, but basically all industries get suffocated, and you're no longer being able to flourish as a nation, grow the production, the GDP, the scientists, the art, the culture, all those kinds of things.
Yes, Lex, you're absolutely right. And so before the invasion, the full-blown invasion of February 2022 into Ukraine, because as you know, the war has been going on for many years at a lower level compared to what it is these days, but still a tragic war with many deaths prior to February 2022. Before this latest war, we could have said that the greatest victims of the Putin regime are Russian, domestic, that the people who are suffering the most from the Putin regime are not sitting here in New York City, but in fact are sitting there in Russia. Now, of course, with the invasion of Ukraine and really the atrocities that have been well documented and more are being investigated, we can't easily say anymore that Russians are the greatest victims of the Putin regime. But in ways other than bombing and murdering civilians, children, mothers, grandmothers, grandfathers, after you include that, then of course the larger number of victims of the Putin regime are not Ukrainians, but ultimately Russians. And there's how many of them now that have fled?
So your powerful, precise, rigorous words are stand in a stark contrast, I would say, to my very recent conversation with Oliver Stone. Now, I would love you to elaborate to disagreement you have here with his words and maybe words of people like John Mearsheimer. The idea is that Putin's hand in this invasion of 2022 was forced by the expansion of NATO, the imperialist imperative of the United States and the NATO forces. You disagree with this point in terms of placing the blame somehow on the invasion on forces larger than the particular two nations involved, but more on the geopolitics of the world that's driven by the most powerful military nation in the world, which is the United States.
Yeah, Lex, so let's imagine that tragedies happened here in New York and a woman got raped. We know the perpetrator. They go to trial, and Oliver Stone gets up and says, you know what? The woman was wearing a short skirt, and there was no option but for the rapist to rape her. The woman was wearing lipstick, or the woman was applying for NATO membership and just had to be raped. Didn't want to rape her, but was compelled because of what she was doing and what she looked like and the clothes she was wearing and the alliances that she was under international law signed by Moscow, all the treaties, that sovereign countries get to choose whatever alliance they belong to. Treaties that the UN Charter, signed by Russia, Soviet Union. The 1975 Helsinki Agreement, signed by the Soviet Union. The 1990 Charter of Paris for New Europe, signed by the Soviet Union. The 1997 NATO-Russia Founding Act, signed by the Russian government, the post-Soviet Russia. All of those documents signed by either the Soviet regime or the Russian regime, which is the legally recognized international inheritor, right, successor of the Soviet state. All of those agreements are still in force, and all of them say that countries are sovereign and can freely choose their foreign policy and what alliances they want to join. Let's even go farther than that. You don't have to go farther than that, but let's go farther than that. Is an autocratic, repressive regime that invades its neighbors in the name of its own security something new in Russian history? Did we not see this before? Does this not predate NATO expansion? Does this not predate the existence of NATO? Would Oliver Stone sit here in this chair and say to you, they had to impose serfdom in the 17th century because NATO expanded? They had no choice. Their hands were tied. They were compelled to treat their own population like slaves because, NATO expanded. I mean, I could go on through the examples of Russian history that predate the existence, let alone the expansion of NATO, where you have behavior, policies, actions very similar to what we see now from the Kremlin. And you can't explain those by NATO expansion, can you? And so that argument doesn't wash for me because I have a pattern here that predates NATO expansion. I have international agreements, founding documents signed by the Kremlin over many, many decades, acknowledging the freedom of countries to choose their alliances. And then I have this problem where when you rape somebody, it's not because they're wearing a short skirt. It's because you have raped them. You've committed a criminal act, Lex.
This, I think there's a lot of people listening to this that will agree to the emotion, the power, and the spirit of this metaphor. I was struggling to think how to dance within this metaphor because it feels like it wasn't precisely the right one, but I think this it captures the spirit.
I'm not suggesting, Lex, that everything the West has done has been honorable or intelligent. Fortunately, we live in a democracy. We live in liberal regimes. We live under rule of law. Liberal in the classical sense of rule of law, not liberal in the leftist sense. We live in places like that, and we can criticize ourselves. And we can criticize the mistakes that we made or the policy choices or the inactions that were taken. And there are a whole lot of things to answer for. And you can now discuss the ones that are your favorites, the dishonor or the mistakes. And I could discuss mine, and we could spend the whole rest of our meeting today discussing the West's mistakes and problems.
And we won't end up in prison for it.
Yeah, Lex, and so I'm thankful for that.
Yes.
And I'm thankful that people may disagree and that people make the argument that NATO expansion is to blame. But you see, I'm countering two arguments here. I'm countering one argument, which is very deeply popular, pervasive, about how Russia has this cultural tendency to aggression. And it can't help but invade its neighbors, and it does it again and again. And it's eternal Russian imperialism, and you have to watch out for it. This very popular argument in the Baltic states, it's really popular in Warsaw, it's really popular with the liberal interventionists, and it's very, very popular with those who are part of the Iraq war squad that got us into that mess. So I'm against that. And the reason I'm against it is because it's not true. It's empirically false. There is no cultural trait, inherent tendency for Russia to be aggressive. It's a strategic choice that they make.
Every time it's a choice made, it's not some kind of momentum. Every time it's a choice that we should judge for the choice that it is for the decision.
And therefore they could make different choices. They could say, we don't have to stand up to the West. We don't have the capabilities to do that. We can still be a great country. We can still be a civilization unto itself. We can still be Russia. We can still worship in Orthodox cathedrals, or we can still be ourselves, but we don't have to pursue this chimerical pursuit, this elusive quest to stand up to the West and be in the first ranks of powers. So I'm countering that argument. I'm saying it's perpetual geopolitics. It's a geopolitical choice rising out of this dilemma of the mismatch between aspirations and capabilities. It's not eternal Russian imperialism. And I'm also countering the other argument here, Lex, which is to say that it's the West's fault. It's Western imperialism. Very popular on the left, very popular with realist scholars, very popular with some of the people recently on your podcast. And so it's neither eternal Russian imperialism, nor is it Western imperialism, right? The mere fact that the West is stronger than Russia is not a crime on the part of the West. It's not a crime that countries voluntarily want to join the West, that beg to get in, either the EU or NATO or other bilateral alliances or other trade agreements, those are voluntarily entered into, and that's not criminal. If the West sphere of influence, which is open, an open sphere of influence, which, as I say, people voluntarily join, if that expands, that's not a crime, nor is that a threat to Russia ipso facto. Right? NATO is a defensive alliance, and the countries are largely pacifists who are members of NATO. And NATO doesn't attack, it defends members if they are attacked. And so the idea that Ukraine, which had the legal right, might want to join NATO and the EU, which was not going to happen in our lifetimes and was not a direct threat to the Putin regime, since the Western countries that make up the EU and NATO decided that Ukraine was not ready for membership. There was no consensus. It was not going to happen, but it's Ukraine's free choice to express that desire. And if your government is elected by your people, freely elected, meaning you can unelect that government in the next election, and that government makes foreign policy choices on the basis of its perceived interests, that's not a crime, Lex. That's not a provocation. That's not something that compels the leader of another country to invade you, right? That is legal under international law, and it's also a realist fact of life. The realists like to tell you, that Russia here was disrespected, Russia's interests were not taken into account, et cetera, et cetera. But the real world works in such a way that treaties matter, that international law matters. That's why people like me were not in favor of the U.S. 2003 invasion of Iran, Lex, because it wasn't legal, in addition to the fact that we thought it might backfire. But, Lex, like I said, there are a lot of things about the West that we ought to criticize as citizens, and we do criticize. But we have to be clear about where responsibility lies in these events that we're talking about today.
So you get the trouble. It's largely erroneous to think about both the West or the United States from an imperialist perspective and Russia from an imperialist perspective. It's better, clearer to think about each individual aggressive decision on its own as a choice that was made. So let's talk about the most recent choice made by Vladimir Putin. The choice to invade Ukraine, or to escalate the invasion of Ukraine on February 24th, 2022. Now we're a few months removed from that decision, initial decision. Why do you think he did it? What are the errors in understanding the situation, in calculating the outcomes, and everything else about this decision, in your view?
Yeah, Lex, when a war doesn't go well, it looks like lunacy to have launched it in the first place.
Does it ever go well?
War never goes according to plan. All war is based upon miscalculation, but not everybody is punished for their miscalculation. All aggressive war, we're talking about, not defensive war, is based upon miscalculation. But you can adjust, you can recalibrate. When you're driving down the road and that very annoying voice is telling you in 1,000 feet, make a right,
Yeah.
and you fail to make a right, it recalibrates, right?
Yeah.
It tells you, okay, now, go turn around or U-turn or make a left. It doesn't say you're an idiot and turn around and make a U-turn, but it does recalibrate. So you can miscalculate, and the problem is not the miscalculation usually, it's the failure to do that adjustment. People I know who are hedge fund traders, I asked them, what's your favorite trade? And the line from them all, and this is a cliche, is my favorite trade is when I made a mistake, but I got out early before all the carnage. So their favorite trade is not when they made some brilliant choice, but it's when they miscalculated, but they reduced the consequences of their miscalculation by recalibrating quickly. Right? So let's talk about the calculation and miscalculation of February. Let's imagine, Lex, that you've been getting away with murder. I don't mean murder in a figurative sense. I mean, you've been murdering people. You've been murdering them domestically, and you've been murdering them all across Europe. And you've been murdering them not just with, for example, a car accident, a staged car accident, or using a handgun. You use Novichok, or you use some other internationally outlawed chemical weapon. And let's imagine that you did it and nothing happened to you. It wasn't like you were removed from power. It wasn't like you paid a personal price. Sure, maybe there was some sanctions on your economy, but you didn't pay the price of those sanctions. Little people paid the price of those sanctions. Other people in your country paid the price. Let's imagine not only were you murdering people literally, but you decided to entice the idiotic ruler of Georgia
This is the worst stream ever.
into a provocation that you could then invade the country. And you invaded the country and you bit off these territories, Abkhazia and South Ossetia. And what price did you pay for that? And then you decided, you know, I think I'll now invade Crimea and forcibly annex Crimea. And I'll instigate an insurrection in the Donbass, in eastern Ukraine, in Luhansk. And let's imagine you did all that, and then you had to stick out your wrist so that, you know, it could be
I do not
slapped a
know
couple of
what the
times.
sky
And you said, you know,
tastes like.
I can pretty much do what I want.
Probably
They're
some
putting
like
a
air.
sanction here and there, and they're doing this and they're doing that. And you know
I-
what? They're more energy dependent
Like
on me than
Sam,
before. I got better money
in some
laundering and
situations,
reputation
kind of like on the
services than
beach,
anybody has.
comma,
Maybe it's the Middle East and the Chinese
but
will
not
disagree with
in
you
my
that you
shoes,
have
period.
better than them, but yours are pretty good. And the Panama Papers get released revealing all of your offshoring and your corruption, and what happened? Nothing happens. So the first and most important consideration here is, in your own mind, you've been getting away with murder, literally, as well as figuratively, and you think, you know, I probably can do something again and get away with it. And so the failure to respond at scale, in fact, the indulgences, the further dependencies that are introduced, the illusion that trade is the mechanism to manage authoritarian regimes. You know, that great German cliche, Wandel durch Handel, right? Change through trade or transformation through trade, one of Angela
Biggest
Merkel's
loser on
favorite
the
expressions,
internet.
right? You're going to get the other side to be better, rather than
I never
confront
slip.
them
I never fall.
in a Cold
a lot
War
of cooks
fashion,
give me their number,
where you
but I
stand
never
up to
call.
their aggressions and you punish them severely in order to deter further confusion. So that's the first and most important part of the
You think you're a
calculation.
better
Of this
rapper than Rabbi
calculation. There are a lot of other
Yeah.
dimensions.
So can we pause on that really
Rocks,
quick?
baby. Oh, look at this movie.
So
Oh.
this is kind of idea
Falling
of
like
it's
a
okay to
giant
crack a few
redwood
eggs
in
to
the
make an
fucking
omelet,
forest.
which is a more generous description of what you're saying.
I really love Jesus.
That you don't incorporate into the calculation the amount of human suffering that decisions cause, but instead you look at sort of the success based on some kind of measure for you
I never
personally
I
and
never
for
fall.
the nation, not in terms of in a humanitarian sense, but in some kind of economic sense and a power, geopolitical power sense.
Yeah. You're not sentimental, Lex. You say to yourself,
I never
the cause
slip.
of Russian
I never
greatness
fall. Wicked,
is greater than any individual life. Russia being in the first rank of the great powers, Russia realizing its mission to be a special country with a special mission in the world, a civilization unto itself, the first rank of the great powers, maybe even the greatest power. That's worth the price that we have to pay, especially in other people's
Are you
lives.
happy?
Right? We have a lot of literature on the Putin regime which talks about the kleptocracy. The place is a kleptocracy. And it is a kleptocracy.
It's been a lot worse.
We all can see that. And anybody in London living the high life, servicing this kleptocracy, can testify that it's a kleptocracy. And not only in London, of course, right here in the United States, in New York. But you know, it's not only a kleptocracy. That was the problem of the Russian studies literature. It wasn't
this
just
move.
about stealing, looting the
Very-
state. It was about Russian
Very
greatness.
athletic.
You see those rituals in the Kremlin, right? In the Grand Kremlin Palace, in the St. George's Hall, some of the greatest interiors in the world. And you see award ceremonies and you see marking holidays. And all of these looters of the state have their uniforms on with their medals. And someone's giving a speech or singing a ballad, and their eyes are moist.
A lot of
Their eyes are
a
moist.
lot of
Because they're
a lot
thieves
of
and
baby
looters?
came in and
No, Lex. Because they believe in Russian greatness. They have a deep
Yo,
and
dog,
fundamental,
This is the
passionate
worst,
commitment to the greatness
worst
of
shit
Russia,
ever.
which,
A lot
in
of
unsentimental fashion, they're all sentimental to the max. That's why their eyes are moistened. But they imagine
never slept.
unsentimentally
I
that
never
any
slept.
sacrifice is okay, a sacrifice of other people's lives, a sacrifice of their conscripts in the military, a sacrifice of Ukrainian women and children and elderly. That's a small price to pay for those moist eyes about Russian greatness and Russia's position in the world.
Well, that human thing, that sentimentality is a thing that can get us in trouble in the United States as well and lead us to wars, that illegal wars and so on. But the United
I
States,
never
there's repercussions
A lot of
for breaking the law. You're going to pay for illegal wars in the end. You're saying that in authoritarian regimes, this sentimentality can really get out of hand, and you can, like charismatic leaders, they can take that to manipulate the populace to make that in the span of history led to atrocities, and in today's world lead to humanitarian crises.
It's not just a kleptocracy, it's a belief system. It's passion, it's conviction. It's you can call them illusions, you can call them fantasies, whatever you want to call them, they're real. They're real for those people. And so, yes, they're looting that very state that they're trying to make one of the great powers in the world. And they resent the fact that the West doesn't acknowledge them as one of those great powers. And they resent that the West is more powerful. People talk about how Putin doesn't understand the world and that he gets really bad information. Lex, if you're sitting there in that Kremlin and you're trying to conduct business in the world and you're getting reports from your finance minister or your central bank governor, your whole economy, everything that matters, somehow all your trade is denominated in dollars and euros. Do you have any illusions about who controls the international financial system? I don't think so. You looking over your industrial plan for the next year, and you're looking over how many tanks you're going to get, and how many cruise missiles you're going to get, and how many submarines you're going to get, and fill in the blank. And you know what? It says right there in the paperwork where the component parts come from, where the software comes from the West, Lex. Your whole military-industrial complex is dependent on high-end Western technology. And let's say you're in Beijing, not just in Moscow, and you go to a meeting in your own neighborhood. You're the leader of China. You go to a meeting with other Asian leaders. Do they all speak in Chinese with you? No, Lex, they don't speak Chinese. You go to an international meeting as the leader of China, and guess what language is the main language of intercourse? Yes, the same one you and I are speaking right now. And so you live in that world. You live in the Western world, and it's very hard to have illusions about what world you live in. When you're under that, you need those Western banks. You need that foreign currency, right? You need that high-end Western technology, that technology transfer. You're speaking, or you're forced to speak, or your minions are forced to speak at international gatherings in English. And I could go on. All the indicators that you live in, and so Putin lives in that world. He's no fool.
Well, to push back, isn't it possible that, as you said, the minions operate in that world? But can't you, if you're the leader of Russia or the leader of China or the leader of these different nations, still put up
Yeah, I'd have
walls
to get out
where
and walk
actually
all the
when
way
you
over there
think in the
and turn on
privacy
that.
of your own
It's
mind,
just incredible.
you exist not in the international world, but in a world where there's this great Russian Empire or this great Chinese Empire.
Yes.
And then you forget that there's English, you forget that there's technology in iPhones, you forget that there's all this US keeps popping up on all different paperwork. That just becomes the blurry details that dissipate because what matters is the greatness
Look at
of
this move.
this dream
Really, really
empire
impressive.
that I have in my mind.
I've
this
never seen
dictator.
it. It's so fucking
I would put it this way. After you absorb all of that from your minions and it impresses upon your consciousness where you live in a Western dominated world, that the multipolar world doesn't exist. Your goal is to make that multipolar world exist. Your goal is to bring down the West. Your goal is for the West to weaken. Your goal is a currency other than the dollar and the euro. Your goal is an international financial system that you dominate. Your goal is technological self-sufficiency made in China 2035, right? Your goal is a world that you dominate, not that the West dominates. And you're going to do everything you can to try to attain that world, which is a Russian-centric world, or a Chinese-centric world, or what we could call a Eurasia-centric world. And it's not going to be easy, Lex, just for the reasons that we enumerated before. But maybe you're going to get a helping hand. Maybe the West is going to transfer their best technology to you. They're going to sell you their best stuff. And then you're going to absorb it and maybe copy it and reverse engineer it. And if they won't sell it to you, maybe you'll just have to steal it. Maybe the West is going to allow you to bank, even though you violate many laws that would prohibit the West from extending those banking services to you. Maybe the West is going to buy your energy and your palladium and your titanium and your rare metals like lithium because you're willing to have your poor people mine that stuff and die of disease at an early age. But Western governments, they don't want to do that. Right? They don't want to do that dirty mining of those very important rare earths. But you're willing to do that because it's just people whose lives you don't care about as an autocratic regime, right? So that's the world you live in where you're trying to get to this other world. You're at the center of the other world. You dominate the other world. But the only way to get there, Lex, is the West has to weaken, divide itself, maybe even collapse. And so you're encouraging, to the extent possible, Western divisions, Western disunity, a Western lack of resolve, Western mistakes, and Western invasion of the wrong country, and Western destruction of its credibility through international financial crises, and one could go on. So if the West weakens itself through its mistakes and its own corruption, you're going to survive and maybe even come out into that world where you're the center. And so Russia's entire grand strategy, just like China's grand strategy, Iran, it's hard to say they have a grand strategy because they're so profoundly weak. But Russia's grand strategy is, we're a mess. We don't invest in our human capital. Our human capital flees. Well, we actually drive it out. It goes to MIT, like you did, or it goes to fill in the blank, right? We can't invest in our people. Our healthcare is terrible. Our education system is in decline. We don't build infrastructure roads. We don't improve our governance. We don't invest in those attributes of modern power that make the West powerful. We can't, because when we try, the money is stolen. We try these grandiose projects of national projects, they're called. We're going to invest in higher ed. We're going to invest in high tech. We're going to build our own Silicon Valley known as Skolkovo. We're going to do all those things, and what happens? They can't even build an airport without the money disappearing. The Sochi Olympics, it officially cost them $50 billion. You look around at the infrastructure that endured from that $50 billion expense, and you're thinking, That's like the Second Avenue subway. You get almost nothing for your money. And so, yeah, it's corruption, Lex. But it's also because they don't want to do that. They don't want to invest in their people. They couldn't do it if they wanted to, and when they try, it doesn't work. But why invest in your own people? Invest in your hardware, your military hardware. Right? Invest in your cyber capabilities. Invest in all your spoliation techniques and your hard power. And invest in further corrupting and further weakening and further dividing the West. Because as I said, if the West is weak, divided, lacking resolve, you don't invest in your people, you don't build infrastructure, you don't improve your governance, but you'll muddle through. That's Russian grand strategy.
So invest in the hard power, weaken the West. Those combined together means you're going to be heavily incentivized to escalate any military aggressive conflicts that are around you, or create new ones, or
if you can get away with murder. But what happens, Lex, if it's a Harry Truman-like response? What happens if somebody says, we're going to stand up to this. We're not going to allow this to happen. We're not going to launder your money anymore. We're not going to be dependent on you for energy in the long term. We're going to make a transition. We're going to punish you for that kind of behavior instead. And the West is now switched to that only because of the courage and ingenuity of the Ukrainian people. The Ukrainian resistance to Russian aggression was one of the greatest gifts the West has ever received. The sacrifices that the Ukrainians are making right now as we speak, meaning they're fighting a war by themselves against a major military power, their neighbor Russia. Nobody's fighting it with them. Yes, we are giving them weapons so they can conduct self-defense, which, by the way, is legal under international law. Unlike the Russian invasion, which is illegal under international law. Western supply of weapons, including heavy weapons, including offensive weapons, to Ukraine for its self-defense in the invasion by Russia, is actually legal under. And so, thank God, the Ukrainians surprised everybody. They surprised me. They surprised Putin in the Kremlin. They surprised the Biden administration. They surprised the European Union. Not with the fact that they would resist. We knew that. We had the Orange Revolution in 2004. We had Maidan in 2013-14, where they rose up against a domestic tyrant. And they were willing to die on behalf of their country then, let alone against a foreign tyrant invading their country, right? So we knew they would resist. We didn't know just how successful, certainly I didn't know, they would be on the battlefield. It's been breathtaking to watch. That sacrifice, that gift, enabled the West to rediscover itself, to rediscover its power, to revive itself, to say, the hell with this energy dependence in the long term. The hell with this money laundering and reputation laundering. The hell with this running back and forth to Moscow to try to see what Putin needs in order for him to feel respected, what appeasement he needs, right? So we'll see if it endures, but this shift comes from the Ukrainians. And so it's no longer getting away with murder. So we thank the Ukrainians.
The people and the leadership and the separate factions that make up Ukraine uniting. It's the unification, the uniting against the common enemy, and standing up before anyone knew that they would be backed by all of these other nations, by this money and all this kind of stuff. Standing there, especially with President Zelensky, where it makes total sense to flee, he stood his ground. And
let's take that point that you just raised, which is a deep and fundamental point, and I thank you for that.
Do you guys hear that? I think that was a compliment. There we go. Let's go.
Lex,
Zelensky or unification?
I'm sitting here in front of you.
It's an honor.
And it's a mutual honor. So, Ukraine, before the war, is run by a TV production company. Right? You're one guy running this fantastic, incredible podcast. There's 20 guys or so running a country the size of Ukraine. And one's a producer, and one's like a makeup person, and one's a video editor, and they're fantastically talented people if your country is a TV production. So before the war, Zelensky had what, 25% approval rating? And he couldn't get much done, and it wasn't working. He got elected with 73%, as you know, and then he was down to 20. That's a pretty big drop. And so you're thinking, maybe having a major, large size, 40 million plus population European country run by a TV production company is not the best choice. And then what do we see? We see President Zelensky decides to risk his life on behalf of his country, Ukraine. He decides to stay in the capital. He's not going to flee. They're going to stay and fight. And he could be killed. He can die. It's a decision where he put his life on the line. Obviously, he's Jewish descent, Russian-speaking childhood and upbringing. Russian-speaking Jewish descent puts his life on the line for the country of Ukraine. It's a pretty big message, don't you think? And it's crucial. And it turns out, not only that, Lex, but they're good at TV. They're good at information war. And in a war, it's a TV production company and a TV personality. That's exactly what you want running a country, because they're crushing in the information war. And he's spectacular. European Parliament, U.S. Congress, Israeli Parliament. There's no room on Zoom, let alone in person, that he can't win over. He's just so effective. You know, this is the first time reality TV has been about reality instead of fake. Reality TV is just this completely fake nonsense. But Zelensky, this is real reality TV. And he means it. And the nation is behind him. And they're just as courageous and just as ingenious in many ways. And it's spectacular. And so, yeah, who saw that coming? I didn't see that coming, Lex. In fact, the Biden, we talk about Putin's miscalculation. The Biden administration, as you alluded to, offered him an exit from the country. They didn't say, you know, you want to stand and fight, we'll back you. They said, we'll get you out. You want to come now? And famously, you know that quote, right? What he said about how he doesn't need a ride. Remember that moment? The Biden administration was poised to do another Afghanistan moment. That ignominious exit from Afghanistan was almost what happened in Ukraine when Biden administration offered him that ride out of there. And fortunately, he declined and helped rally, and the people from below also rallied to stop the invader without the presidency and without the government in Ukraine, saving the Biden administration and the European leaders who latched on. Fortunately, they had the presence of mind to latch on to this gift, this bravery and ingeniousness of Zelensky and the rest of the Ukrainians, and flipped and decided to support Ukraine's resistance. You know, first with 5,000 helmets only, as the Germans initially promised, and now with really heavy weapons. And so that's something that wasn't foreseen. I certainly didn't foresee that. I foresaw the Ukrainian society being courageous and resistant, but I didn't foresee a television production company being exactly what you want to run a country in a war. A President Zelensky willing to sacrifice, lay down his life, and rallying others in the country to do that. And then the country being so effective, not just at a courage, but at battlefield resistance to the Russian invasion. So I stand corrected by the Ukrainians, and I'm ecstatic that I was wrong, that I was proven wrong.
And like I said, there's clear factions of the west and the east of Ukraine, and here's a person that, like you said, was in the high 20s, low 30s percentage approval, in the country before the war, and now was able to use
He's in the 90s
in
now.
the 90s.
He's in the 90% approval rating. I mean, I think they stopped doing the polling. Once he hit 91% or whatever it was in the previous poll, I think they all understood that for now they didn't need any more polling, that it's pretty clear the nation. So it's 25% to 90-something percent. And just like the 25% was deserved, the 90-something percent is also deserved, fully deserved.
And the question is how that all stabilizes. It feels like this set of events, I may be paying attention to Twitter too much, which is a concern of mine, whether the change I see is just surface level or deep level. But it seems like we're in a new world. There's something dramatic has shifted. That this power that's rooted, I mean, in your study of the 20th century, so deeply rooted in history, there's this power center of the world is now has been shaken by this event. And how that changes the world is unclear. It's unclear what lesson China learns from watching this, what lesson India learns from watching this. Both nations, as far as you can get polls about Chinese population, but both nations are largely in support of Putin. So Russia, India, and China are still supporting Putin quietly.
I would maybe elaborate a little bit on that point, Lex. I think you're right. The feeling that we're in an inflection moment, an inflection point, I think that's widespread. And I think it's widespread for good reason. We might be. But I also share your, let's say, modesty about where it's going and how hard it is to predict where this might go. It's only an inflection point if the trends continue, right? If the trends endure. There are plenty of non-inflection points. After 9/11, the whole world rallied around the United States after it was attacked, after the bombing of the towers here in New York City and the hitting of the Pentagon. And that didn't last. But it was not really an inflection point, was it? It felt like it might be, but it wasn't. And so this is not a comparable moment in terms of what happened, but it has the feeling that it might be a watershed. And maybe we'll squander it the way we squandered the post 9/11 rallying around the United States. Maybe we'll actually consolidate it and it'll endure, or maybe it'll endure despite ourselves. And we can't tell and we can't know yet. And it depends in part on what we do and what we don't do. But here's a few things that we understand already. The idea that the West was in decline and that the rest of the world had risen and was more powerful and that we lived in a multipolar world, that turns out to be empirically false. It's not true. I mean, it's just factually not true. There are no major important multinational institutions, organizations that are run on behalf of or led by a South African, a Nigerian, person from India. Even the Chinese don't run these institutions. They would like to, and they're trying, but they don't. And so whatever you pick, the IMF, the World Bank, the Federal Reserve, which is the most powerful multinational institution, which is actually only a domestic institution. It doesn't have a legal mandate to act multilaterally, but does. It's got the most power of any institution in the world. NATO, the bilateral alliances that the U.S. has up and down Asia. What organizations that have tremendous leverage on the international system, on the international order, are non-Western? The UN is the most encompassing, and of course we know that it has 5 members of the Security Council with a veto, one of which is Russia, one of which is China, and the others are the US, Britain, and France. not India, not South Africa, not Indonesia, not all of these other countries where the people live, right? The bulk of the population of the world, and where the population is growing, like on the African continent. So it's not a multipolar world. We talked already about the international financial system. That's the Western, not multipolar. We talked about the US military and NATO. We could talk about the Japanese military, which is just very formidable. Enormous number of platforms. Even the Australian military, we could talk about this, right? And so it's a Western dominated world. And the West, remember, is not a geographic concept. It is an institutional and values club. The Japanese are not European, but they're Western. Just like Russia is European, but not Western. Because European is a cultural category, and Western is an institutional category, where you have rule of law, and separation of powers, and free and open public sphere, and dynamic open market economy. Okay. And then we have another thing which is pretty clear. The West is powerfully resented, powerfully envied, and admired simultaneously. P.J. O'Rourke, the comedian who died this year, fantastic. It was a big loss for the culture. He said there are two things that are always characteristic of any American embassy abroad. One is a political protest outside, and the other is the longest line you've ever seen for visas. And those things are true simultaneously. And that's the world we live in, meaning that non-Western countries envy and admire the West, but they also resent the power of the West. Western hypocrisy, right? The West invades countries when it wants, but when others do that, it's illegal, right? The West arrests you for money laundering, but it's Western money laundering that is where you go when you need to launder money, right? So they see the hypocrisy, they see the excessive power that the West has, and they resent it. And they say, who elected you to run the world? We have 1 billion plus people, or we have 200 plus million people, and we don't have a say. You're self-appointed guardians of our world. Who did that? And so it's incumbent on the West not only to remember the power that it has, but also to exercise that power legally and with restraint, and also to think about how it can expand institutions to be more encompassing, so that other parts of the world are not on the outside being dictated to, but instead are on the inside. Too often, Western power is not consultative in a decision-making fashion. It's consultative after the fact. Okay, we got together in the EU, or we got together in NATO, or we got together at the Federal Reserve, and here's our decision, and we're announcing it today. And so your economy gets destroyed because the Federal Reserve decides it has to raise interest rates. Or you now go into default. You can't pay your debt because Western banks lent you money, and now the West has changed interest rates or other considerations, and you're in big trouble now. And so this is something which we fail to address. It's very hard to address. It's very hard to reform international institutions. It's very hard to share power. It's very hard to acknowledge that you have too much power, and that maybe having too much power is not good, not only for the rest of the world, but for yourself. And so it's great to rediscover the West and rediscover its values and rediscover its authority and credibility and power. But that's not sufficient. So we know this now. We know that the rest of the world is not necessarily jumping on the Western bandwagon, right, to condemn Russia for its actions, because the West can do things like sanction your central bank, take away your reserves, deny you technology. It pretty much can do whatever it wants. And it can say that it's legal, and it can go through various mechanisms, and it can freeze your property. And you say to yourself, should anybody have that much power? And when do they come after me? Now, there's a caveat here. And the caveat, Lex, is they don't like the West having all of that power. And they didn't join in the condemnation of Russia. But they also didn't join in Russia's aggression. So Russia's domestic civilian aircraft industry, right? Civilian aircraft industry is in big trouble now because of the export controls on spare parts and software. Brazil is a major power in aircraft manufacturing. Did they rush in and say, you know, Vladimir Putin, we didn't condemn necessarily your actions in Ukraine. Okay, that's one thing. And how about we give you all of our aircraft technology and we help you rebuild your domestic aircraft industry? And you can have the aviation that the West was. Did that happen, Lex? Didn't happen. And you can look at India, and you can look at China, and you can look at South Africa, and you can look at what they've done in practical terms. Yes, they haven't always joined in a full-throated condemnation. Maybe they've been neutral, or maybe they've been playing both sides of the fence, like Turkey, for example. But are they rushing in to join Russia, to join Russia's aggression, to supply? And the answer is no. And the answer is no for two reasons. One, they actually don't want to be party to that. And two, they understand that Western power. And they don't want to be on the receiving end by crossing the West and then getting caught up in a sanctions regime or worse.
Can we go to the mind of Vladimir Putin? Because what you just said, China, India, they seem to sit back and say, we're not going to condemn the actions of Vladimir Putin or Russia, but we would really like for this war to be over. So there's that kind of energy of, we don't just stop this because you're putting us in a very, very bad position. And yet, Vladimir Putin is continuing the aggression. What is he thinking? What information is he getting? Is it the system that you've described of authoritarian regimes that corrupts your flow of information, your ability to make clear-headed decisions? Just as a human being, when he goes to sleep at night, is he not able to see the world clearly? Or is this all deliberate, systematic action that does have some reason behind it?
We've got to talk a little bit about China too, but let's answer your Putin question directly. So, on Twitter, you've lost the war. Or as they say, you know, there are these two Russian soldiers having a smoke in Warsaw. And, you know, they're taking a break, having a smoke, and they're sitting there in Warsaw on top of their tank. And one says to the other, yeah, you know, we lost the information war. And there they are sitting in Warsaw having that smoke, right? So, yeah, on Twitter, Russia has completely lost the war. In reality, they failed to take Kiev. They failed to capture Kiev. And they failed in phase 2, as they called it, or plan B, which is to capture the entirety of the Donbass. We're 3 months into the war. If you had made a judgment about, let's say, the Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union, a definitive judgment after 3 months, you might have got the outcome wrong there. If you had judged the Winter War, the 1939-40 Soviet invasion of Finland, after 3 months, you would have got that wrong too, of what the outcome was going to be. So we're early in the game here, and we have to be careful about any definitive judgments. But it is the case that so far, they failed to take Kiev, and they failed to capture the entirety of the Donbass, Luhansk and Donetsk provinces, eastern Ukraine, a part of eastern Ukraine. And they've been driven out of Kharkiv and the area immediately surrounding Kharkiv. They never captured Kharkiv, but they came close. But now the Ukrainians drove them back to the Russian border in that very large and important region. So those look like battlefield losses that are impossible to explain away if you're the regime in Russia, except by suppression of information. And as you know from Russian history, Lex, leaders in Russia have an easier time with a state of siege and deprivation than they do with explaining a lost war. But let's look at some other facts that are important to take into account. One, the Russian army has penetrated farther into Ukrainian territory since February 2022, including in Kherson region, the famous Mariupol siege that just ended. They have built a large presence in areas north of Crimea on the Sea of Azov, the Black Sea littoral, ultimately, that they didn't previously hold. They're still fighting in Luhansk for full control over at least half of the Donbass, and Ukrainians are resisting fiercely. But nonetheless, you can't say that they've been driven out. On the contrary, farther penetration than the beginning. Ukraine doesn't have an economy anymore. They have somewhere between 33 and 50% unemployment. It's hard to measure unemployment in a war economy. But their metallurgical industry, that Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol, is a ruin now. And a lot of farmers are not planting the fields because the harvest from the previous year still hasn't been sold abroad because the ports are blockaded or destroyed. And so you don't have an economy, and you need $5 billion or $7 billion or $8 billion a month to meet your payroll, to feed your people, to keep your army in the field. That's a lot of money per month, and that's indefinite. That's as long as this blockade lasts. And so you don't have an economy anymore, you're indigent. And even if you take the lower number, 5 billion, as opposed to Zelensky asked for 7 billion, 5 billion is 60 billion a year. That's 60 billion this year, that's 60 billion next year. And so who's got that kind of money? Which Western taxpayers are ready? And if you use the 7 or 8 billion, you get up to 100 billion a year. The Biden President Joe Biden just signed the bill making it law, $40 billion in aid to Ukraine. It's just an enormous sum. The economic piece of that is a month and a half, 2 months of Ukrainians covering Ukrainian expenditures. That's it. And they're asking the G7, they're asking everybody for this. So you have no economy and no prospect of an economy until you evict the Russians from your territory. And then you have a Western unity, Western resolve. It lasts or it doesn't last. So you're President Putin, and you've got more territory than before, and you've got a stranglehold over the Ukrainian economy, and you've got a lot of the world neutral, and you've got the Chinese propaganda supporting you to the hilt with those Oliver Stone and Mearsheimer lines about how this is really NATO's fault. And you've got Hungary dragging its feet on the oil embargo against Russia, and you've got Turkey dragging its feet on the recent applications of Sweden and Finland for NATO expansion. And you're saying to yourself, Lex, maybe I can ride this out. I got a lot of problems of my own, and we can go into the details on the Russian side's challenges. But he's got he's on Ukrainian territory unless he's evicted, and he's got a stranglehold on their economy, and he's got the possibility that the West doesn't stay resolved and doesn't continue to pay for Ukraine's economy or supply those heavy weapons. And so you could argue that maybe he's deluded about all this, And maybe he should go on Twitter. I'm not on Twitter, but maybe Putin, who famously doesn't use the internet, should go on Twitter and see he's losing the war. Or you can argue that maybe he's calculating here that he's got a chance to still prevail.
Wow, that is darkly insightful. If I could go to Henry Kissinger for a brief moment, and people should read this op-ed he wrote in the Washington Post in March 5th, 2014, after the start of the war between Russia and Ukraine, but before Crimea was annexed. There's a lot of interesting historical description about the division within Ukraine, the corruption within Ukraine, that will, if people read this article, will give context to how incredible it is what Zelensky was able to accomplish in uniting the country. But I just want to comment, because Henry Kissinger is an interesting figure in American history. He opens the article with, "In my life, I have seen 4 wars, begun with great enthusiasm and public support, all of which we did not know how to end, and from 3 of which we withdrew unilaterally. The test of policy is how it ends, not how it begins." So he's giving this cold, hard truth that we go into wars excited, are able to send $40 billion financial aid, military aid, our own men and women, but the excitement fades. Twitter outrage fades. And then a country that's willing to wait patiently is willing to pay the cost of siege versus the cost of explaining to its own people that the war is lost. That country just might win. Outlast.
Let's hope not, because the Ukrainians' resistance deserves to prevail here. Russia deserves to lose. No war of aggression like they've committed here against Ukraine should prevail if we can do anything about it. I support 1,000% the continued supply of heavy weapons, including offensive weapons, to the Ukrainians, as long as they're willing to resist, and it's their choice. It's their choice when to negotiate. It's their choice how much to resist. It's their choice what kind of sacrifices to make. And it's our responsibility to meet their requests more quickly than we have so far and at greater scale. But ultimately, wars only have political ends. They never have military ends. You need a political solution here. So if the Ukrainians are able to conduct a successful counteroffensive at scale in July or August, whenever they launch. Right now, the heavy weapons are coming in and they're being moved to the battlefield, and more are coming. You know, the dynamic. Russia bombs a school, Russia bombs a hospital. Americans and Europeans decide to send even more heavy weapons to Ukraine. Right? That's the self-defeating dynamic from the Russian side. They commit the atrocities, we send more heavy weapons. Once those heavy weapons are on the battle lines, we'll see if Ukrainians cannot just defend, which they've proven they're able to do in breathtaking fashion, not just conduct counterattacks where the enemy moves forward and you cut behind the enemy's lines and you counterattack and push the enemy back a little bit, but whether you can evict the Russians from your territory with a combined arms operation where you have a massive superiority in infantry and heavy weapons, but more importantly, you coordinate your air power, your tanks, your drones, your infantry at scale, which is something the Ukrainians have not done yet. It's something the Russians failed at in Ukraine. And they come from the same place, the Soviet military. We hope this Ukrainian counteroffensive at scale, this combined arms operation, succeeds. And if it does succeed, there's the possibility of a battlefield victory. Whether that also includes Crimea, which, as you know, is not hostile, on the contrary, to the Russian military, remains to be seen. But however much they regain territorially back towards the 1991 borders, which is their goal, their stated goal, and which we support them properly in trying to achieve. However much they achieve of that in this counteroffensive that we're anticipating, that will set the stage for the next phase. And either Russia, which is to say one person, Vladimir Putin, will acknowledge that he's lost the war because the Ukrainians won it on the battlefield, or he'll try to announce a full-scale mobilization, conscript the whole country, go back, and instead of acknowledging defeat, try to win with a different plan, recalibrate. Remains to be seen. Will the Ukrainians negotiate any territory away, or must they capture also Crimea, which puts a very high bar on the summer counteroffensive that we're going to see, which could last through the fall and into the winter as a result. We don't know the answers to that. Nobody knows the answers to that. People are guessing. Some people are better informed because they have inside intelligence. People are also worried about Russian escalation to nuclear weapons or chemical weapons if they begin to lose on the battlefield to Ukraine.
Are you worried about nuclear war? The possibility of nuclear war?
I think it's necessary to pay attention to that possibility. That possibility existed before the February 2022 full-blown invasion of Ukraine. The doomsday arsenal that Russia possesses is enough to destroy the world many times over, and that's been the case every year since the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1991. And so, of course, we're concerned about that. We do know, however, Lex, that they have a system known as dual key. Dual key for their strategic nuclear weapons. The strategic nuclear weapons means the ones fired from silos, the missiles, the ones delivered from bombers, or the ones fired from submarines. Right?
And they're ready to go.
They're intercontinental. We watch that very, very closely. We watch all the movement of that and the alerts, etc. We have tremendously, tremendous inside intelligence on that. But dual key means that President Putin alone cannot fire them. He has one key which he must insert. He must then insert the codes for a command to launch. That then goes to the head of the general staff, who has his own key and separate codes and must do the same, insert that key and codes for them to launch. And so will the general staff chief go along with the destruction of the world over a battlefield loss in Ukraine? I don't know the answer to that, and I don't know if anybody knows the answer to that. Will those people flying those bombers, if they get the order if the dual key system goes into action and both keys are used and all the codes are implemented, will those young guys flying those bombers let those bombs go? Will those at the missile silos decide to engage and fire? We don't know, but you can see that it's more than one man making the decision here in a system of strategic nuclear weapons. As far as the tactical, the so-called low-yield or battlefield nuclear weapons, we're not sure the system that they have in Russia these days for their use of such tactical nuclear weapons. It could well be that Putin and just himself, he alone can fire them or order them to be fired. But you know, Lex, there's no tactical nuclear weapon fired at Ukraine that's not also fired simultaneously at Russia. If the Kremlin is 600 miles from Ukraine, and if the wind changes direction, or the wind happens to be blowing east, northeast, the fallout hits your Kremlin, not just Ukraine. Moreover, you have all those border regions, which are staging regions for the Russian offensive, and they're a lot closer than 600 miles. They're actually right there. And so you fire that weapon on Ukrainian territory and you can get the fallout just like the Chernobyl fallout spread to Sweden, which is how we got the Kremlin to finally. First, they denied. They said, "Oh, we don't know why there's a big nuclear cloud over Sweden. We don't know where that came from." And eventually, they admitted it. So Russia can't actually use a nuclear weapon, tactical battlefield one in Ukraine, without also firing it at itself. And in addition, it's that same dynamic I alluded to earlier, which is to say, you bomb a hospital, you bomb a school, there's more heavy weapons going to Ukraine from the West.
You can't get away with any of the. There's always going to be a response that's either proportional or greater than proportional.
You could well have Europe signing on to NATO direct engagement, both Washington and Brussels direct engagement of the Russian army on the territory of Ukraine.
You think that's possible to do that without dramatic escalation from the Russian side?
Yes, I do think it's possible, but it's very worrisome, just like you're saying. But if Putin were to escalate like that, he's firing that weapon at himself, and he's potentially provoking a direct clash with NATO's military, not just with the Ukrainian military. If you're sitting in the Kremlin looking at those charts, Lex, of NATO capabilities, and you can't conquer Ukraine, which didn't really have heavy weapons before February 2022 at scale, and you're thinking, okay, now I'm going to take on NATO, that would be a bold step on the part of a Russian leader. And let's also remember, Lex, that there's another variable here. You're a despot as long as everyone implements your orders. And so if people start to say quietly, not necessarily publicly, I may not implement that order, because that's maybe a criminal order, or my grandma is Ukrainian, or my wife is Ukrainian, or I don't want to go to The Hague. I don't want to spend the rest of my life in The Hague, or whatever it might be. At any point along the chain of command, from the general staff all the way down, right, to the platoon, you're a despot provided they implement your orders. But who's to say that somewhere along the chain of command, people start to say, you know, I'm going to ignore that order, or I'm going to sabotage that order, or I'm going to flee the battlefield, or I'm going to injure myself so that I don't have to fight, or I'm going to join the Ukrainian side. And so it could be that what's left of the Russian army in the field begins to disintegrate. Even if the Ukrainians are not able to mount that counteroffensive at scale, that combined arms operation, the Russian military in the field, which has taken horrendous casualties as far as we understand, something like a third of the original force. So you're talking about 50 to 60,000. That includes both dead and wounded to the point of being unable to return to the battlefield. Those are big numbers. Those were a lot of families. A lot of families affected. Their sons or their husbands or their fathers are either missing in action, or the regime won't tell them that they're dead, as you know from the sinking of that flagship Moskva, right, by the Ukrainians. And so a disintegration of the Russian military, because there are orders that they either can't implement or don't want to implement, is also not excluded. And so you have these two big variables, the Ukrainian army in the field and its ability to move from defense to offense at scale, and we're going to test that soon. And then the Russian ability in the field to hold together in a war of conquest and aggression, where they're conscripts, or they're fed dog food, or they don't have any weapons anymore because there's no resupply. And so the disintegration of the army can't be excluded. And then, of course, all bets are off on the Putin regime. More long term, there are these technology export controls. We were talking about how the military-industrial complex in Russia is dependent on foreign component parts and software. And so if you have export controls and you have firms voluntarily, even when they don't fall under export controls, leaving Russian business, refusing to do business with Russia, and we see this not just in the civilian sector, like with McDonald's or many other companies. We see this in the key areas like the oil industry, with the executives fleeing. That is, the Western executives fleeing, giving up their positions. So Russia's ability to resupply its tanks, resupply its missiles, resupply its uniforms, resupply its food to its soldiers in the field and their food. We see a lot of stuff under tremendous stress, and in the long term, there's no obvious way they can rebuild the military-industrial complex to produce those weapons because they're reliant on foreign parts that they can't get anymore, and there are no domestic substitutes on the immediate horizon. That's at the earliest a 2-year proposition to have domestic substitutes. And for some things like microelectronics, they've never had domestic substitutes going back to the Soviet times, as you know well. And so there's that pressure on Russia from the technology export controls, which if you're in the security ministry or the defense ministry, if you're in that side of the regime, you're feeling that pain as we speak, and you're wondering about the strategy.
Let me ask you about, again, the echoes of history. And it frustrates me in part when people draw these parallels, but maybe there is some deep insight about those parallels. So there's a song that goes, so in Operation Barbarossa, the bombing of Kiev by Hitler, there is sort of an eerie parallel. And you have to be extremely careful drawing such parallels and such connections to this unexplainable war that is World War II. But is there elements of this that do echo in the actions of Vladimir Putin? And more specifically, do you think that Vladimir Putin is a war criminal? Can that label be assigned to the actions of this man?
Well, war criminal is a legal determination, and it requires evidence and due process and the ability to defend oneself. We don't just decide in the Twitter sphere or on a podcast that somebody is a war criminal. They can be a suspected war criminal, and we can gather evidence to try to prosecute that case. And then the issue for us, Lex, is which court does it go to? What's the appropriate place? Does it happen in Ukraine because they're the victims? Does it happen in The Hague because there's an international criminal court there? Does it happen inside Russia because there's regime change at some point and some of these people become, let's say, they get arrested by their own people inside Russia? So those are all important questions that have to be pursued with resources and with determination and by skilled people who are excellent at gathering that evidence. And that process is underway. And Ukraine has a trial underway now of one alleged war criminal who's pleaded guilty, and we'll see what the outcome of that trial inside Ukraine is, and the lower level official, not obviously Vladimir Putin, but the commander of the tank group. So, yes, the names are eerily familiar. Izium, Kharkiv, Kiev, right? Those are the names we know from the Nazi invasion and the Nazi occupation of Ukraine. And it's very deeply troubling to think that this could happen again And there's a bizarre sense that the Russians, claiming, as Putin says, to denazify Ukraine, have invaded the same places that the Nazis invaded back in 1941.
As somebody who's working on volume 3 of your work on Stalin,
Well, this
going
one-
through this period, is it eerie to you
Yes, it is, Lex.
that you're
I've written the chapters of Volume 3,
Oh,
or drafted the chapters on the war. And as I said, the place names are very evocative, unfortunately. But you know, the Nazis failed ultimately. They captured Ukraine for a time, but they were evicted from Ukraine. There was massive partisan or guerrilla warfare resistance behind Nazi lines the whole time that they were allegedly in control of Ukraine. If you look at the maps on cable TV, they show you the sign of Russia, they show you the coloring, Russian control. And they draw a line and then it's colored in. But the word control is misplaced. They don't actually control it. It's Russian claim or extent of farthest Russian troop advancement. Because behind the Russian lines in Ukraine, Crimea accepted, you have insurgencies. You have the armed insurgency. In Melitopol, for example, which is a place that you know, in southeastern Ukraine, there's a guerrilla war now underway to hurt the Russians who are in occupation of that city and region. And we're going to see that continue, even if the war becomes a stalemate, even if it stalemates more or less at the lines we're at now, which would mean that anticipated Ukrainian counteroffensive at scale proves unsuccessful, the Russian army doesn't disintegrate, and you end up with a stalemate where there could be a ceasefire or not a ceasefire, but neither side is attempting an offensive for the time being. There will be resistance behind those Russian lines, and it will be fierce resistance, the kind of resistance we saw to the Nazi occupation. Ultimately, it took the Red Army reinvading the territory
Look at this
of Ukraine
athleticism.
and succeeding at combined arms operations at scale. A massive counteroffensive, much larger than anything we're talking about today. Ultimately, it required that to evict the Nazis from Ukraine. But in the meantime, they did not have an easy occupation regime there. Ukrainian partisans, Soviet partisans, killed Nazi officials, Wehrmacht soldiers, Wehrmacht officers, blew up the infrastructure they were using, made them pay a price for their occupation. We could well see, if unfortunately this ends in a stalemate for the time being, we could well see that type of insurgency gain momentum behind Russian lines and try to evict the Russians that way, and then remount the counteroffensive at scale later on in the future if the first one doesn't succeed. So that would be further echoes of the World War II experience. The scale, once again, is much smaller. The size of the armies here, they're not in the many hundred, 800,000, 700,000, 1,000,002, 1,000,004. That's not what we're talking about today. But the weapons, the cruise missiles, right? Artillery fire. You know, artillery fire used to be very inaccurate. It was like saturation. You would just fire towards the enemy lines, and if you hit something, you hit something, and if you didn't, you just kept firing. Now you have drones. And so artillery fire is now sniper fire, because you can coordinate the direction of the artillery fire with the drones. The drones can take a picture and show you where the enemy is precisely located. And you can align that artillery to hit them instead of just indiscriminately bombing an area, a territory. And the NATO supplied artillery goes really far. And you can fire into Russian positions and yourself not be exposed to Russian fire because your artillery fires farther than theirs. So that's coming. And we're going to see that in action. And so the scale is not the same, but the weapons, the precision of some of the weapons and some of the NATO, we're not sending all of our stuff. But as I said, the dynamic is Russia commits atrocities, Russia bombs schools, Russia bombs hospitals, Russia kills civilians, and more and heavier and more lethal Western weapons go to Ukraine. Their willingness to risk their lives is really so impressive, and the reason that it's our duty. We're obliged to supply those weapons. And so the Russians don't have that resupply, and the Ukrainians do. And so the Russians are now digging in, Lex. They're digging in deeply in the areas that they've penetrated. And they're trying to build unassailable positions when the Ukrainians transition from mostly defense to full-scale offense. And we'll see if that now, I mean, they're digging everywhere. As they say, Kapayuk, right? They're digging everywhere behind.
Your Russian is beautiful.
Digging in. I wish, like yours. But so there are these things that we can't predict, but there are these things we're watching and watching closely.
And on top of that, something that's not in World War II, or for the most part, is cyber attacks and cyber warfare, which is much less, perhaps, convertible into human words because it happens so quickly. It's just large scales, so difficult to trace, and all those kinds of things. It's not bullets; it's electrical signals, and that.
Yeah, but those Ukrainian people, they're like you, Lex. They're young, and they're technically really proficient, and they've been amazing. You know, they spent those teenage years in the basement playing video games.
Turns out it's useful after all.
It turns out it's more than useful. You can save your country that way. And so they're not alone. They're getting support, and that support is important. But really, predominantly, it's Ukrainians on the cyber battlefield, and their skills have been very impressive, and they've been preparing for this for a number of years. And they have a whole army of young people on the cyber side. It's their civilian population. These are not people conscripted into the military or volunteering, wearing the uniform. And so even in cyber warfare, the Ukrainians have been extremely impressive. And so let's remember that all of these aspects of warfare, whether it's how far your cruise missiles go and how accurate they are, what size your cyber capabilities are, it's really ultimately about the people. It's about the human capital, right? It's about their willingness, their skill level, but also their willingness to fight and to put their lives on the line. And there's no substitute for that. And so what's called morale or courage or bravery or valor, that's really the ultimately decisive, provided you have enough sufficient arms, right, to conduct the fight. And if you don't, you use a Molotov cocktail, right? Grandma calls in the coordinates of the Russian tank on her iPhone, and you have a Molotov cocktail that the people who used to work in the cafeteria are now stuffing flammable liquid into bottles, and you carry one right up to the tank and you smash it against the tank, or you drop it in one of the hatches in the tank, right? There's no substitute for that kind of stuff, that level of resolve, willingness to die for your country. That's a really big lesson that we need to absorb in our own country. We've been going to war more frequently than we should, and like you said, without the justification all the time, and then like Henry Kissinger said, without understanding how this was going to end. It's easy to start a war. It's very difficult to win a war, prevail in a war, end a war on terms that meet your original expectations, right? We've been fighting wars, but we haven't been fighting wars as societies. We've been fighting wars as a small sliver of our population. Something like 1% of our population is involved with the military because we have an all-volunteer force. And that means that it's easier for our politicians to go to war because they don't face conscription. They don't have the draft, which affects every family in the country. And because the number of people in the volunteer force is such a narrow stratum of the population. And so they've been getting away with this because the professional army is much better than the conscript army. And an all-volunteer force is much preferable from a military point of view. But from a societal point of view, it enables you to go to war too easily
Really pretty
as a politician,
unprecedented.
and it
I
doesn't
know of
engage the
precedents that have been
society
set.
the same way that the Ukrainian
This is really
society is
unprecedented
completely
athleticism.
engaged
It's a potential six-star
from
girls.
those young hackers all
This
the way up
shit
to those
sucks.
grandmothers.
Let me ask you, you're a scholar of history,
Oh,
a
man,
scholar
my
of
foot is wet.
geopolitics, and you're also a human being.
That's kind of you, Lex. I'll take that.
What's the value, what's the hope, what's the power of conversation here? If you could sit down with Vladimir Putin and have a conversation versus bullets,
Versus the
humans
West Side
exchange
gangsters.
words, is there
This
hope for
motherfucker
those?
started
And if
barking
so,
at us.
what would you talk about? What would you ask him?
Well, Henry Kissinger, you alluded to his op-ed. He's had many private meetings with President Putin over a long time. And President Biden, the previous presidents, secretaries of state, officials below Secretary of State, the head of the CIA evidently met with President Putin in the fall when he was massing the troops on the border before he invaded. And we sent the head of the CIA, and Putin received him. Somebody he evidently respects or was at least willing to meet, unlike other members of the administration. So a lot of people are talking to him in some form or another for the 22 years he's been in power. And I'm not sure it's had what I would call their desired effect.
Well, the nature of the conversation is interesting too, and also the timing, which is post February 22nd, is a different time. And also another aspect, which Oliver Stone mentioned, interestingly, that there's something about COVID and the pandemic that creates isolation, the distancing. It's such a silly little nuanced thing, but maybe it's actually has a profound impact on the human being, the human mind of Vladimir Putin, that there is something about an in-person meeting, not across a table that's far too large.
Yes.
But sort of the intimacy of a one human-to-human in-person conversation, that there's something distinctly powerful about that reminder that, as Putin says in the narrative and the propaganda, that we're all one people. There is truth to that this entirety of humanity is
you're
one
right.
people, and you're kind of reminded by that when you're sitting together.
People who have sat across the table from him, whether at 30 yards or at